So we have Sun Fanta on red coin with the Milf God, and the blue coin syndicate for Kareem. Now, I like to call this deck a pyramid scheme due to how they keep shuffling their coins, putting them into infusions, and then getting the coins back. And you better hope her opponent doesn't have control to make the pyramid scheme come crashing down.
And my platform lagged, so we won't have the player names. Kareem is on top on my screen, and Sanvantar is at the bottom playing Nilgard Rentry Soldiers, so a bit of confusion, but I think we're just watching as is. I'm not gonna put the names on at the moment, we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is Syndicate, which is unfortunate to see without leader abilities, but it is just hitting cash. Could be worse if it was lying pockets. We see the first card played for Kareem was the Gellert to start getting some spending with the poisons. It's sort of a pseudo engine because it is a 2-for-1 spender, one of the best rates in the game. Soul coming down pretty early, as well as the Wretched Addict. Now, this is a card you might not have seen much at all, but at the end of turn, if it's poisoned, it will boost by 2, which is very, very good for a 4 provision card, but it does get locked. Sanvante doesn't want to deal with any addicts, it seems.
Yeah, and he has Leo in hand, so that Saul is getting away with his crimes, but at one point I think the reckoning is coming for him, and Leo will be finishing him off. But where there is one addict, the disease spreads, and we have another wretched addict.
Yeah. No, that was actually Decree used for a 4 provision unit, which is quite crazy to me. It's putting quite a lot of value into that engine, but here's the Leo coming down as well as the leader, actually getting ahead on even there for Sunfanta with the Marine ticking. Very lucky to have the Marine ticking so quickly when there's really no way to... Oh, actually, sorry, the new with the Maxi. Sort of just targeted the top card.
Yeah. Okay, so we have the engines growing, and Kareem had enough. He played his engines, but sadly all of them, besides the immune unit, got answered. And yeah, I almost thought it's the hidden cache that Kareem is playing, so we'll have the usernames hopefully for the next match in this series. Do we see the mage from hand? Not setting up anything for the top decks from the Blightmaker. Just throwing the Vlad away.
This hidden cash deck very much prefers a long round. It has so many engines and you want the longest round possible to get them all set up. So it's really not ideal to be losing the round 1 here. At least you got a leader out, you got a lock out, you got the Leo out. But with the Ramon in hand now, you're still dealing with 2 Arbor Armored Cavalries, another leader charge, so it'll be quite tough to still set up these engines.
Okay. And there goes the ship getting erased, and the Trihorn danger is real as well.
Yeah.
Now, the
good thing for Kareem is that there really isn't a good way to get through the scabs, especially with that Blightmaker missing.
Yeah, the assassin, well, didn't get the good assignment there, didn't fulfill the assignment.
That actually should mean that Kareem is very safe just to develop engines however he likes in this round.
I would assume that there is still one leader charge, right?
Yes, there's one more.
But yeah, the defender, you can deal with one of them.
That's 2 infusions now in the Azar. At the end of each turn, there will be 2 coins gained, and already Sunbanta just wants to get out of the round.
Okay, so Sunvantar has his locks ready to go. Ramon plus Cavalry is plus leader is quite a few engines answered. Kareem, of course, has a Candle Spender carryover and also 4 points from Full Series.
There is also this Vilgefortz, which quite interestingly, there is a distinct lack of bronzes essentially for Kareem. And the Golden Necker has only one unit to pull. Actually, the Golden Necker is not found, so never mind about that. That is devastating for Kareem.
Yeah. Unfortunate there. And we see the army of Nilgard starting the locking operation.
Yes, actually, the Roderick is bricked, it seems. So, unless we see some kind of Ren free for a cursed scroll or something from the stratagems, I don't think this Roderick is doing very much.
Yeah. Is there even a poison? No, there is no poison in the graveyard, so that failed experiment eating a poison is actually interesting and I guess beneficial to
So
Kareem.
it's 6 damage, spawn an enemy unit, and boost by base power are the options here. I don't know if we'll actually be able to... Okay, it's 6 damage was chosen. And we have cooldown 8, play the lowest. Yeah, so it's 6 damage, and play the lowest provision unit from your deck was chosen.
So lowest unit will be something like Nilgard Knight.
Doppler, Nilfry, or
Doppler as well. So if you want to, if you are hitting Doppler, I guess you kind of want to do that.
Yeah, not amazing options really, I'd say, at this stage in the game. 6 damage can be used to shut down an engine, which I really don't see how Kareem is able to set up any engines here. You're dealing with another lock from hand, Vilgefort, even the Slave Driver, which can pull another lock. 6 damage.
Among vampiric youth, I was
Granted,
modesty aside,
the only sort of
popular.
good kind of points Sunbouncer is putting on the board comes from this Triss. But each of these locks is going to get 3 power of boost from the Triss. That ought to be enough to take the game, I would imagine.
Yeah, so Kareem is getting a proper Gwent experience here, missing his Golden Necker, and at the same time having everything he plays locked, so it is what it is. Also, yeah, the infusions cannot be dropped on the locked units.
Yeah, like he could infuse the Eagle, but I don't like that because it's probably going to get locked the next turn. I don't think you would lock the Treasure Huntress over the Eagle, so I don't see any reason for confusion.
So we see the leader, and Nilgard Knight is the pull. I guess Inventor doesn't really care about buffing anything but this full city. Kinda doesn't expect Kareem to get much going on in terms of coin generation. So might as well just burn a 10. He also, well, knows that there is either a townsfolk or trafficker dropping from the deck most likely, so not a threat as well.
So that Nilfgaardian Nightpool was absolutely amazing in working with the Triss Meteor Shower. Finally see the Necromancer used on another Treasure Huntress, trying to get some infusions going to the townsfolk. Here's a glimpse of the strategy I was talking about before, and that glimpse is taken away. I guess that's what you get when you stare too long at starry skies in the night.
And will we see the beautiful finisher? Yes, we do see Roderick winning it for San Vanter. A beautiful job from a spy. Green. Nobody told me, yeah, the window was out of focus. No? After the game? Okay. Then we're not changing much. Okay, game number 2, and now we have the player names available. So Sanvanter at the bottom playing Portal, Arachas, Queen, well, Swarm.
And then Draga Queen.
Yeah. Against Karim's self-wound version with Portal as well, and as you were mentioning, you kind of need to find your Portal to play your Portal, and
Yeah.
didn't happen.
Which, well, it did happen, but for Sanvanta. And that's an early Kikimo Warrior. In a couple turns, we'll see another 4 provision engine coming out. This, look, Svalbard is very, very good in this matchup.
Yeah.
But I wonder if the absolute number of bronze engines which Sunvanter is able to pull out later in the game will be able to be answered by Karim or not here.
Okay, Idaran.
It's also Idran works with the warriors.
So you get units, but you'd want more from the card, I feel like. But yeah, the Kiki Water is that shady card that was always available and at some points was relevant, but mostly, yeah, not played too much from hand. The Hive Mind was nice for it to get, but we see here, yeah, Idaran already did his job pretty well, contesting round 1. You don't even need the Hive Minds and whatnot.
Yeah. There's a Necromancy in this list. I imagine it will be used later onto the Vrown Warrior. Also worth noting that there is no Heat Wave in this list for Karim, but there is a verification, so the term can actually be answered. I would expect Sunvanta isn't expecting to get much term value in this matchup as a result.
Just bronzes with support of Idaran doing what bronze is supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I don't think Karim is long for this round. These Vrown Warriors are just, as one of the original casters would say, absolutely popping off.
Yeah, okay, 57-16 is the score. Of course, you have your Swole Blood. That's always an option.
Maybe there is an argument that you're happy to commit the Swole Blood to just secure a round win. But it looks like it.
There is barely any gap in Gwent that Swole Blood cannot close against the Swarm deck, I mean. So the Brand Waters are growing kind of slowly, but yeah, it's working. It's definitely working. It's just bad that you are kind of eating trees to create more trees.
Yes. Is a full board here for Sunvanta. Don't think there's any way to get space here.
Yeah, but he knows that the only way Karim is... let's call him Kawarim, maybe. But yeah, the only way he catches up is through Swole Blood. So yeah, that definitely opens up a space and a half. But yeah, we see the pass.
Interesting to drop the totem and then just get out of the round. Especially since you only got like a spontaneous evolution response. That feels like a mistake. Like if you wanted to really go for the totem, you should have... I would have expected you to be happy to commit to the round there. Because having those extra spawns of 2 bears potentially means you get up to 2 more damage to the whole board. But instead we go long round, and this totem is not going to be lasting for the round 3. It's going to be a lot harder to trigger Bear Abominations next round, set up the Canute potentially. At least there is first say.
Yeah, and also there was no push. Well, I mean, in a sense that there is no portal, there was no Sigvald. Okay, now there it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sanvanta
it's
we also
mulliganed.
seen.
Yeah, I think Portal didn't have enough 4 provision
yeah.
units to actually
Okay,
be
yeah.
of any value. So
It was
Yikes.
just played manually, card by card in round 1 and 2 by
and that
3.
lack of thinning means the Draco total was not found as well, and the verification is missing. But the term is also missing for Sanbanta, so I guess that doesn't matter.
Just adapt and overcome all the difficulties. So what does the tome represent in Hive Mind? And a couple of specials, verification and martyrdom for Karim. But that verification can only be played after you clicked your location order.
Yeah, now there's the defender for Kareem, which is quite tough to get through for Sanbanta, I would say, particularly early in the round before Stalkers are set up.
Yeah. Well, there is a heat wave, but you kind of want to heat
Yes.
wave. Maybe Sigvald or other target.
Yeah, because sometimes it can just be Sigvald against the world, and Sigvald very often comes out on top.
Yeah. Can we see offensive
Of course,
martyrdom
though,
here? The score is on screen somewhere above me. No offense. Ah, okay. There is offensive martyrdom. I love to see that. No,
Yeah.
no.
Yes.
So heat wave,
I
but
think
that's like a
the-
heat wave
yeah.
bait. Yeah, and it
Yeah.
comes through.
As I was saying, there's no real other way to get through it, so you need to use the heat wave there. But it's not great giving the term over, because now the Stalker can immediately go up to 11, and notably 11 is a very special number, because the biggest unit that Cream has is the 10 power Olgierd, so 11 power is effectively safe. Now, Stalkers can't really do anything at 1 power if it were to, say, be clashed with right now, but there is a Parasite which can be used to boost it back up.
I guess we can see the spores and then clash, but yeah, you still have a couple of stalkers you'll have to deal with. But Sigvald is happy at the moment, and yeah, there we go. The deck building pays off. And this Willem, who people try to buff to 1 power, is doing that at 2 power at the moment. So think of the points it will be putting out later when people are buffing it to 1. Guaranteed tome, and yeah. Now
The only other golden deck was the Idir, so you either found Tome or Idir. I think Tome was probably the better find there.
It's a good question, Lerio. How good would be Mount Art?
So, I don't. That clash was not good, I think, for Kareem. Yes, the Stalker isn't at 11 power anymore, but you set up. There was no Stalker in the graveyard before, so this Stalker being played effectively brings the Stalker back anyways. That clash really just knocked the original Stalker from 11 power to 3 power.
As for the Mount Art added to this deck, I guess it makes Prince Willem even more dodgy, and you kind of need some of your unit. Well, you're not using Mount Art as an early play anyway, so kind of makes sense. You'll bring the stuff with the tome out already, but probably not worth it. But yeah, as you point out, that clash is just bringing a small stalker back to the board. And for now there are targets, as you mentioned, there is a parasite. You basically need only one stalker with a bunch of charges on it, so that it can knock power down from the tall units, and then the smaller stalkers can finish the job setting up once for Glusty.
And that's particularly important after the Svarblood comes down, because the Svarblood will spawn a bunch of pretty low power bears, which you can then sort of set up for that Glusty.
Okay, so the stalkers getting answered, and
one of them got answered, but if the other stalker in hand is played here, it's going to come right back.
yeah,
So yeah, he basically got rid of the charges, I guess.
You chopping one head off, one stalker off, and more just hatch immediately.
And also keep in mind that, like, normally this, like, well, in this situation with another bronze, it might not work the same, but because the stalk has veil, the Necromancer's Tome doesn't actually give it doomed. So you can just keep bringing them back and back if you have more to play from hand. I think this will be the Vrown Warrior. Yep. Necromancer being used. 2 Vrown Warriors in 1 turn. So it was alright that the Vrown Warriors were both played in round 1, because now they're both back at once.
So that's the war between Sigvald, but Sigvald at the moment cannot be even supported by the Knut. You know that Knut is getting answered most, although you kind of have to.
Yeah, the nice thing is that what you can do here is have the Svarblood set up the Knut. So now it's a lot harder to kind of deal with both the Knut and the Svarblood in 1 turn here. So maybe we'll see the Knut living for slightly longer. Especially since now you're basically forcing the Parasite to be used defensively on this Kikimor Stalker to make it actually be able to target things. It can't just be used to finish off the Knut if you want to get value out of these 4 charges.
Yeah. So the Sigvald is sticking to the board. Svalbard is there, Knut is active, so... and there is a Sigrifa's Right as well. So not really obvious how the match goes if you're watching it for the first time, especially. We also see 7 being eaten to create a 3. This only has 3 armor, but yeah, you're losing power, and the swarm kinda doesn't do much for you unless you don't expect. What?
I guess Cream is saving the leader to flip that bear from hand, but you could have also just used your leader there to kill off the Kikimor Warrior, kill off the extra Stalker. But yeah, I like this Knut a lot, because look, there's only 1 more special, which is the Hideous Feast, which is still in deck. You'd be expecting there to be limited ways to boost this Stalker, and since the Hideous Feast isn't there, this Stalker is now useless at 1 power.
Okay, so the small stalkers are trying to establish board presence here. You'd need to eat some of the drones, because otherwise that small blood getting triggered gonna ruin it for ya.
Yeah.
And we see that step by step they are coming back to power, and this Knut okay, there we go. That's the way Sanvanter decides to deal with that. So Knut is gone. Drones is considered. No. Fluting
I think actually, yeah. So no, look at this. So there's only 1 leader charge remaining, but the Svarblood actually triggers the Berserk on the champion of Svarblood. So Cream predicting that the Knut would be finished off there, and the Svarblood left fine to do Svarblood things, which works quite nicely there. Finally, the Arrakis Queen getting eaten to get an extra Kikimor Warrior. Now the question is Glusty enough? These bears can be set to 1 power quite easily, I'd say.
Yeah, there are still
Is it
some
40?
charges, but you need what, about 40 points? How many? That's a lot of charges, but you don't have infinite amount of targets to set up. No. So somebody in chat probably already did the quick math. I'm not trying to. It's gonna be close. You are getting well, only 2 targets on your opponent's side of the board, even though.
So it wants to leave their own 1 power unit setup to actually kill the stalker with that kicking ball.
And it's as close as it gets. A draw.
Wow, that was a good game, and we're gonna see it again.
Good prediction. I wonder how he does it. Every time there is a draw, he predicts it perfectly. Still no portal for Kawa.
Biting Frost, mulligan for Biting Frost, and Tempest is in hand, but yeah, no portal.
And Sunvanter. We've seen something like this. There is a Rerun, there is a warrior, and another one. That reminds me of the previous game, and we also see Karim having only Demon Corsair, so no ships to team it up with, but you have Draco Turtle, you have the Adept, so I guess you can generate some armor later on.
Yeah, I don't think the engines from Karim can stand up to the engine potential here for Sunvanta, and they're, especially with like no location, Heatwave or whatever, there just isn't any good control answers. So Sunvanta should sail to a pretty easy round win here, I would imagine. He could basically just sit back and have a swig of his favorite drink, which for me, if that was me, that would be lemon lime bitters.
And there we go. The Kikimores, they're everywhere, and now they're supporting the Vrankos, growing them. Oh, that one at the moment.
Yeah, there's no way you can hide.
Does Rerun get a buff? No real reason to, I suppose.
Yeah, I think there's no real damage that can do like 2 damage in this list. Even then, the Frost would hit the warrior instead.
Yeah, so Mardrum wasn't finishing it off at 4, and at 2 it's in danger, but now you can protect it if you feel like it.
So I like this from Karim, just well, it doesn't look like he's trying to commit as much to this round. We saw how that happened last game with Totem sort of being used to no value. And there's a second Brand Warrior. I wonder if that will be used with the Tome and the Necromancy together later on. I wonder if there will be the verification to answer the Tome as well.
Yeah. But this time around, Karim doesn't have the totem to throw away. So unless he picks another card to sacrifice in round 1, that might be the end of it.
Yeah, I think Karim able to stay in there for a little longer, has reach, particularly with, say, this Wild card which can flip into the Champion of Svarblood. Can use that and maybe another card here to just get ahead. I don't think by itself it would be enough, because this portal will get another pull at the end of Sunvanta's turn. I wonder what gets used here. I don't think you want to play this Kikimore Warrior from hand. You want to keep it for later on. You could decree into something.
But you also don't... yeah, goes for the decree.
Yeah.
And goes for the Endrega Queen that featured in Sunvanta's lineup at the Gwent Masters in December, so he definitely likes the card for this leader ability and this deck type.
Yeah. So I don't think there's another consume which can really be used with the Urakus Queen, but you can also just kill the Urakus Queen with a Kikimo Warrior if you so decide. So I just realized there's some nice parallels because Kareem's lineup is very, very similar to what Myamon took to the World Masters, and of course, Sanvanta did face Myamon in the finals of said tournament.
Yeah.
So Sanvanta's got to be pretty familiar with these facing against these kinds of lists.
Yeah, and
There's the
I guess the pairings could have been manipulated as well. In the second series of this match, we'll have Myamon playing against Holder, and it was decided by the time when the players joined the tournament platform, because Team Rest of the World captain, I think, didn't submit the order of the players, but we could have had the rematch of Gwent Masters final here easily. And Sanvanta is leading with the tome in round 2, so I guess he wasn't happy.
Or is this a bear?
Yeah. It got verified. I wonder.
Yeah, that sequence of events has got to be pretty unbearable for Sanvanta.
Yeah, I'm not sure why would Earth and Ritual also like give bears to other like opponents, other factions, when this is what you are trying to do. Keep your bearings and just
I think he's just trying to lay Sanvanta's plans bare.
Okay. And there we have a pass. He couldn't bear it.
This is actually a little hard to catch up. With the Spores and the Martyr and no bronzes that could do this. Also need to be a 7-point bronze as well, so the couple leader charges been used there along with the build car. But yes, so no term this game. That's out of the way. Still totem.
You can actually kill stuff. You can actually kill stuff, and to remain dead for the most part, unless necromancy is involved.
Yeah. I'd say this is looking a bit better for Kareem. However, the location is missing and it is not found. No way to find the location.
No tutors in this deck.
Yeah. And the Olgid too, but I don't think you really needed the Olgid here, particularly with no location. You have the Draco Totem and Sigfold anyways. So how will Kareem set up here? With no location, it is just going to be the defender coming out first.
And that's where the tweet chat goes. Spread dive where? A cheap answer to a defender. But no spread dive in Sanvanta's list, sadly, so has to try and manipulate it by other means. And well, with Parasite in deck, no board presence at the moment, he cannot deal with the defender easily.
Could see a Knut being played here, and then a Martyr on the defender could kill the idiot. Or maybe try to do similar with the Draco Turtle.
And I think confirmation about the draw in the previous game was that that extra charge came from the Indraga Queen, so it was generated passively after the pass and not just left on the board. Okay, so there is the Knut doing Knut things. And defender doing defender things. You'd need to set up your board to be a successful Swarm player. That might be a challenge.
Yeah, there's no specials left in the deck for Kareem, so when Sanvanta does use this turn, that would just be it. And there's the Heat Wave, but there's another turn here for the Knut to potentially kill off this idiot. Will it get finished off? No. Just decides to set the idiot up at 3 power.
Okay, so that Knut cannot really be left alive. But you also know that it comes back from Citrifus, right? So you need to do some planning. Also, your units at 3 power are not really living for long. So yeah, we see the buff to the Stalker and it goes to work.
And again, actually, this it doesn't really matter at this point, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because there is one more unit to be played for Kareem, so it's not doing much.
And those Stalkers, until the bears appear, are also just chilling there. Like at the moment, you're just gathering charges. Or try to
when
gather
turn
charges.
gets dropped. Maybe next turn. Because of course Sunvanta can flip the bears with the stalkers before the Svalbard comes down, and that does mean a bit less damage is provided to the whole board.
That's okay, the parasite was 50-50 from that.
I think the Necromancy would
So
have been preferred there.
2 gold specials were available.
Necromancy onto a Grand Warrior would have been a lot nicer, I think.
Maybe he didn't want to risk Arcane Tome at this point because your opponent might be missing Citrifus, right?
But looks like this is Knut being used. And again, I don't think we'll see the Knut being set up directly here. Well, it's particularly because you want to use this leader along with the Svalbard. But if the Knut is not dealt with here, the Svalbard will sort of again provide that double whammy of threats, potentially in a couple of turns. Willem actually has some nice endure with acid spit, huh?
Yeah. And now the buffs are being damage is being turned into the buff occasionally. So Knut at 7 power is inactive, but he knows what happens to him should he be damaged. The parasite is waiting.
Yeah, so only 1 stalker on board. Actually, this term can still find the Necromancy, so that's, I guess, what that's going to find. Maybe this is just time for the Arrakis Queen to come down. It won't really be able to have its Death Wish triggered. You just eat a drone at that point, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's just a glorified spawn Arrakis nest, I guess.
Pretty good for your Glusty.
Yeah.
As you can float it and use it at the end. No Vran warriors here, so that's another possibility for Necromancy.
I like this sort of preemptive setup by Sunvanta, because this Svalbard will end up dealing 1, 2. So this Knut will actually be wiped out anyways. And I think it's a bit heads up to actually eat the 7 power unit with armor, because then it doesn't just die, you do sort of retain those points. That was the correct consume.
So the swarm deck doesn't swarm at the moment, but there is a Arrakis Queen order, there is still 4 leader charges and a special.
Yeah, might just not even care about triggering the blob at this point.
Yeah. The blob can be triggered for you, right? Bam, 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 and look at the Knut.
Actually, yeah.
Surviving. But, yeah, will be dealt with.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117,
So is Necromancy still the best option? No, says Sanvanter. No. The acid speed is just broken.
Yeah. And notably because it does count as damage from a status, it does properly damage the Sigboard.
At the same time, it did help with Draka Turtle, doing Draka Turtle things.
Yeah. So this is enough drones to kill both the Blob and the Canute in one turn.
Yeah, so there are points hidden on this Sigvaldo, but nothing to pull from the book. So Glasty is playing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 13, 19 plus 22, 21. That's a little bit not enough, especially after this spores resetting it. So that
but it does make it harder to set up.
Yeah,
one carry.
and Karim is taking it.
Yeah, with no Van Warriors, the Glusty isn't worth that much value, even with the board full of 1 power units. So yeah, Karim does take it. I think there we saw Sigvald standing strong against the rest of the world, just standing alone, which is a bit ironic considering Sanvant was the player who was actually playing against Team Rest.
With each cast, he's just the queuing genius.
That one wasn't even after a tie.
Yeah. Okay, so the hidden cache, and at the moment we don't see Golden Neckar in Karim's hand. Hopefully he gets to there. At the moment we also see Sanvanter begging King of Beggars to go back into the deck, and done.
I see a distinct lack of Madame Marquis Serenity for Sanvanta, which means the round 1 is a lot harder to win.
The card might be a little bit busted that way, and a big deal breaker for this jackpot. Although yes, Sanvanter is not playing established meta jackpot, I suppose, opting for devotion version instead.
Yeah, so it's a bit greedier draw-wise playing the devotion version, particularly because even if you did have the tutor of the Lordy Bank, you wouldn't even be able to guarantee it finds the Madam. But I find it quite fitting here that even though Sanvanta is also running the Soul and just the Soul, not the Hivita.
The Sanvanta has the Hivita in hand as well.
Oh, I'm just blind, but yes. Both being Hoarder engines, it is easier for Cream to get value due to this hidden cache leader. Interesting. I feel like we're gonna see a Temper Pass come through. This looks like a very, very strong Temper Pass. I'm surprised to see the candle being played of all things.
And now we see the tribute, so that's a vendor. I guess he needed the coin. Well, he had the self-poison option.
Looking for a poison, finds it.
Okay, so now the round is kind of closer for Sanvanter.
Good snipe by the Hivita, finishing off the townsfolk, which is a particularly good engine in the jackpot list if it overflows the coin bank. Looks like Sanvanta did the maths that the poison alone would not have been enough here to take the round. So
I guess he goes down to 4 cards to catch up.
Yeah, so what this means is this should be the long round achieved for Kareem. And can set up, say, the Siri Nova's carryover, which is nice and veiled unit.
Okay, so that was a hit on Saul by Tyr and Aelita. I guess it might force I would
That
expect
was-
that the spend from the candle would have been enough if it wasn't a hit.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's very unlucky there.
I think it looked like it was enough, but yeah, now the tempo pass turned out into get your opponent -1 card in round 3.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially like the thing is with those horde engines, it would have been a lot harder to trigger, say, the Hibiter towards the end of that round after you got rid of your coins from your bank. It's not doing the damage anymore. It might have done if you had, say, hidden cash instead. Yeah, Beggar's Bricks doesn't matter because there was no way you were going to go for the bleed in this round. Also notably, no Madam round 1 means the draws for Sunvant are a lot riskier. You haven't thinned as much, and it's harder to find your key golds. Yeah. And I like that maybe some players would say play Treasure Hunters here to sort of set up for the Necromancy. I really like not doing that, because this essentially forces Sunvant to go, Kareem can basically say here, I'm going to play Treasure Huntress. You can kill it, sure, but then you're just setting up my Necromancy. So kind of no matter what you do, I'm going to have access to playing sort of 3 Treasure Huntresses this round. And
Devotion deck with almost no tutors. Having Devotion deck problems by the looks of it.
And yeah. And here Sunvanta could get through these Scarabs using the Freak Show, but then it will just get answered by the opposing Freak Show, and then it's quite a problem to deal with the rest of the engines.
Okay, so infusions starting now. Of course, yeah, the answers for defenders and a couple of engines are there. The poisons are ready to be unleashed. I see the junior dealing with it, also getting some extra coins for freak shows to spend. Karim not getting candle in hand is a bit of a letdown for him, of course.
Yeah.
It can
And it's
come.
only 50-50 whether it's found with the golden neck or the location is found instead. Notably, the location does serve as an answer to these poisons in Sunvanta's hand. Both the actual order as well as the potential purify you can find from itself. And that was why this Veil from the Supernova is so important, because otherwise this scale it would be a very bad spender. But you can actually put poisons which aren't really poisons onto the Supernova. And with no more else in this list, those points are completely safe.
Okay, that's
Very lucky.
decent find. If you need more damage, Freak Show is still thin. Of course, yeah. Okay. Wretched Addict is not exciting. Well, it can be exciting if your opponent accidentally gives drugs to your units, but that's probably not getting poisoned.
Yeah, I think if Kareem gave any drugs to the addict, I think Sunvanta is just going to make it die of an overdose.
Yeah. So don't do drugs, guys. You cannot board wipe. It would have been funny if the brawler decided to come to hidden cash deck and just, you know what, guys, I'm gonna wipe their side of the board, but yeah, not enough coins for that.
This hand looks so sad for Sunvanta. There's 4 gold still in his deck. Notably, one of those is the Flying Rodane. It still hasn't been summoned, which is very interesting considering how long that round 1 went on for. Didn't get up to 9 horde at one point. There's the King of Beggars still at 8 coins to refund.
Nothing triggers that.
Nothing to refund, because the Madam was missed as well. And to just add insult to injury, there's no Yago. Actually, sorry, the Bank is missing as well. 5 golds in deck.
This is a deck that runs no bronze tutors. I guess it's bound to fall flat on its face occasionally. Also, killing the flying Redanian
It feels bad.
is not what you'd want to do most of the time.
No. Like,
But
yeah,
at
it has
least-
infusion, but that's why it's nice to infuse.
But at least Freak Show is getting his targets killed, so it's something. It's not much. It's an honest work so far for it.
I wonder if you could have used the 4 coins to kill the treasure huntress. I guess the sequencing doesn't really matter here. You still end up finishing it off with the horse, so yeah.
Wait, can Karim stick anything? Okay, he has the coins. Although he's not gaining any more coins, to be fair.
I'm surprised that Cream didn't use his own freak show to deal with the opposing freak show.
Yeah, that Freak Show is kind of devastating to a game plan. But
Yeah,
I
you're not
guess
gonna
you
be able to
figure
get
out
anything.
that your opponent is not holding Madame till the end. So
Myślisz, że potrzebujemy większego szpadla?
I guess, is he saving it for the map? Infusing that one has a poison.
like you
Oh.
cannot use Madame as a finisher. Like, what's the sequencing there?
This is all falling apart. There's no units left to infuse. You can't infuse Gala either because he purifies at the end of the turn. Yeah, Bird is back.
It still looks fine.
I mean, yeah, like this isn't good for Sunvanta either, but
look at
Sunvanta
this.
actually has more engines right
Look
now.
at this freaking townsfolk that's continuing growing.
Yeah. Sunvanta isn't meant to be the townsfolk deck. Like,
But suddenly he is. With all the missing golds, he still is.
there's the bird.
Yay?
Okay, we finally killed the freak show.
Now the engines can leave. Oh wait.
Kocham piękno.
But that should have happened the turn the freak show came down.
Ta dzianina to z zerikani, prawda?
Well, yeah. You kind of need to spend your coins, which is not happening. But does Karim have 12? The answer is he's getting what, 1? And the answer is no. Okay, so who needs 5 gold stuck in your deck when your freak show is allowed to get freaky?
Yeah, I think I hope you're right, and Cream was just tunnel focused on the Madame, and that was why the freak show wasn't used to answer the opposing freak
Yeah,
show.
but what I'm saying,
I-
you never keeping the freak show for the finisher, Madame. Like the Madame
I
finisher
agree.
Gwent masters matchups here and there, like AQs, Mayamons, Nilfgaard. Spending 6 coins. Yeah, I know. I tried to play
Yeah.
the similar deck, but well,
That's
having
true,
3-4 of your engines killed by the freak show is also making it a bit
Yeah.
problematic. I guess you could have amassed some coins still. Or maybe
This
not.
is just one of. Actually, yeah, it might have still been a problem anyways, but maybe Cream was just caught between a rock and a hard place. But anyways, that is in the past. Well, we'll see that deck again if Cream does manage to win this game. But we have Joust being used immediately on the first Kikimore Warrior, but he has another one on board.
So this Araha Swarm is kind of known to, for growing big Grand Warriors if possible. And what deck loves big juicy bronzes on your opponent's side of the board if not if not this Master of Puppets one. So let's see how this is getting played by Sanvanter. He had experience facing it over and over again on ladder and on Masters, so he's playing a slightly modified deck nowadays.
Is Fisher King being used probably to put the Golden Necker to the top? Quite unfortunate, I think, not to find the Golden Necker round one. Typically, this deck just likes to slam it straight away.
Yeah.
So you're able to put it back and with a Lissa or a Seer, and then also get yourself your round control.
Will we see? Is it the line to take a Scion Defender potentially? Like we've seen Sanvanter struggle against Defender in Skinagir match. So,
And the thing is, right now, there's not much to worry about behind that. It's really just making the heat wave worse, because you can't heat wave the Fishkin if you need to. But as long as the engine Sanvanter is going for here are stuff like these Stalkers, sorry, stuff like the Kikimore Warrior, which doesn't rely on damaging the opponent's units, I don't think Sanvanter should be in too much of a troublesome place here.
Yeah, the problem is you grow your Grand Warrior, you know what's coming for it. The combo is there, but the combo is slow, so if you land your Petrus Filter on the board, your opponent has a turn to run away. Same goes for the opposite order. Master of Puppets is great, but without Zeal, it's just a full tempo play.
Yeah. So is the goal of this Sanvanter deck in round one to literally just spam Kikimore Warriors until one of them finally sticks, and then just get the Itterants? Then there's no way the opponent can shut down all of your Kikimore Warriors.
Looks like it. We are witnessing this deck, what, third time in action, and all it does is find Rerun and Warriors.
So yeah, you can play them from hand, play them from Hive Mind, get them through Portal. There's so many ways to get these Kikimore Warriors round one.
Well, as Lero points out, you can consume your round with AQ at some point. Well, the point has been achieved with the Master of Puppets landing on board.
However, there's a lot of value you need to place on these gold consumes, though,
Yeah.
which potentially, especially if you're going to miss your Andrega Queen, let's say Kareem is this term just...
Okay, I'm not even sure if he didn't want to clear. Most likely, like, he didn't see Golden Necker. He knows that if he does Golden Necker, enable Golden Necker, he's most likely losing the round. But, well, the flip is potentially happening already.
Yeah.
Buffing leader, what are you doing? Buffing a bronze, going to the other side of the board. It's not what you were designed for.
Yeah. Look, you can get the steal back with the heat wave here. But like, there's no way for Kareem to kill or deal with, like, shut down this Master of Puppets now.
Yeah.
We'll probably get a chance to pass from ahead. Actually, no. It depends on what gets played here.
Well, AQ is out round one.
Yep.
The Master of Puppets is probably homesick and definitely wants to go back to Nilfgaard.
Yeah.
If
And
it's a
the
really
nice-
dry season, then he can. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna say the nice thing if the Ran Warrior stayed there would have been that it wouldn't be a viable target for the Necromancer's Tome. Looks like surely you do use the Master of Puppets here.
Yes, you keep it so that the round doesn't progress till the last. No, goes for it, and the gap is big.
You can kill it next turn if you need to.
Can kill it, goes you another Stalker.
Yeah, no, though the Ran Warrior was stolen after killing a bunch of units. I think that was because like the only way Cream would be able to win that round was if there was like a second Master of Puppets coming from somewhere, or like if it actually kept going, like it would maybe get boosted or something and then get sent back. You wouldn't want to give a bigger steal on the return. Yeah, so it was the Necker moved to the top. There's the Mat as well to pull the Golden Necker back into hand after the say Alyssa is used on it.
So 3 specials, 2 artifacts. Interesting. Like, I don't know. Karim could have continued playing, but is it worth it to trade Asaya for Kikimor Stalker? Might have been.
Much.
Like, if Master of Puppets is getting killed, you know that your round is done and you are trading an engine for something that you like. If we are shuffling Defender back into the deck. Ah.
Ooh. Offensive shuffle on the
Kikimor Stalker, I would assume. So that the
Yeah.
tome is not active at the moment. Oh, not active on that, of course. There are more than necessary warriors in the graveyard.
Tome is not found unless Willem is able to get it, but there are a lot of golds in deck, so I wouldn't put a whole lot of hope on the Willem striking true. And with the Brand Warrior being drawn, it would be very funny if the Willem pulled Portal, because there's only the Hatchling as a viable target.
Okay, so I think Senvanter is kind of struggling finding his artifacts. Portal, he was more or less able to locate. Tome was successful only once, I suppose.
Twice. The second time was verification.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This was
like,
the end.
It was not achieving much.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's not what you want there, because now your Golden Necker is significantly worse. It's lacking viable artifact targets.
Yeah, because you have only one special, but you can Alisa to mitigate it, so that you are playing Tome.
Yeah.
Okay, so the hatchling is dropping out instead of another Stalker. That's unlucky for
And,
Sanvanter.
yeah, Portal having 0 viable targets now.
Yeah, that would be an interesting Willem roll for certain. It was just
I think this game very well.
dismantled.
This game could just be decided by the Willem roll. I think the point is, like, if you have the Portal round 1 and you play the Decree, you're able to get a lot of thinning out. And that means that the Willem is quite consistent this late in the game. But of course, missing that early Portal means the Willem is, I don't know how you would describe it, like spinning a wheel at a carnival fair. And you better hope it's not rigged against you. This is the
Alyssa, yeah. I guess consideration is to put Royal Decree back.
Yeah.
Because you definitely need another special.
Or the brew hurts that you can click your own turn, but I don't think you'd even want to do that because you give a chance for the opponent to play their stuff.
I think you are still shuffling one. Like, I think you are clicking Arcane Tome. Okay, so 2 bookboards at a price of 1.
I think if the full series is found, it would be used on a offensive tourney joust rather than like a extra brew hurt here. So, oh, okay. Decides that an extra spawn is more important than kicking more hatch though.
Okay, so time for Buhurt. And boosting 1 bronze out of the proportions, of course. Yeah, the tallest bronze has been consumed multiple times in this matchup. You don't really care about the point value. It is generated by your opponent. Oh, we don't see a portal. It is a 1 bronze Necromancer Stone, but
well,
definitely better.
Term could find the Necromancy
okay,
here,
yeah,
and that would call a number of bronzes.
Okay.
But goes to the Acid Spit.
But instead, Acid Spit is it is the target. Still a lot of spawns.
Yeah, kind of funny. We have an Arcane Term. I wouldn't quite say it's spitting image of the Necromancer's Term, but also the Acid Spit coming out from said Arcane Term.
Karim knows that. Okay, he clicks it immediately, knows that there is still a Parasite and a couple of bronzes he haven't seen.
Problem is... Okay, so the Vega will find the 1 Power Master of Puppets here very late in the game. But yeah, I mean, this Dragon Queen can... I guess you can wait another turn, but yeah, I'll be curious.
Do you flip now somehow? Just expecting it to get answered, but you cannot deal once again with the Puppet Master on opponent's side of the board.
That's the problem.
You cannot do the flip. Well, like all you need is to spawn 1 unit, but that doesn't seem possible. So Necromancy is coming into play now. Is it
Here's the
more
thing.
warriors? It is.
In theory, each turn, let's just... Each click of the turn for Kareem might have played the Brew Hurt for, like, let's say, 14 points, I'd say, roughly. I'm not sure if it was worth it playing ping pong here. Like, that Necromancy is going to be a lot of points still. Particularly with this Acid Spit ongoing on the Palmerin.
And now your favorite bronze on opponent's side of the board is gone. It just became a queen.
Yeah, like I wonder if Sanvanda had this matchup in mind, because a gold consume is very, very good in this matchup. And now, don't know what Cream can do with these remaining cards, and is facing down quite a potent Glusty.
Yeah, like, there is a control in terms of swapping bronzes, but not much outside of that when you spent your Wilgefortz already.
You can steal the Brand Warrior, perhaps.
Also nothing more exciting like dropping Petri's Filter. as one of your cards from hand. Yeah, game seems to be done. Oh look, a drone. Oh, a stalker with a billion charges still. All of them need to be used this turn. Acid speed is proving its worth.
Yeah, Someone has some pretty good APM, I'd say. But I think at this point we can just sit back, watch the fireworks unfold. Notably, I think Birthra is a fool that has some interesting interactions with Master of Puppets, I believe.
So, yoink is happening, Master of Puppets is staying, but it's getting consumed anyway, and yeah, you are billion points behind. So, yes, Inventor beats the Toussaint's hospitality.
Yep. Takes the 3-1 victory over Kareem, and that is a first series win here for Ukraine in the first matchup of the 2024 Gwent World Cup.
Okay, so Mayamon goes first with the monsters. This is the second match and the last match in this series between Ukraine and Team Rest of the World. Holder, Sif is on red coin with self-wound. More metal Gwents in chat. Please, guys, don't fall asleep. There we go. So yeah, we are immediately seeing two werewolves in hand. So let's see where and if the enchanted armor is being split. Okay, Riptide is not in hand anyway, so
yeah,
no reason to.
You could also buff a Griffin, put it back in your deck, and have it summoned with Mimurna or something of the kind.
So we see that werewolf is getting ignored for now, but maybe only for now.
Is there? I'm not as familiar with this list compared to the more control-heavy one. Yeah, there's no Toad, so Drakars are a lot safer.
Accept our sacrifice!
Yeah, it's scary that this priest and Drakar combo was able to go out quite easily here. There's no Riptide to answer it. No, so you kind of just want to take a Riptide when you can in this sort of matchup, because if there's an old kid or a six on board, Riptide
yeah, a couple of
doesn't
blockers.
Yeah.
A couple of blockers exist, but yeah, we see Mayamon is just holding for his T at the moment, not like it does anything on board anyway, so unless you are planning to play the unit that interacts with it, no reason to. This is not Brazil versus France though, Dave, this is the second match of Ukraine versus rest of the world. It's 2 games per, like, 2 countries.
Yeah, the werewolf got the enchanted armor, so this is a quite a special werewolf, I suppose. Could maybe use it later on the priest to secure the round if need be.
Yeah.
Gives it a little bit of extra reach. But that's quite scary when there's a heat wave, spores, and potentially tutors from like the Neuromancy on the other side. Although we can see that all of those have been missed here by holding. But that kind of interaction is quite important for the round 1 to be won, because that will give you last say, and for Myamon the chance to get the werewolf through, and for Hordia a chance to answer the werewolf. But this Witch Apprentice coming down kind of ties up the engine potential a little bit here, still tilted a little in Hordia's favour.
Yeah, this is the first or second engine on my side of the board, but it doesn't leave long. We see that Knut is just putting a stop there. Well, yeah, there is another one.
Yeah.
Plans. You kinda don't want to play your Griffin here, because you are not guaranteed a great Mamuna target. Both Fiends are stuck in the deck at the moment. You already played both Apprentices.
Yeah, you could do a Neck of Warrior, but it's really not as nice.
Oldir definitely doesn't want to give Mayamon control of the game, so location is being set up.
Yeah.
Not traveling into round 3 if there is ever a round 3. But yeah, enables the control options for the next turn.
Yeah, we could see, like, I feel like the only way that Yaman is going to be able to win this round is through a heat wave coming through onto, say, the Drakar, because look at how much value this priest Drakar combo has gotten. It's still getting sort of 2.5 points per turn. And yeah, there's Witch Apprentice is ticking, but I mean, it's probably going to get shut down with the clash from Holdia.
Hello, legendary. Okay, so we see the werewolf instead, just summon and hold their Lakin.
This would be absolutely terrible if the heat wave or the spores or the Ineromancy was found.
Yeah.
But all 3 of those are conspicuously missing. So the werewolf can go on a rampage.
And that's exactly the point separation Mayamon needed. It would be at 25 points for... Well, Older will still need to rely on his engines and location to catch up. But wouldn't be that big of a problem. Also, yeah, this Iron Diet is continuously growing. So another problem.
Interesting to see the raiders used to attack the Aaron Canute. Kind of like a budget totem at that point. But this Aaron Diet could be used to finish off the Canute. Question is, do you decide to go for that? Do you care that much about dealing with the Canute?
There is a squirrel, but yeah, the point gap, you'll need to do the points if you are holder here, to know if you can allow yourself to play in a 4 tempo. A squirrel. Clash, refresh the order, and then squirrel and clash again is an option.
Yeah, I wonder, is it better to clash with the Sigvald here, or is it better to clash with the Draco Turtle? Or just go with the squirrel to decide I can catch up otherwise? To be fair, what you can do is you can just use the Sigvald to clash with the werewolf and then say kill the squirrel with the Sigvald click, and that kind of takes all the points that the werewolf has and makes it your own.
Yeah. No, Wave is coming as well. On the
I like that.
Yeah, no threat for round 2 and no catch-up mechanic for you anyway.
Despite the Canoe, the Sigvald, the K-Trolled, and this ongoing Priestess Drakar combo, Myawan somehow is able to win this round 1. And I think you quite like winning it after a long round 1, because this doesn't give a chance, an unexpected bleed to come through. This doesn't give a chance for the Skellige player to have great setup of their combo. They don't have many turns to combine things. Also, not a great hand here to try and defend a potential bleed.
Yeah.
Does Memon actually bleed here, or do you just decide to go around 3 with the Lilith's Omen? You just slam it straight up here, I think, and get
Well, I
quite a
guess you
scary
can.
potential.
So some of you might have seen this card in action for the first time if you're not watching my mom's streams, but yeah, he's been playing the fruit deck with Lilith's Omen, and we have Lilith in chat as well somewhere. So
Looks like it is coming out.
you summon 2 units. They do have a threat hanging over them, but Mamuna is only getting damaged by 2, and yeah, Gernikora is just transforming.
Yeah, and this is where you really would love to just have this foul blood to deal with these fruits. No, this is actually some really nice placement though. Not that it would matter in kind of the length of this round, because if the blob did come down, the Gernikora from Yaman would transform back into Bloody Mistress. Then the Sabbath could be re-achieved, and then the fruits would come back, but that's not really
We can all
gonna
look at
matter.
Oneiromancy and Swallblood. There is a parade of golds in Folder's deck at the moment.
Yeah, but I think to win the game at this point, Horde would need a gold mine to dig up all those missing golds.
Yeah, well, he has
Because,
Maxi to set up round 3 draws, or try to set up
Yes.
and check on them before
Yeah.
potentially forfeiting this one, because it does feel a little bit sad at the moment for Team Ukraine player.
Wield a blade before.
Yeah, I think this bricked whim is not what you want right now.
No, but he had
what did he-
purification.
Was that like the last mulligan? Because I wasn't paying that much
Well,
attention
he
to
might have
Horde's
got
mulligan.
verification. That one wasn't doing much as well. The
Yeah,
second
right.
mulligan, I'm not sure what got replaced with what.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perhaps with more
Just knows.
consistency than Oneiromancy. Okay, and we have Holder passing here. So unfortunate round 1 when Werewolf landed and he had no answer for
Yeah.
that, but the luck didn't improve for round 2 as well. And I guess Mayamon sends the moment to strike, and that worked out.
Dead Essa Krisa.
So we kind of saw this matchup in the last series, but it's a slightly different flavor of Araka's Swarm.
Yeah.
And will this flavor prevail? Is it tasty enough? Or will Master of Puppets set up shop and take over? No.
See, we see
This
Mayamon
is
found
probably-
Golden Necker. That's helpful.
I think finding the Golden Necker is huge. It makes it a lot easier to win round 1 outright.
So, how does it look for Holder? As AQ has either Defender traveling to 6 power. Is still being played, but is cheating in the deck at the moment with the Oniro.
Yeah, it's interesting. The defender could have been found by taking Tome into a Neomancy, but maybe doesn't want to give the chance for Myamun to get the Golden Necker.
So
Also, defender can kind of be useful later on, but when like Myamun sets up a really big bronze unit, the defender can kind of block that steal.
yeah, so you kind of have to hold your Vilge forts for the later. You cannot just blast it early on. Threat of being denied and a nice swap on Master of Puppets is, yeah, scary. Okay, so my moon is playing defender, and luckily for Afan he has some armor on self, otherwise he would have just died to the Ether ping, so unlike Colgrim, he's better equipped.
Yeah,
Dealing
it's
with
quite
things.
interesting to see that the Vilgefortz is not used offensively here right now. Maybe worried that Holder is kind of baiting. If the Vilgefortz was used, then you could see the defender come out, and I don't think Myeonmon has any way to get through 3 defenders.
Yeah. You can steal one of the defender statuses and maybe burn another one, but especially if you have to deal with them twice after this is a deck that runs Witch's Sabbath, unlike the previous iteration we've seen. It might be problematic.
But I'm curious here. Does Holdir decide to use the Indrega Queen to eat the Arrakis? Like, yes, that's kind of ideal in most situations, in most matchups. But we've talked a lot about how this gold consume is very, very important in this particular matchup at countering the Master of Puppets. And you'd very much like to save that for later on. Again, you could use Termin to a Nero to get access to your bronze consume, which is the Indrega Warrior. Or I guess Decree as well. But that's stuck in deck right now. So you see the Arrakis Queen getting clicked for the Arrakis Nest. Covering the Indrega Queen. This double leader. Now.
And there is one more waiting in the graveyard, so Sabbath is set at the moment. No blocking from defender is possible anymore. But in some cases it's even better for you as the Arachas Swarm player.
Yeah, I don't... There's a lot of points stuck in golds. This Master of Puppets is looking quite sad. See the Fishkin coming out for carryover. Is Myeonmon just not fighting for the round win here?
No, you can
You're
always
just saying I
see
can't get-
a golden necker being dropped. Okay, so places the Master of Puppets into the opponent's graveyard. There is Illusionist, so
Yeah.
that activates your Illusionist, but we also see that Holder is saying, okay, I see you sacrifice, I see your attempt to get out of the round on the next turn. What if I get out earlier? What you gonna do?
That Master of Puppets click was -4 points. And yeah, here we force out the Vilgefortz.
Yeah, you are also playing into a double ping.
Yeah.
So can you get out without Golden Necker?
I don't think so, unless Terms somehow gets you something that is enough.
Yeah, I guess there are some well, yeah, Master of Puppets is not helping you because you can take Bran of course, but with Leader maybe like it's not that catastrophic, but yeah, we see that Mayamon decides
I think you need to bleed. I don't like the chances of playing into triple Ida.
Yeah,
Especially because then something like a Vigo
just
is
that.
dead against the triple Ida. The Illusionist spawns the 1-power Master of Puppets.
That.
But
Oh, well, yeah, Illusionist is dead, but there's no synergy, but Master of Puppets indeed is surviving, okay.
actually, okay, Vigo could actually get the Illusionist for the Master of Puppets rather than get it directly. That would get around the Idiots, I suppose. But I believe a bleed comes through here.
Yeah. that whole city, oh, not whole city, but city wasn't random, right? It was most likely set up with Fisher King, although it might have been a special or the artifact. But there was nothing in terms of artifact. False City, of course, is facing her own troubles here. If you are playing her on the board with the Kikimore, it might be consumed immediately. So you kinda need to think properly what are you doing with the False City. You can set up something with the Arcane Tomes where you'd Sangreal her immediately, but yeah. A lot of lines to consider that you might not face playing against, well, Fruit of Isgit, for example. We see that the carryover is being established here, although it's not purely carryover. Once the order of this hive mind. Warrior, Stalker, Kikimore Worker. Well, you still don't want the Kikimore Worker to be spawned earlier, because that, unlike the Defender, is blocking your Sabbath.
Yeah. No, just going for the carryover play here. Decides for the long round. Yeah. So opting not to try to bleed out the Sabbath. So yeah, we have the triple. It is because this deck puts a lot of provisions into consistency in setting up the play of using the Urn of Shadow stratagem, along with the Arrakis Queen Death Wish to get the 3 it is in round 1. You do need to actually catch up here, and this hand doesn't have great bronzes to kind of just toss away all willy.
I don't know.
Squirrel King to make the Sabbath worth 1 more point.
With special you also get spawn, but yeah, without leader it wasn't enough. Like you can consider keeping Squirrel, but with Alisa already out, there is probably only a Saya. So yeah, just take the Defender even, not Buku. Although Mayamon is like, we've seen Karim do it. Buku, double Buku is potentially red, but yeah, Defender goes. So you're not dealing with that problem of Defender denying you the spends on Kikimore Stalker pings.
Might have also been an argument to say go for the Wilberforts if that would have been used on something like the Glusty Warp, but yeah, I think in theory, this Tucson Hospitality deck doesn't play that many units. And the few units, the units they do play themselves tend to go super tall. Stuff like this Guillaume, this not Palmerin, the Milton. I guess Palmerin to some degree, but that really depends on what he's actually pulling.
Well, there is still Asaya and Mata and Artorios, so there are units that go low. That Incubus didn't look too hot with no bronzes in Mayamon's graveyard. The only that could have been there, the Master of Puppets actually traveled on your side, onto your side of the board anyway.
Papanara.
So Golden Necker has 3 specials, 1 artifact. You have Mata, you have Asaya, so you can do stuff like shuffling Wilgefort's back. Is it an instant Sabbath? Should be. Nothing else is interacting, so we get the triple leader set up.
Yes. I guess Hoarder seems to want Miamon to click the Arcane Tome here. Otherwise, why else would you go for a Neomancy into Arcane Tome? Probably is saying, I don't care if you should have access to your Golden Necker, I guess, whether through Mat or whatever. If you click it, I can then just go for a Acid Spit onto the back row here.
Yeah. Do you care at what point do you give your opponent the artifact? I don't think so. They have their own Arcane Tome still.
Yeah. So just being used. Goodbye, Stalker. We see Miamon using the full length of the rope there, and we saw similar in round one. I think he's really sort of deciding how he wants to play out the entire round, sort of thinking ahead, deciding what am I going to do now, and what am I going to be expecting in the next few turns. And what should we be expecting? Well, probably a bit of a play of a Stalker, maybe a bit of another Stalker. We might see a side of Ran Warrior. And what are your thoughts on this epidemic in hand here for Holder?
Can you sell it on market somewhere? I'm not sure what is it achieving.
Yeah.
Yeah, not.
It can spawn a drone. It's actually, I don't think you can even play it without a. Oh wait, no. Sorry, this is actually an amazing card. Depending on what gets boosted, you can use it to kill your own Van Warrior if that's the Master of Puppets.
Self-destruction.
That's why you
is
keep
an
the
option.
epidemic. Yes. So I sold it to you as a form of service.
Okay, yeah, I got baited hard, but I'll accept it. Nice purify.
Sangreal purifies the defender. Love to see.
A cheap purify to include into your deck that
Yeah.
basically has no downsides. But here, chat, Tankov came into chat sharing the story, so this is the time for you to share the story. Where are you watching the World Cup? Tankov is close to watching it with his students during the test or whatever, the project. On a big screen.
If he needs to learn anything but Gwent, that's the most important thing to learn about. It looks like, is it going to be an immediate proc on the Acid Spit? Yep. Someone's just spread the infusion straight away.
Ciri sadly doesn't have her whale anymore to protect her.
We could see an offensive for Ciri here using the Joust to kill the Kikimor Stalker. I think that sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah.
She would barely have enough time to sort of gain enough boost to trigger the Grace 8 as well.
Yeah, she's also risking being consumed anyway.
The Empire, our cause.
Look at my predictive skills, I'm warming up at last. So, what is this Asir going to be used on? It could bring maybe the Sangreal back, the Vilgefortz back. Quite a few options.
Okay, man, the tome is still traveling. Sometimes it's the worst cast person, but you never know when will it backfire for you. So for now, this is not even the last call still for Holder here. Still has 2 specials, but yeah, the whole city. Well, sets up a 9-point bronze on the board. And you mentioned the epidemic. Is this the time?
Yes. It could be, I mean...
Already?
We'll see a bit more how the back and forth goes of what bronzes Miamon attempts to boost.
Cannot really buff defender more. Potentially facing the Wilkie Force.
With these triple it is though, I don't see all these units on the back row. They're just gonna slowly die out to the acid spit. So the spit slowly disintegrating their bodies, I suppose.
Yeah.
Not
It's
a
funny
lovely
how
vision.
you see some wretched addicts just grow and thrive under the influence, and then you just get a little bit of Kikimore poison or like insectoid poison into your system, and you are just barely hanging to your life.
Yeah, I guess the processed drugs of the Fistech are safer than the raw form acid spit provides.
Yeah.
Interesting use of the Palmerin, boosting the 4 provision. Sorry, the Milton, boosting the 4 provision consume. And I'm probably going to keep stressing this is a 4 provision unit rather than a bronze here because of this epidemic, which is in play for Holdia.
Well, you
Quite a big point
can
needle
destroy your
break.
12. There is a 7 nearby, it's also for provision card, but yeah. Look at them go. Just nothing you can do about it. So of course there is no artifact on the board for you to potentially try and insta flip that stalker.
I wonder if Miamon misplayed a little playing all these units on the same row at the start of the round. If spreading it out would have delayed a bit of value from the acid spit.
What do you mean? Playing the units?
Like you could have played the Alyssa Henson on the front row perhaps. And the acid spit either would have had less units to infuse or would have had to come down a bit later.
Was Alyssa played? Or was Alyssa brought from the graveyard?
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, Sabbath exists. Never mind.
I was like, interesting. You just covered that 2 minutes ago, saying that maybe he wants to acid speed. I'm sorry to put you on this spot. But
it's alright. It's already past midnight. We're gonna get more of these mistakes.
Okay, yeah, we still have
So here comes the golden
full
neck
series to go through. Okay, good luck. Okay, so golden neck to throw pin. I'm not sure if the targeting gonna be proper here. Yeah, we get the Grand Warrior. I don't think Grand Warrior was your target. Not like it matters too much that Master of Puppets wouldn't survive anyway.
if it was a Master of Puppets, it just dies to a Stalker charge. Yeah, it really doesn't matter.
So maybe that was intentional to get 1 extra armor.
But then again, it's probably better to force your opponent to kill a 1 power unit rather than have them just be able to get it through the Glusty.
Yeah.
Because I'm not really sure. Or I guess maybe some of your units will suicide into the Idis and trigger the Grand Warrior that way.
So Mate is basically guaranteed here. Whatever you want to draw, you can set it up through Asaya. But is it winning you the game is a more important question.
You can put Golden Necker back.
Yeah.
But that's not very useful. It's probably either the Sangreal or the Vilgeforts. Most likely Vilg, I would say.
There is
Could be a Bruker, but I doubt it. Oh, it's Petri's filter.
So
Alright, because you have the
we are
Vigo
going
and
for
Moth.
the insta flip.
Yeah.
Wait, what did the Golden Neck
Petri's filter got Wait.
There was
Actually, yeah.
a petri filter, okay.
Oh, it just got insta-heat waved by...
yeah.
that's where
it's
it
gone
went.
for the, from the board. I was thinking about it, but yeah. You basically cannot expect to flip the Master of Puppets, where the Kikimor Stalker with the charges is on the board, and there is more charges potentially coming with the Eaters getting clicked. So yeah, you kinda need that Tetris filter, but that's not the most powerful mata play in the history of mata plays.
No, using a matter to draw a 5 prop unit.
At least you're giving your opponent a pillar, so...
Problem is, you're also kind of just extending the round a bit here, which is, I don't think what you want to do. Like, I mean, sure, Matt has a 6-point body. Half of that's gone, and then you gave 3 charges to the Idis.
Man, I do hope somebody... Oh, wait! Brings cultists to the tournament as well, so we have all sorts of strange decks. Oh, wait a second, who would it be potentially tomorrow? You'd never guess. Although I'm surprised that they brought the vanilla-ish version of cultists. And not going to like that... I don't know, strange one with recruits and defenders that loses a bunch of points trying to get it off. Why didn't he purify the troll is actually a valid question.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason not to do that. Like, it's not a bronze. You don't want it to get damaged. There's no way for Sofmiamon to steal those points.
Okay, so Kikimor Stalker at least is growing slowly with all those clicks.
Yeah.
So Master of Puppets is like, wait, maybe it grows tall enough. Oh, look at that! Glassy just wiping the back row. So good.
Did you know this was a 10-card round 3?
No, it looks like Mayamon shortening the round, and now having 3 cards to play. This Rand Warrior, sitting in hand, is feeling a bit offended. Thinking like, yo, Glassy, it wasn't your turn. I was supposed to go in first. But yeah, look. This bronze is growing. It's not for provisions, but the point gap. Flipping for 50 points might not be enough. There is also only one zeal you can give.
I mean, Hode is just gonna have double the points of Nyamon at the end of this, right?
Ping, 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 ping. Ping, ping. Pretty decent.
Wait. This could be a bit of misplay. Oh, there's only one zeal. Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
there is one zeal only, so...
Wait, what Myamon can do here... Myamon can hold this, you don't click, play it back row.
You do destroy your
Oh,
12.
you still kill a unit and you still get a
kill-
spawn.
you
Okay,
kill
it
a
still
unit.
dies. Epidemic makes space. I was gonna say, if... Wait, no! This is a misplay.
Still not enough points, though.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter, but... I think you should have used the epidemic to kill your Van Warrior,
Oh,
use
wait.
your leader, Master
There,
of Puppets.
there are some hidden points in that infusion as well, but yeah.
Yeah, it's what, like 8 damage?
We actually get a beer. What?
The senses can
Okay, so yeah, Arctorius is not leaving, the Illusionist is not leaving, but at least they
I
produce.
think 12-point unit. It's a 24-point swing. It's cute. It was a mistake, but it doesn't matter
It
in the
wasn't
grand scheme.
close enough, yeah.
Yeah.
Conclude.
Might be a little over if we go 3-2.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't get ties, pump ties. So, I think this is what I predicted, basically. I'm faring decently today. Like to see the neutral generator in hand here from Yamon. Golden Necker as well if you decide to do it. I think it's a bit less necessary with the Muta already here.
Yeah,
You have the-
verification and heat wave present for Holder though.
Yeah. I think Myeomon typically likes to spend the Ildico in these round 1 situations on Blue Coin, but doesn't have that in hand right now. And that was usually more for like kind of a tempo pass. So it looks like this is probably more of a continued round 1. But yeah, with this verification coming down, yeah, you honestly generator, you do trade up provision wise, but you trade down 6 points. And that means that it's very hard now for Hordia to actually contest round 1. Because Myeomon is sitting with a 15-point lead basically already.
Yeah, we've been casting for a while, and you do like your verification in the same round as you play your Small Blood to just damage another unit you created, denying them these points. But yeah, being forced to do that on turn 1 while not planning to go all in, most likely, it's a point donation to your opponent, but yeah, the amount of carryover you deny is tremendous as well.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, no, there's no point using the tactical advantage to protect the Reavers here, because there isn't really any way to deal 4 damage here from the self-wound list. I think this is the, what, max?
Max?
Yeah. Decent draws here with the Miro and the Olgierd near the top. Olgierd in particular is really good against Reavers. And
Especially
the only answer that the Golden Necklace has is the locks, which
there are 2 of them.
there's one Pella to respond for hold.
Where the horses is too hot, the camel cares not.
The camel cares not, but is there much synergy with those camels without neutral generator? Not really, right?
Not really. Can be an alternative Reaver Scout target. Those are in particular really not good into the Spell Blood for obvious reasons. Okay, they have a shield, but they still spawn 2 bodies for fodder sake. Yeah, I was curious whether we would see a wagon with how big this point difference is. I think this makes sense. And
Yeah.
there's no Pella in hand, unless you want to heatwave the wagon.
It's a decent strategy if you know that your opponent has nothing else to rely on, but this is round 1, so this is not round 2 where your opponent already spent most of the scouts and reavers and Sintra and Royal Guards, so yeah, probably not. But also we see Holdir not playing ship and priest combo, so Mayamon feels quite confident in this play. Well, if it gets purified, it gets purified. If not, we see he gets a decent carryover for the next round.
Yeah. And I think like this was probably the best chance you would get to play. Like it was pretty clear, I think, that Holdir wasn't going to try to win the round, and it wouldn't really be good, I think, trying to get the wagon to stick late in a round 2 when there's more sort of combo pieces set up for Holdir. But early wagon will provide nice Reaver opportunities.
Rerun is
A lot of
also
siege
there.
engines. Not many Reaver combo pieces in hand, apart
Yeah.
from Rerun.
So you can go Rerun, and then you can go rely on like Golden Necker, Royal Decree. But River Hunter, double scout, reinforcements, and
think-
float some all in the deck.
I think this decree has to be saved for a lock. If you're trying to go in on the Reavers, you can't have like an Orgid or a Sigvald sticking.
And we see the click and no leader charge, no Rerun being deployed here, as you pointed out. The 4 damage on the clean board is not really achievable.
Yeah, I like this play. The Uncorrect Blacksmith can actually be kind of interesting here. In that it can kind of help boost Sigvald into certain ranges, make it the tallest unit. I think you could leader here, or just use the ping. Okay, that works as well.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can kill that, and it does die.
I'm always a fan of offensive martyrdom, but yeah, it's not that devastating, I suppose, to play around as well. So.
See the old geared coming down here, so like an old geared and a Troll click could very well just shut down this push, I think. Possibly even doesn't worry about clicking the Troll if you're confident you can get the old geared to stick. But I think it's wise too, because if Miamon did have access to 2 locks, this old geared isn't staying this way for very long. I would expect Decree for a lock. You could also just see the Golden Necker coming out. Yeah.
Is a decree, is the choreograph first.
And look, even if the Peller is used here, this Olgid is still going to be 5 power. Anything above 5 power will get hit down by Reavers, but still, that would provide enough of like a margin of error for Holdit to kind of build up the board for them.
Okay, so the Purify follows. I guess you could have martyred it first, right? And then purified it. If you really...
That could have been an interesting play, yeah. But I don't think you're going to use your Neomancy on that.
You are being pushed at the moment, and your Sigvald and Svalbard and Draka Turtle and Simplify all in the game, in the deck still. So yeah, it's just something to consider in some situations.
I think 5 power is sufficient to protect against the Reavers here anyways.
Like, the moment you play the priest, the ship, you are kinda offering some power.
My home is wherever the road
So there's no point in developing set engines. You can just go for the Dwim, and you're maintaining reach here quite nicely.
Also, kinda doesn't give my own incentive to go to Golden Necker to try and hit scouts at the moment. So
yeah, I think the win con for Miamon right now is probably just a short round Sinchon Royal Guard spam.
Still has leader charges intact, so your scouts are instigating activated. That's nice.
Yeah, and with the Pella being used here for Holdio, the remaining lock for Miamon, which is stuck in deck right now, when that lock gets played, it can't really be answered. The lock will get guaranteed value.
Okay, so everything is staying below 5.
Yeah.
Fanatics are first to receive some damage. Reavers have been slacking for a while.
The left fanatic was able to dodge a few of those Reaver pings. Not afraid of hunters, it seems.
Well, it's a board filled with engines on my side of the board, but at the same time it's only a 5-point gap, and well, there is a unused location still on the board, and the damage is still being wasted. Well, not the manual damage, but the automatic one.
Yeah, and this is where it gets weird, because like you don't really want to finish off the units here on Horde's side of the board as Miamon, because Blood will kill them anyways. You never really... Like, this push is kind of pointless, honestly, because if Miamon doesn't have anything of significant, like, bigness, Blood just wipes everything, basically.
You'll forget your sorrows.
Which, yeah, I know I phrased that very elegantly.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was the matter you wanted. Probably looking for the Ildiker. Because Flotsam is your only artifact remaining for the Golden Mecha.
Yeah, I might just avoid playing Mate in round 3, of course.
Yeah. At least the Spores was given to Holdia, which is not very useful in this round. So it does force either the Priest or some kind of gold to be used.
But what if you bait yourself into using Spores on all geared? And going, aha!
It's not damage. Surely it works. Yeah. Does get the canoe. Bleed is managing to find value.
Was there any target for Sidbifus right at the moment? Don't think so. So it's actually just
Blacksmith.
Yeah, true. But that's also not the full story we have behind the Knut commitment, I feel like.
Okay.
So we're not seeing Spores on.
Does Priest do this?
Place for 2-5. The ship is getting procced, right?
Yeah, the ship basically counteracts the Reavers each turn here because it gets 2 armor and then 2 Bruce when the armor gets pinged off due to having Bloodthirst.
So that's exactly enough. Yeah.
So
there is also another tick of the Priest after that, so more than exactly enough.
Yeah. Well played there by Horde to catch up. It does have the both locations on board here as carryover. We need to see this Flotsam going back, and I don't think you want to have this Immortal Cavalry in hand right now. You really want to take a mulligan, but you really don't want to hit the reinforcements.
Don't you play all your cards?
Do you?
No,
I guess
cards
so.
in the deck. One card is left. Unless
Still,
there is
a Immortal Cavalry is the card you want to miss, but yeah, it's kind of just up to chance as to what you find or not.
Yeah. So I guess he is preventing himself from breaking the special.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so another deterrent to playing Reavers is on the board.
Yep. Yeah, I think Holde's path to victory here is just kill all the Sintian Royal guards and you win. Kill them before they can get copied too many times, and there you go. Bob's your uncle, unless your uncle's name is not Bob.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So we probably have one leader saved for each of the Reaver Scouts. And then maybe the last leader is just for the Odoker.
Can be for the third River Scout as well from reinforcements.
Ah, right, yes, that makes sense as well.
Okay. Maim kill.
This is quite scary now, I'd say. This is why you, I think, needed that lock in hand, because this Canute sticking is
Death alone us follows.
not good.
For now, everything is protected by the shields. It's weird to see a 5p card playing for 8 and having shields, but
Yeah.
so far haven't seen the brokenness of the cards to be alarmed. So.
Yeah, I mean, how you say it? 8 in 2 bodies with shields, it's pretty good, to be fair. It's just mid-range. It just doesn't really help you achieve much unless you're playing into shield strategies.
Decides not to hit the Sigvald. Breaking the shield can be done with the help of the semi-god, whoever that is.
We will be together.
I don't think that's the reinforcements you really wanted here.
Yeah. Those are
Onward we ride.
also not the most exciting options. Ah, well, at least you get the, not like it
got the
matters
zeal.
much, but you get the zeal immediately.
Yeah.
And now your leader kind of doesn't matter too much. You feel the core is sticky.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, she should, because 2 scouts, 2 leaders, you cannot prevent those, and heat wave in one of the Sintrans should be more. Yeah, that's fair. You still have Knut on the board.
Yeah, I think that was just the least commitment play to just kill an Ildico on this side. Interesting work. Only finds the lock.
So
But
the
I
card
think
missed
we
was the
might have
scout.
actually needed the Reaver Scout here to actually not have this Sintra Royal Guard get killed straight away. But then again, the lock is kind of important to not have the Sigvald be so valuable. I don't know.
Nah, in the end it didn't even matter. Works if Gwent is getting close, like in a month. With all the plans to continue with the series. Then we can use in the end it didn't even matter. So far it matters a lot. Everything players do.
Here comes the blob. Yeah, these shields are nice, but like they only really deal with 1 round of damage. However, I don't know if you really want to do the Svalbard thing now, because the Canute would die.
Guess, yeah. Yes, you still might want to get another proc of him. Although you have your loadsome, so you can calculate which one is the better option. Loadsome is working on machines, right? But
To arms! Protect the queen!
with Sigvald locked, I suppose it's not really that beneficial. Although knowing that your last Royal Guard is about to die,
Yeah.
we also
Oh,
see
decides to heatwave the Flotsam. That makes sense, I think, actually. Considering, well, you can kill the Sintra Royal Guard anyways.
that is not an attempt to kill the Synchron Royal Guards, right?
It will. It'll take 3 damage through the blob and 2 damage here, I think, with the Canute.
Oh, yeah.
One of the. Or not.
I don't know. That seemed a bit iffy. Not like it matters. At
Yeah,
least
exactly.
It shouldn't, but I think, yeah, the stuff you mentioned might have been
The Queen holds no audiences this day.
just achieving more. And we have Baldir taking the victory here with his self wound.
Pick up when I'm done with you.
Disappearance act from Lemon. And he's back.
Yes, I've got the tickets. And what do you have lined up for us here, Kungfu?
No, we have Henry in hand. So no Calvit, of course, for some reason.
Oh,
As of now, there are still 2 mulligans, and
yes.
the Calvit is coming. It's coming. He's
Okay.
coming.
There's-
Well, I think it's guaranteed, right? It's no, wait,
should
that's not in
be.
Slave 6, but it's still
No.
coming.
I don't know how many tactics there are,
Yeah,
but it
so
looks
I was
near the
like
max.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so this is in Slave 6, but not in Slave 6.
Yes. So, no Rune Mage, but between the Torres and the
There is
Henry, that's a lot of golds which can be...
There is Rune
One,
Mage. There is Rune Mage. Mage is there.
Oh, there is Rune Mage, I'm just
Yes.
blind. There's everything you want for shenanigans.
And it starts with a simple Rune Mage into the Kingslayer. If you need
We follow Letho.
any predictions, let me know. Although that's... Well, it's influential, it's a special for Golden Acre, Gun from the
Yeah.
deck. You can create more of those. Could have been Quilgeforts. Could have been Palmerin.
Guillaume, Vigo.
Guten Tag, guten Tag. Thanks for the follow. Welcome everyone who are joining us in this series, first series of Gwent World Cup.
Bones and spirit!
Всем привет. So Defender lands. Not much you can do about that.
I assume we'll see Henry here?
Yes. So this is the one you give to your opponent. Are there any agent soldiers? Yeah, I guess Master of Puppets is an agent. Agent.
But that's very awkward
wait,
to be keeping
it's an
towards the very
aristocrat,
end.
not the agent. Okay, good point.
It is an agent. Oh, sorry, yeah, Emir, yeah.
Emir is pulling
It's
the
an aristocrat or
aristos.
soldier.
So there
Illusionist
is
is
one
a soldier.
Yeah, but not
yeah, it's
much. I
not
guess you can
great.
give it as an option.
Edna and Rosa.
And yeah, we see
Yeah.
the Emir.
Their well-being.
Yeah,
The rest are at the bottom.
Torres are taught.
Another Taurus.
Yeah, why not? Double Artot, double Taurus. Emir. Like, sure, you have Magna Division. Not amazing.
Okay. Well played, Holder. You've done very well so far in this series. This game, I mean.
Yeah, we only witnessed Kingslayer and pretty spicy Henry. What's not to love?
So what do you...
By my honor, he will hang.
We could go for like double Milton Palmer and combo. That could be so funny.
So Rampali's 13, there is a Vilgefortz in deck, Shelardo is not achieving much, right? But yeah, you have Artorius.
I think, unironically, you could just keep one of these Torres for second form.
Yeah.
Just go the whole game not playing a bronze. And then when the Myamun uses the Vilgefortz, just put back the bronze with Torres and discard it. Myamun doesn't get a bronze to use any of the Master of Puppets on.
Yeah. I suppose the bronze needs to be not from your starting deck, right?
My legacy. Immortalized.
Oh, that's true, actually,
Yeah,
yes.
so-
That probably wouldn't work then. Never mind.
Sorry
you could
to,
just,
sorry to kill some of the line. Okay, so Fall
It's
City.
alright. Oh, you have a Vilgefortz now, so that's fine. Then you can just
Vilgefortz.
use that on the bronze when it gets boosted up to High Heavens.
Dance, my lovelies. Dance.
Dance.
How do you... Oh, yeah.
At one point you get too many goals, so yeah, we see the Calvin
Yeah.
coming. You cannot like continue giving spine and increasing your gold pool if you are not running a deck that extends the round and draws like 5 extra
Yes,
cards.
there
to
are
complete.
12. There are 12 golds in the deck for Holy right now.
Okay, so one can
You
say
get
that
10 draws.
he didn't find his golds in round 1, but that's a person who is just joining the game mid round 1. Yeah, a lot of them were created. There is also a question of this bribery. It shows 5 units.
Yeah. If it finds a Vilgefortz, it could very well just secure the round win. Or you can also kind of just wait, because this Master of Puppets... Okay, you don't have a target, so yeah, you might need to maybe wait for a turn, and then maybe hope for a Vilgefortz. Someone might be able to win on even here, depending on bribery shenanigans.
Yeah.
You could also roll a Guillaume and then use the order to steal the defender status potentially. Or find the Matter who has a good chance of drawing one of the 2 Terra Novas. And then that can give you a Vilgefortz.
Yeah, you have that going for. Or you can just continue increasing your Archot pool.
Yeah.
Defender
I think
is.
it makes a lot of sense to use the Mage Torturer here. It's a bronze unit. You don't want bronze units.
At what point do you go and start deleting golds from your deck? With this Taurus. Everything is sorted by Calvit, as you mentioned. Yeah, there are only so many draws you can perform.
Yeah. How long have we been going? I think I'm delirious by now. This game feels like a fever dream.
It's
Okay, there's the Joust. That makes sense.
So yeah. Anything interesting? Well, there is Abduction. There is Fall City. When you are tired of playing your own golds, sometimes you can go
What
and
kind of
play.
abduction? The full. It can't play the full series because that was in Myamun's starting
Wait,
deck.
the 2 Fall series are in in Holder's own deck. Okay, so then we
It's
get.
Okay, you can just get a Vincent.
Okay, yeah, why not?
Sure.
It makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is necessary for one's health.
Huh. Not bad.
That works.
It's a shame there is no Fall City on Holder's side of the board to like slave infantry it to make it even
Alright.
more spicy. Man. Hey. Yeah, Toussaint's hospitality wasn't really ready for Henry's hospitality. Being just so warming, so accepting, providing units left and right.
I don't think Miyamon is meant to win this game. I'm sorry, but between these draws, these pulls from Henry.
What do we mean between those draws? Mayamon's hand is consisting entirely of golds. Perfect draws.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this mirror is, oh, terrible, actually. This is a gold you actually mulligan.
Mirror goes.
I guess it's better than a squirrel, technically. It does give spying to everything that gets played, to be fair.
I mean,
Makes the
squirrel
Taurus
against the golden necker.
True, but it is. I guess that's fair.
Something.
It is a bronze unit, which is why I thought maybe mulligan it, but.
In the end, both Emir and Squirrel are equals, and both are staying in hand.
Okay. We're just gonna see the Kingslayer. I mean, I assume defender. Oh, this is a squirrel.
This is
right.
a Squirrel.
It's getting rid of the defender. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was
Gives
the turn
fine
over for
sees.
us.
True, you can try to see something as well. You have the Stefanko to set it up as well.
Yeah.
We didn't even cover the fact, or at least I didn't, that this is a double cross leader as well.
Oh yeah.
So that also kind of influences the way Mayamon should be playing. Also, hello Imagawa. Nice to see ya. It's getting dark here, so I suppose I'll have to turn the lights on.
Okay, I think this is Fisher King. I have no idea what Fisher King would move in this situation. Maybe the Admiral or...
To go rampapapa,
Yeah.
rapapapa.
I think we're just going a long round. Actually, you can keep the Taurus. Taurus is very good against the false Siri from Miyamon. Yeah.
It's good against that. You have literal art thought that was created that is not from your starting deck.
Yeah. So I thought triggers.
I refuse to predict what is happening in the next 10 cards played, because it's not gonna be 10 cards played. The chains
No.
with double crosses, with art thoughts.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Okay, another card. Rosa and Edna.
Do you mulligan a goblin to get a Vilgefortz? Maybe this Vincent isn't quite great here.
Yeah, Defender is gone. I doubt Maimon's gonna boost any of his own.
Actually, yeah, this...
How
There's
does
only a Vilgefortz.
how does Master of Puppets work in?
Actually, oh, you mother Emir, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, what about the Master of Puppets?
I was thinking, does its target get spine? Like Vincent can?
It does, I think.
Okay, then maybe the tallest.
At least if
bronze-
the original didn't have spine.
Okay, then potentially, yeah, Vincent is just for that bronze that accidentally ends up on your side of the board and is getting boosted. You can just cancel that. Does Sif has enough board space for all his cuteness? Yeah,
We will
that's
see.
a valid question with double air thought, with potential Rosa and Edna kill, leader, bribery.
Dogs that bark seldom bite.
Everything is a unit.
So I think we just put back Decree here with the Alyssa hints.
So,
Okay.
our torch.
Turnover
Don't
number
go for
one.
the Kingslayer though. Please, let's at least avoid that.
Yeah.
Which Artot was it? I guess it was from the right side.
I
But we
think.
don't
Okay,
know.
note that Henry is non-premium.
Ah,
So I
okay,
believe
yeah.
the cards he spawns are non-premium. So those will be the ones which will trigger assimilate. So there goes the defender. There's the bronze that I'm gonna probably be trying to boost up and then seize.
And
But
there
you
was
just get
one
another defender, I guess.
There is another defender. You play it on the bronze row. Yeah, makes sense.
So the only way through this defender is probably like this Guillaume, but like that'll just get Vilgefortz.
Yeah, you'd need to give. No, get Grace.
This is early Vigo.
You will not regret this, good sir.
That's not the Vigo
No.
you'd want to see yourself play, most likely. If this Artorius goes for the tallest unit, although yeah, this is not a simulate, my Amon is playing, so not that many triggers.
I think you can just set up a Rosa and Edna right now. Just chill with that. She's on 4 damage, so it's really not amazing. You probably need to set up with the Stefan. But look, you could just get the Vilgefortz. It's kind of like just coup on a stick. Although, to be fair, the emissary, we did mention the board space a little. The emissary does clog a little bit. You actually see the early Taurus putting the emissary back in deck. Replaying the turnover, of course, getting
do you
like the
love more
defender.
defenders, Spain? I'm not sure about the row. Any reason for doubling?
No. I'm surprised. I mean, the emissary was is a bronze.
It's still a bronze, yeah.
Block that.
And
the
yeah,
other one is-
this would have been denied as well. Choose an unboosted enemy. Well, if you ever want to self Vilgefortz, you can do that anymore. Not
Yeah,
that you need
that's
to do that immediately.
I mean, there's Holdir created all the answers in this game. It's toll punishes upon toll punishes upon toll punishes.
A spy.
Informant seems great.
You can barely handle one.
I don't know. Your kids probably can grow while this game is ongoing with all the decision making. The rope is being used quite actively as well. There is still matter to extend the round as well, if Mayamon wishes it so. How is the artifact? 2 artifacts, 1 special.
So here's the full series.
The good of the Empire, that is what matters.
Kree is quite nice here. Admiral's not bad.
The rope is kinda bad though. I guess Admiral is getting floated. No.
Oh no,
That was a
goes
lie.
through.
That was a lie. Yeah.
And it looks...
There is a delay.
Well, oh, Taurus got locked. That makes sense. Taurus was an assimilate, one of the lower ones. So that's what you'd want to lock. Gave
so-
spying to... I don't know. The fourth series doesn't really matter for me.
So remember when we were talking about the start of the next series? We're still watching this. It might have
I
been.
think there might have been an argument, I think, to give spying to that emissary, because then when it gets stolen, I believe it would lose its spying and wouldn't be vulnerable to the Vincent.
There is still an infusion on it.
Yeah, if that could be gotten rid of in some way, shape or form. I don't think there's a way to do that from now on. I mean, unless the Asir matter does something. Yeah.
I hope, guys, you are enjoying it. Like, yeah. There are big poses that we are trying to fill, but man, Nilfgaard is just amazing in terms of the watchability. You can just sit back, relax, and see what would be created next, or what action gonna be performed.
Yeah, just sit back, relax, and enjoy the Hearthstone World Cup. This game does have grace.
Was it always a bait from Holdir? That's why he doubled defender front row, so that Maimon goes on in, and then this is Wilgefortz.
I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, maybe. I mean, having the defenders split would have just completely shut it down anyways. Unless the Sangreal, maybe if you split, the Sangreal could be used to purify a defender, and then that kind of opens up options. I don't see it. Maybe just wanted to ensure the Sand or the Rosa and Edna kill go through, stuff like that. Yeah, here's the abduction.
Whole city of his own.
We all make sacrifices.
What does this? Okay, no.
It goes for Nilf Knight.
It could have been a Kingslayer, but
yeah,
I guess it's not achieving the goals at the bottom, right? So you are denying the draw from Emir, so might have been a puppet.
Yeah, if the Nilf Knight isn't stolen, then like it kind of plays for 10 points here because it boosts the full series, which is coming back.
Okay, once again, why is the knight not going to the front row?
I don't know. Like, okay, you need space for the Vilgefortz.
Yeah.
But apart from...
Don't you use it defensively? I don't know.
Or you can just wait for the steal to come through and use it offensively. You have last say, the opponent has no defender or anything. Oh wait, the Guillaume went through. Wait.
Yeah, the defender status is...
Why did...
There is a Vincent, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, but the Vincent could have killed the emissary after it was stolen as well, I would have thought.
But that's Wilgefortz's job. I don't know. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 Toll Punishes. Decent chances. Also, the Rosa can pull another Toll Punish from the Vilgefortz.
Yeah, there is still... not finally a leader, but... the Smarter is overswarming you a little bit. So
is the other... I mean, Illusionist certainly doesn't help.
Front row, yeah.
Cultures connects folk to one another.
You are still getting something from that Mata that Mayamon has.
I mean, the Mata would have just pulled in a mirror, that wouldn't have been good. Yeah, Miamon's Mata probably pulls a bronze unit, which Holy just needs to discard. And that could have been a Bruja or something, which might have been a bit nicer.
This Vatier is seizing on conspiracy. There is a mirror that gives the conspiracy, but
Yeah.
What a weird ass game.
It concedes the... Oh wait, it could... Yeah, no. No, yeah, no.
My room is also getting darker and darker with this Nilfgaard mirror just continuing and continuing.
With all this anyway.
It actually just plays the toxicologist. Has enough space, I guess, with the forced Siri returning. Yeah, Meowman is almost running out of space as well.
I don't know. I cannot describe it. The feelings that you get from Nilfgaard mirrors like this.
Patience is not a virtue I am known to have.
Okay, another board space lost.
Reality is that which, though you believe it no more, does not go away.
Okay, so the yoinking in is happening, but not
why-
behind the defender. So
Hooded doesn't even... Okay, I mean, to be fair, Meowman would just fill the row. No, it would still go through.
Mistakes, stars reflected in
I don't think Hooded even needed to kill that. He had a chance to just use his own Master of Puppets.
well, yeah, there is no spy. Ah, wait. No. No.
Right?
No. Yeah, maybe. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. I refuse to contribute to this. It's too exciting.
Okay, chat, would the Master of Puppets not have been able to steal back that big
I
bronze?
was just thinking about the mirror, but there was no spine on it, and you cannot generate spine on it, so probably yes. Crash, the standard for the matches has been just established for this World Cup. If France versus Brazil is any less exciting,
would ask for this.
I don't know. Metal gonna cancel the World Cup. Okay, where are the bronzes you're supposed to steal with double
is inevitable, merely a matter of
puppeteer?
Closer than I expected it to be honest.
Yeah. You're not yoinking a one to give the board space.
You could
bribery roll,
I think
please,
you can
please,
use the
please,
one
please.
to yoink the illusionist, even though it just goes to the other side, and then get
okay,
bribery
yeah.
through here.
Eh,
Defender is a double assimilate.
no,
pro.
nothing too exciting. Well, there was nothing too exciting to create anyway. I mean, they traveled. They traveled back to Nilfgaard to tell the story. The whole deal. You know how they supposedly killed everyone at the battlefield and then left one person to tell the story. Yeah, that happened with 2 puppeteers. GG. So that's Holdir beating Mayamon's Golden Necker Nilfgaard and taking a victory 3-1.
GG.
GG. So
GG.
Ukraine wins the series as well, with Sanvanter beating Karim. So that's 3 points going to Team Ukraine. To use the urn.
Actually predicted it.
Yeah, nice. And
I'm not
we
kidding, I
have a
said
gift.
yeah. So Cambridge Blue Coin is amazing with the Death Wish. Geronimo's preferred red coin deck I think is typically the Warriors, but this is not a great matchup for Warriors, so opts for the Nature's Gift instead.
And that wish kinda seems to be nothing of the meta, but a very popular deck, and the deck performing very well as well for a bunch of streamers and pro players. There is Dagon from Royal Decree, there is Bruce Ritual available. So we see the Royal Decree, putting statuses on that wish units. You can always mark a giant toad because that helps with thinning it and getting it as a carryover.
Yeah, so probably like AQ, Toads, Succubus, maybe a Bridge Troll or two. Those will be the preferred targets here.
You kind of wants to still mark the common Dead Wish units as well, because you probably are consuming a bunch of them in round 1, thinned from the brews. Cannot really go only for round 3 carryover most of the time. That's an early Escal. I guess, yeah, the units are getting consumed. They are usually going to like 15 or like 10, 12 points mostly. Are we seeing Heatwave here to deny more thinning? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Like, it could, but it doesn't feel great.
Also,
I think you'd much...
I was asking because I'm not sure. How great is it to kill the Dagon, usually? I think there is probably a couple of that.
Like, I would have
expected... You deny the consume.
Yeah, like, killing the Dagon there, I would have expected like the heat wave to be a lot more tempting if that was the kind of line you're going for. Because otherwise, like, I feel like you could just wait till it actually consumes something.
Yeah, also, notably no Oakwan here available for Geronimo. So, aggressive Escal, but I'm not sure how good is his continuation here. Call of the Depths is already at counter 2. Что снова англичанство началось, но сложно, когда один из двух кастеров разговаривает на английском, кастить на русском, правильно? Okay.
I'd like a pass here from Geronimo. Okay, okay, let's choose this leader here. The thing here is, because Dagon gives 5 infusions, right? But you need to worship him 4 times for him to come back. Now, if 2 of those infusions were sitting on the board there and Geronimo passes, well, Camelich, if they want to pass in response, not go multiple cards down, that would be 2 infusions which weren't used to worship. That would mean Dagon doesn't come back. So that leader there is used kind of too many, like that's over the top for what was needed in that round. That's just to ensure that the Dagon is able to come back later.
Yeah. Of course, Camilek leader charge. But Dagon is an extra consume in round 3 as well. Okay, so Oakwan joined the forces, Seamless is there. Yeah, should be feeling better for Geronimo.
Yeah. Amazing job to not break on any of those mulligans there for Geronimo. Both Spring Equinoxes and weather cards are still in deck.
Yeah,
Tempest and Seamless is still looking good. Yeah, usually there's some reason to sort of delay the Orchard until you have some other drives on board. But I think it makes sense to just get it out there because the Death Wish play would still be ahead for quite a while right now. So you want to just get that out and force the Errand die early before it would be getting any more boosts as the round progresses. This Seer... Note that this Seer is an elf. And there is an elf in the form of a Naglfar Taskmaster, so Escal can't kill this Seer. It can get heat waved.
Okay, yeah.
And it is done early.
And yeah, you are trying, as you pointed out, to avoid the humans, but Naglfar Taskmaster throws you a curveball with that. So Kamilek was aware, and the crisis was avoided. I might have played a couple of Eskills on the target. You cannot pick it up if there is no target, so
No.
you occasionally do feel punished.
Yeah. The Eskel can kill Dryads, he has no problem doing that. So this time a Dryad could very well be shut down.
Everything is getting consumed, everything is getting summoned, and yeah, that Iron Knight is definitely comfortable growing there in the graveyard.
Yes.
Деда больше нет, дед ушел праздновать. Так что вы застряли здесь. Я, конечно, могу... Но в диалоге сложно переключаться между двумя языками. Надеюсь, вы понимаете тоже. So yeah. A bunch of points here. Of course, there is weather to unleash. There is seamless, but you are probably not getting out of this round without committing everything you have. And then in a short round, potential succubus is playing for 15 points, and you have nothing to do against it.
Surprised to see the succubus used there. I don't think...
I guess this is an all-in.
Yeah, I don't think you needed it for the consumes you had in hand. Well, I would have expected just the double Slayer Harpy coming through onto the Detloff, and then the Harpy egg spawned with the Bonded to be eaten with the Dagon, and then you just pass. And keep the succubuses for round 3. To be fair, you still have a succubus coming through from the location, so that's kind of fine. This fog actually could end up just killing the succubus anyways. It might just be committing the leader this round as well.
Yeah, I think Comedic's plan is to only be left with the location after this, or maybe location and Eskel, because Gort is your target anyway. But yeah, having that AQ go through for Detlef, and then just having this Detlef sitting, at least it gets killed once by the weather, so that plan works out.
It's you who's always sexy.
The cards that Geronimo has at the moment, do they catch up without Seamless if you play everything out? Maybe there is some vitality on the board.
Maybe. Like, this Eskel is certainly going to kill this Hamadryad next turn.
Yeah, like, if it was a doubt before, I don't think it's in doubt anymore.
I think you need to be expecting the Eskel. You need to click this Night Fledgling this turn. And just take the vitality so it doesn't go to waste.
So also that wish list with less control. We've seen the list with double Cyclops and Riptide and Eskel still. This has less of that, relying on AQ. Yeah, it's kind of close for all that was done, but yeah, the rebuke is not very exciting. Never mind.
Okay, just going all in.
Just going all in.
It's more points to consume the Harpy Egg. That's a 6-point Death Wish. The Succubus is only a 5-point Death Wish. I'm not quite sure why you just lose a point there. I guess it's just a
there is no more weather. No random pings of any sort to kill it off on a chance. Like against Skedagi, you might risk it against some creates. 5 is bigger than 6. Okay, we have a feedback from the World Cup participant. It is actually 5 better than 6.
Sorry, I must not be very good at studying for my maths major then. I apologize. I should go back to uni and try better. Clearly failed basic arithmetic. So I wonder if we do see the Eskel coming down. I mean, at this point, you have to go all in, right?
Don't you do that? Like, wow. I don't know.
Okay, you get the Simless out. So you still have Last Say, you can use the Eskel to answer the Gord, and then Erendite should be enough to win. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
there is an Arendite, and gift cannot really deny you the board presence for it. But for all the bleeding,
Wonder
I think
would
the gap
Silas have
was
been
wide
used
enough.
to get ahead. Have we got the heat wave?
Sorry?
The heat wave was more than 11 points. Yeah, I don't think you could have gotten ahead with just the Simless there.
Okay. All the tutors. Можно команды приписать. Можно, в принципе. Вот как-то так.
I like how the colder forest spawns the tree ant first, so the night fledgling actually does get a target straight away here.
Yeah. 1 second time. People asked for the team names. I guess I can just make it next to the bands. You guys will figure it out. Вот как-то так. Okay, so now we have the team names as well.
Do you want to just infuse the 1-power tree ant with symbiosis on a row opposite a foglet?
Well,
That's
it died.
gonna lose a couple of points here. Yeah, it died. I don't think that'll make the difference here. I think it's still a loss due to the Arendite and the Eskel not having last say. But yeah,
But it did die.
it died.
Unfortunate as it might be, that was the result.
Probably should have
A
clicked.
sword
I mean,
is at 14. And it's so close, but yeah. There is not enough symbiosis to trigger off of this.
actually, it might be enough
Wait, is there didn't everything symbiosis
because
died?
because this will trigger the symbiosis. It'll spawn a 1-power tree ant. Oh no, it'll still be a little
okay,
short.
there is a vitality.
Oh wait, goes with the Pond Keeper. Okay, good play going for the Pond Keeper. That gets you an extra proc. Oh.
Yes, and you place it, nah. Sadly...
You don't click. Yeah. Because you don't want to feed the Eskel. It's,
Man.
1 point loss.
Yeah, 2 point loss.
That could have been a tie or something, I think, if you infuse something else with symbiosis.
Yeah. If that doesn't die, you play,
Yeah.
what, 2 more natures?
Yeah, those are a rebuke and a,
3
council.
more natures, council and the dryad.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, that could have even been a win, I think. But that's not the case, and game 1 goes over to K-Military of Team France.
He actually streams himself as well.
Nothing to pick up
Так
when
что
I'm done with you.
приходите на стримы. So, Skellige mirror, well, as far as the faction mirror goes, warriors against the self-wound.
Warriors don't love here. Like, there's no answer for Sigvald beyond Champion's Charge. But then it can just get brought back with Sigdrifa's right, and then you literally are out of luck on answering it.
Yeah, warriors, this is an honest warriors deck, trying to just damage everything and everyone, but sometimes they queue into a deck that loves getting damaged. Like, yeah, ruin me some more, please. And that poses a threat to Skellige quite often, for warrior Skellige quite often. so
at
has
least they
to
have
go
double
for the
The stench of beer.
rate to play second warlord. Is this a version with Freya's blessing? Yeah, so that's not the last warlord we are seeing here, most likely.
No, we have Fukusha and we have Freya's blessing. Speaking of, kind of sad that Fukusha sees play over Harold in a warrior's deck when they're meant to have basically the same purpose.
He had
I guess
his time for like a year.
Yeah.
However long, ignoring armor, doing so the damage was done, but yeah. Fukusha sees
literally.
a lot of play.
Yeah, I mean, Cambridge is keeping up here. I don't think they'll really be able to sort of win the round here. It doesn't look like they're hard committing. You could see the verification being used, to be fair. Get ahead, actually. Could make it a little awkward. Yeah. Actually, with the kind of raids which have been used already, there's not a clean answer for this Drakkar. Like, Geronimo is actually at risk of, losing on even and loses the round. Just has to give it up. So, very, very cheap round win there.
nothing is gone.
There's still Portal, which is not found. There's still Tempest, which is not found. They could bleed. I don't know if they want to or if they just want to go a long round.
Okay, finds the defender.
No location is quite unfortunate for the Self-Runder. On the flip side, the Warriors has found their location. So Geronimo probably going to play this kind of no matter what happens here. Really curious how Cambridge approaches. Do we see a bleed? Or are they confident in their long round 3?
Okay.
Well, there's your answer.
Nopes out of the round. Doesn't really have a card to throw away. If you're committing something, you're probably playing like 3, 4, 5 cards. At the very least, not like it poses a big threat. Do we see Freya's blessing here? Probably.
I don't see not to. Like, it's carryover.
Playing
All
6
your raids do 1 more damage for the next round. That's good.
And 6-point play. That extra point of veteran is not really worth it to carry over into next round. So yeah, nice to have a card.
The only reason to hold it is if you're worried about proactivity. But like, even then, I think just draw tier easy. Like, you have the Raiders.
Draw tier easy. Okay. How many 4P warriors? 2 in the graveyard. So War of Clowns is... oh wait, is there only 1 of them in the deck? Yeah.
There's still Chaos Troll, Knut, and Tempest in deck here for Kamelish, but I don't know if they're actually going to use their mulligans here. Like, this Martyrdom is kind of a gold when it's used on the Sigvald, but does get rid of it for another Martyrdom and then just doesn't want to break the portal.
There are only 2 targets, so thinning is a problem for Skellige today. In the portals and weather stuck in the deck, not running any tutoring whatsoever.
Yeah. You know what else is a struggle? Proactivity. What do you play here? Do you play a lovely 4-point Uncrate Warrior?
Can you just solve?
You could.
I don't see a Purify, so I suppose you can. No.
But I think you want to save your leader to have Bloodthirst to answer a Sigvald potentially. At least that's my thoughts.
Yeah, but I meant just proactive solve without
Oh, right. That could work, actually. I think that's kind of fine anyways, because
You have a
I don't
lot
think
of...
you'll always have damage targets.
The only problem is getting through the defender to kill it after.
Yeah.
But with location shouldn't be a problem.
I mean, but if you serve front row, you bait them into defending like front row. Your gutting slash does 8 damage. Defender has 9 effective health. It might die to rain here.
So, speaking of which, there we go. More proactivity.
You speak our tongue.
Yes, it didn't really matter. I lost the turn of Rerun. This is a very serious community, Dark Lover. If we're talking about Gwent Masters or Gwent World Cup or any tournament, it bound to happen unless projects cancel Gwent. Все серьезно, никаких байтов, чемпионаты мира, мастерсы, все происходит. Metal, can we get, like, we need every 5 minutes to spam Metal Gwent. Gwent, Metal Gwent. I don't know. Yeah, Metal is great. Metal is a cult. I never remember PO if it's Gwent Metal or Metal Gwent. Like, it's supposed to be Gwent Metal, but I think I made a mistake of putting it as Metal Gwent onto the 7TV.
Metal Gwent makes sense. Put the onus on Metal first.
Yeah, I mean... Lemon Stream, Metal's Gwent, yeah, it makes sense. He's the owner of the game anyway. Okay, finally, Tyrion coming. Grabbing the 22-point greatsword. That is actually not 22-point greatsword due to the self damage.
With no care trolled, there actually isn't a clean answer for this tier.
You might find this shocking.
So the War of Clans is looking slightly scary right now.
Yeah, now I see that there are 2 World Clans, so I managed to miss one of them. Is Self-Wound actually struggling?
Yeah.
I don't know, like, everything doubled on the reses, although there are not too many of them. And one of those reses is 2 points.
I think if Geronimo is disciplined with the oh wait.
The
what was
full
Champ's charge used on? There's no... Wait, where's Champ's charge?
No Champ's charge by the looks of it.
Wait, is it not in this list?
It's in the graveyard.
Oh, I'm blind. Wait, how was it played? Was it discarded?
Maybe with Tier.
I think it was discarded with Tier. I don't see it being played.
Yeah, why is the Primal Savagery being there? I don't think that was a severe case of roping, right?
Yeah, I'm confused.
It was rope. Okay, so if it was a rope, then yeah.
Okay, the Sigvald is now free, that's the thing. I was gonna say, if Geronimo was disciplined with the Champ's charge, I could see them actually having a way of maybe winning this game. Since this tier stuck, but Sigvald can do Sigvald things.
There is no...
The Guiding Slash is... Yeah, can get through the defender. Oh, no, Canoe, actually. Yeah, Sigvald not that scary, actually. Might just come down to Blob.
And where there is one defender, another raises, savageries looking a bit suspicious.
Yes. Yeah, the savageries are at 6 damage, and most other things are a little above 6 damage. So there's no real good way to get through this defender either. War Clans is only pulling a invader right now. The
Yeah,
Rockbar
so
Warrior
you're
Graveyard
short.
was already brought back.
What? I don't... Don't you just War of Clans the Defender finish it off and Savagery the...
It wouldn't
Yeah.
kill it.
Yeah, but finish it off with the Primal Savagery?
Oh, yeah, I think that would have been a slightly better, yeah.
Worry not. We'll tend your ankle biters too.
Because, yeah, like, maybe you're worried about sinking damage into this armor, but, well, one, you're only dealing 1 damage anyways with these raids, and 2, the Spell Lord was going to kill those sirens anyways, so it doesn't really matter.
The point gap looks a bit ridiculous though.
It looks bad, but Blob is Blob. And Sigwood is on
some
Blob.
things are resisting damage on
Wait,
comedic side
why
of the
would
board.
you flip that beforehand? I guess you had to do that, because otherwise it would have died.
Well, it dies to the chain, I suppose. But yeah, Blob being Blob. It becomes a 20-point game.
Yes.
So yeah, Champion's Charge denies the 28-point Sigbolt. Although, yeah, then things are getting played a bit different.
Dwarf, Dryad, and Elf from your deck, then play 1. Didn't even boost him.
Early Homecoming Gwent was... early Homecoming Gwent. I don't know, the Call of the Forest was a pretty nice concept, like allowing you to play a card of the same tag, I think. Like decoy, but with extra steps. Gift Mirror. So we are just moving to Xavier's
But there are
gifted.
differences. Notably, Geronimo is playing Eskel, which
Yeah,
I
useless.
don't think is very good right now.
Yeah.
Whereas the Eskel is replaced with Philavandrel for Camelich, so right away I would probably say Camelich is a little favored.
So yeah, guys, Eskel Mirror не имба. So yeah, good point about it. If you needed to like link to one fact, why would you prefer one deck over the other? That will be a giveaway. Coin wise, I'm not really well versed to say which one is better. We see Geronimo is being active here with Oakwen and protecting it from the rebuke. Probably doesn't.
I like that aggressive play. But
It could have
actually,
been.
like, no.
Could it be protected at all? Like the
Caress
caress
wouldn't
wouldn't be
even put
enough,
it-
right? It
No.
boosts to 5, so yeah, I think
You need a
she's
Spring
that-
Equinox, but
Yeah.
that's usually not going to be
True.
committed. But this is going very, very tall here for Camelich, which could play right into the hands of the Heatwave for Geronimo if that's going to be committed early. And the Naiad is a lot better here for when it's actually played here for Geronimo. Because the Camelich's Naiad wasn't even infused.
He has the call, but decides not to use it. Wait. Yeah, there is the Oakman. I was like, how did I miss an Oakman getting killed? And then, is there a possibility somebody is playing a gift without the Oakman? Yeah, and just that my sight is not that great at spotting Oakman in the deck. The card that I revealed. When are we getting the next reveal phase? I wonder.
We could make our own cards up.
Yeah, on Reddit.
We could do a reveal campaign for the next Balance Council.
Yeah. The showcase, that's actually a great idea. Эскель может сыграть в карту с урожая, там эльфы. Так что нет, Seamless блокирует.
Alright, so it looks like Cambridge is holding the Orshuan close to their chest right now, not wanting to commit it in this round so far. Trying to just hang in here and keep it for later.
Trees live longer than humans.
But that
They
might
need
become a little
protection.
difficult. Curious if we'll see this lock get played. I would like to see the lock come down earlier rather than later, personally. Because if you play it later, it's much more likely they'll have access to a Dryad's Caress. Whereas you look right now and there actually isn't access to that Dryad's Caress.
So no leader left, Heatwave goes for Geronimo, and Camila has to take the loss on even cards, but keeps open.
Yeah, so
has advantage of 10-11 provision cards, and has his own Heatwave somewhere in the deck. Now the brick avoidance program should be activated for both players, otherwise your weathers and your equinoxes getting messed up. Pretty talented, finding that seamless, and on the other hand, Geronimo manages to brick.
With that break, this does not feel like a good bleeding hand. I feel like you might just
even
pass
bleeding
and go
with?
long.
But then you're
I don't
facing
know.
Oakwen.
Yeah.
And then
Can you
you're
answer
facing
her?
Oakwen with Eskel Pathfinder in your deck.
And you used your Heatwave as well. So they can literally just Orshuan. You can't kill it straight away because you only have like a Rebuke. Then they can just go straight into their Simless, protect the Orshuan, boost it to high heavens. You can't deal with that, so you have to bleed it out.
Okay. So
Okay, I like this. Playing
a
around
start.
the potential Rebuke coming back. This
And then-
can be locked though, which means you can't spring Equinox. You have to use the Dryad's Caress here, which with no Dryad on board, really isn't great.
The extra couple of points feeds into the Tempest here. Could
Yeah,
have been
this-
used on the same row.
The embers. Wind, blow
Also,
the flame.
Kamilek has the support of his leader,
Yeah.
while Geronimo exhausted what he had. Okay, so this should be Oakwen into the weather.
Yeah.
If Geronimo is happy with the bleed, that gets a hand because of the symbiosis. And
But I don't think
responsibility.
you want to keep playing here though, regardless. Like, okay, unless you think you can get card advantage by playing out your Forest Protector. But that seems sketchy.
Seeing Oakwen, knowing that your opponent has Tempest and Fulf, you are probably just spending
Yeah, I
a
think you just
gold
get out.
and achieving nothing. Oh no. Okay.
So
So the Mulligans. There is no
that's really-
backup. For...
Oh, no.
okay, so
Geronimo.
So,
Okay, Millet.
so guys, if you are ever thinking about controlling the weather, find your Tempest early. Так что с погодой надо быть аккуратно. Она меняется очень быстро.
Geronimo draws their 10 provision gold in the Eskel, which is absolutely
Yeah.
useless right now. But the Philovanthropal is just completely missing. There's no more tutor remaining. I think this valve is literally pulling a Circle of Life right now. What is this game?
Brick City Life with Eskel playing for... There is literally nothing, right? There was a question about the creates, but well, the creates create elves that you already are running. The treants are blocked by the forest protector on both sides. Literally nothing you can do with this.
I think the Nutrient they were force protector, but that is enough.
I'm hoping for the emote from Kamilek. Like, it makes sense. Your opponent just played the Tempest for one card. Ну, не все ожидают мирроров гифта. No emoting! Okay, maybe after?
I feel like you could have just waited there. I don't think you need to do it when there's like nothing.
It is pure Gwent moment, so... Something must have been done, and Geronimo has the code.
I haven't the foggiest idea what's going on right now.
Замечательная погода повсюду. Немножко штормит, немножко тумана.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, Chatter is happy with your foggiest implementation there. Very nicely done.
Yeah, we got the world casters just for the World Cup with all the puns you could ever ask for.
Okay, that 3 and this.
Great, look at this far save value.
Ah, yeah, +1. Oh, value achieved.
Finally might see the Knight Fledgling come down.
How about...
Nope, it's the Force Protector.
How about more no! Not like this.
I don't know why Geronimo is waiting so long to play the Knight Fledgling. I'm not sure what they're scared of though. Like, to me it just seems like you're actively losing points, and you would much rather have the Rebuke right now to answer this Fledgling. Like, playing those 2 units in the opposite order... probably...
Feign not ignorant. Remember to...
literally could have been like a... 8-point difference or something.
Yeah, that would vitality would have been floating otherwise, and we see that Kamilek is utilizing Fledgling immediately because no reason to risk.
Yeah, there's no Toll Punish remaining. The Heat Wave was used round 1. Cambridge actually is missing their Heat Wave, but the bigger Gourd,
well,
I mean, doesn't really matter here.
But one of them is sand buffed.
And look, I think I'm gonna say it again. Geronimo, I think, should have won this game with some different sequencing. I think would have been maybe still a 1-point loss perhaps, but like, yeah. Because the Naiad wouldn't have gotten the extra vitality from the Simless. That was, maybe it was only a 6-point difference, to be fair. Yes,
Also, reminder that you can crowdfund the prize pool. The World Cup gonna be ongoing for months, so you have till April. So support the prize pool, support the Gwent esports scene, even if it was somewhat abandoned. But yeah, the fun never ends. And we are into the game number 1. with Syndicate being the weapon of choice here. No Beansy for Cabell. I think his deck was the one with, yeah, Beansy. So that's unfortunate. Syntax is playing Renfrey.
Sol and Vita together here are nice at the very least. Despite this is such a the Renfrey is so weird. It has like some bits of control, but stick a 5-point unit in front of them and they struggle to really just kill it straight up.
Yeah.
Especially if they are not able to set up like a Pyrotech or a skirmisher beforehand.
It's same as the warriors that didn't buff up their rates. Like, yeah, sure, you have the damage. At least Squirtle has leader to combine it with. Yuri doesn't have that. Yeah, so Saul round 1, turn 1 is pretty welcomed here, even if you don't have the Beansy. Saul is doing the heavy lifting. Of course, he gonna have a meeting with Geralt later on. If he tries to just grow into the infinity. We also see Xantax, I think, mousing over the Zoltan. I might be mistaken, maybe it's not, but yeah. Maybe that's not his line of thinking, but if he wants to lay claim for that round, yeah, Zoltan is pretty great. You can reactivate it later on with the machine. And yeah, indeed. Yeah, okay. Forget everything. There is only... Sometimes Gwent is the game of one round, but sometimes Gwent is the game of one turn. 17-0. You basically already beaten your opponent.
I think he would have kind of preferred to leave the Flying Rodani on board there with just 1 point. You could have put an extra leader charge onto the Soul there, but I don't blame them for wanting to finish it off that way. Even though I do think it might have been...
he just considered that he reactivates that Zoltan and it pings the ship. I don't know. That is very active. Sometimes there is a proactivity lacking, but that was a lot of activity from Xantax here. Maybe this
would be amazing if Oak was here.
Let's be honest, maybe this is the last Gwent World Cup in the history of Gwent. So you want to make it memorable, so you just slam immediately, and then you can show 17-0 lead immediately, but...
It doesn't matter what happened in the rest of this game. I mean, we clearly won at the start, right? That's how Gwent works, I think. I don't really know how this game works. Somehow I'm casting the World Cup, I don't know how I got here.
So, okay, now we slow down a little bit. There is staining, there is like just machine being played. Don't say it like that.
Could be very good here if it's able to snipe some Brooklyn Sentinels. But I don't know if you're better off just trying to save your good engines and then just defend a bleed. Just give up the round, except you're going to lose on even and just say, see you next round.
Yeah. So at the moment, the dock is in hand, but treat it as a carryover. Using your leader is also a form of carryover. You're just improving your draws.
Especially when you have unicorns, which hopefully you'll find, because none are in hand right now.
Okay, so Cabello Beta says, yeah, I'm done here. We already might have figured it out after the Typlo Gransackers.
But I admire this, because as an engine deck, if you're going to lose round 1 on even, you're much better off just saying, okay, fine, I accept it, I pass at 7. Because then you're given the longest round 2 possible to defend the bleed. You're giving your engines as much time as possible to start ramping up, and not let the opponent just push you around in shorter rounds, and giving them control over the game. Speaking of Joy, both unicorns are found back to back.
Yeah, they're also looking at one another, so they have a thing going on.
Yeah.
One follows another. Well, that's not a card you see every day. Dwarven Agitator gonna be giving 1 armor to each dwarf plate, but also giving 1 armor to 2 dwarves in hand, so Pyrotechnician and Berserker got some.
Yeah. And yeah, the way the Xanthiax has been playing, it feels like this is an erudite list, but it's not. It just really wanted round control against a very engine heavy deck.
It's you can call it an anti-erudite list. You just don't allow your opponent to grow it at all. Look at this erudite value at the moment. A solid 1 point damage that you can play twice.
Oh wait, there actually is an erudite in Cabela's list.
Yes, we might have skipped over it, and Vaganto is also asking about it. But on Neromancy it kind of makes sense if you're playing if we go to treasures, I guess. If you want it, you cannot royal decree for it. Did you figure out the Madame without...
It's just for peaches.
Okay, so see, when you are doing 4th series in a row, you save time discussing lists that already seen play. Okay, that wasn't one of them, but yeah, there is a Madame Marquis Serenity, and it kind of doesn't have a Slice Seductress to it. Thank you, Killer Gagon. As far as the idea behind it, well, I suppose we don't have the King of Beggars as well.
It looks like Cabela is playing around the 6 damage that the Kyrenex threatens. Yeah. It's just short of getting ahead, so could be a pass from Xanthiax, but I mean, you're not going to pass here.
Did he misclick in the deck builder? I don't know. That's usually what Gwent players from France were known for. Clicking ethereals when it's in an unplayed state. I wouldn't
in a
expect
harmony
so.
list of all things. Yeah. Notably, no Renfrey in hand makes this push a little less scary on the side of Xanthiax. And the room age pools were not great. I don't think Mangonel is that great. I mean, it can sort of combo a little with damage. Could use the 2 damage as well as the Kyrenex here to kill the Hevita off.
Okay, so is it worth it to play though, without tribute in? I guess profit 4 is what you are saving. But yeah, I might have missed the fact that it doesn't have the second part to it. So here we have it.
I guess, to be fair, it is kind of 8 points straight away, 4 profit, 2 engines at once. It's pretty solid and you're able to get ahead here.
I remember when the Madame was released and people were like, tribute is kinda but yeah, then everyone started running the card, and I'm not sure if it got changed at all. Like Novigrad was changed on release, after release. Madame was getting nerfs recently. But yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, I wonder, I was going to say this might be the point where you can start playing Treasure Huntress, but with the tempo coming out from the Yukon Kyrenex, actually I don't think you really have much tempo in response here.
There is, at times there is no Renfrey in hand, and yeah, then she appears. Going pretty okay, Foxantiax, yeah. Does he have anything left though? Oak is in the deck and there is no swarm to do anymore. So Oak is not an exciting card in the next round.
Blood!
Blood! Blood. Ping ping.
Might be...
Might be time. Any moment.
I wonder,
now.
is it Bincy time? Treasure Huntress time? You kind of want to get the Bincy down before playing the Treasure Huntress in a way. Because she does have Profit 3, which is 3 extra points on the Bincy.
Yeah. You kind of want... well, you cannot avoid her getting Geralt, that you cannot make Bincy a finisher, playing for 4 points. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's ahead right now. The Peaches.
Xantiax never leaves the round without playing Renfrey and potentially Geralt as well.
So if destroying an enemy with 8 or less power, I guess goodbye, Bincy.
Okay, there goes the leader. Ouch.
And then yeah, the infusion is just 4 points on a pass. So that will make it just that little bit harder for Cabela to be able to catch up. But now, like, this is the problem they have. These treasure huntresses are not good. You have 4 rounds left. The infusion takes 3 rounds to start making money back. It's just... It achieves nothing.
This map really isn't helping at all.
Well, it feeds your spender, who, if overclicked, meets with Geralt once again. Like, you need to play Geralt this round. You're not getting anything out of him next round. Well, there is a also... Oh, Iron Knight is at 3 power now.
To be fair, I think with the 9 coins and the engines, the additional engines ticking, Cabela should be able to not get too worried, I think.
I only loot except sometimes.
I respect Xantiax's approach to this Iron Knight denial. Like, this
is a pass to get card advantage. With the 4 points on the pass coming through, but decides to keep playing.
And he doesn't even decide to Geralt and maybe keep the last card. Oh, there is no real reason to keep the Pirate Ignition, to be fair. Okay, this is somewhat of a weird game with how players decided to, especially Xantiax. I didn't expect that immediately, but what is Geralt? 15?
I don't like that spend on the candle. It's a lot less efficient than spending on the Sea Jackals. And you could have spent on the Sea Jackal while still having it smaller than the tallest Peaches, which plays around the Geralt effectively.
Yeah, but
that's a 2-0.
That's a 2-0 with the leader passive and 1 extra thing.
Scenario Novigrad still in deck, but that's not bad. I guess the idea of the Iron Die is that you can afford to defend a bleed, and then have the Iron Die as like a short round win con. It's kind of like a finisher in that.
Just joining the Gwent World Cup happening round 1, week 1. We'll have 3 weeks of group stage. But this is the last series of the day, and we do have Xantiax lead 1-0 against Cabela Beta. And let's go into the game number 2. So Shield Wall from Team France on blue coin. Dandelion is there, which is a nice addition to the hand. Golden Egger is already found. We do see double. We talked about them. Ice Giants, they are there.
Last words right there.
No verbal combo.
Would he be suited to my lady?
They're the bronze you don't want in hand. Like, they're just not good. And I don't see how this Iron Die is going to be growing here. Like, this Golden Echo list, Shield Wall list, has a lot of points coming out, particularly with this Musicians already on board.
There's no Mutna sort. Yeah. kinda decent, but apparently Dandelion is allowed to do some damage before.
I mean, Tesham can be good, but it's basically like it's just get rid of the shield and then deal 5 damage. Unless there's additional statuses, it's still not amazing. Okay, except for this. This is where Tesham shines. I wonder, like, how does Xanthiax play around this?
Never mind me. There we go.
Okay.
Why did I?
Okay, there you go. Yeah, Tesham popping off. Love to see it. Yeah, actually no damn sorceress is in hand. Yeah, there's no sorceress immortals combo here. So apart from the Dandelion, there's not actually that many great points within this round itself. See the full Siri coming down. No real answer for Cabello here. So the Siri Nova will have its resilience going through. What's the top unit? Is it Immortals or is it? It's Immortals, right?
Yeah, I think Immortals got buffed 3 times and the click went onto the Berengar.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And Berengar is getting even more support from Dandelion.
I think it might be correct to just take... maybe Toad who can find a kill on like a reinforced ballista or something. Toad will eventually find it.
For those of you who try to nerf Irondite, because it's annoying, those 2 games are like the showcase of Irondite 0. It doesn't work every time. What is it? Maxi, right? So a brick, 2 bricks are at the bottom. Berengar is deep, but you have Royal Decree. You are also not finding your Immortals combo immediately, but with Golden Nectar you do that, so I suppose that's a keep?
Yeah, I think it might have been. There's also Decree as well to just find a particular piece you need.
Yeah, but if you want the Berengar, he was at the bottom, so
yeah.
I guess Decree is kinda reserved for that.
A bit curious about the sequencing here. Like this werewolf, and because you haven't played this, you've decided not to play the Neca Warrior yet. Like it's not triggering Thrive, it's only going to be like a 4 point when it gets played. But it is a pass from Xanthiax. I'm a bit surprised to see that, but besides, I'm fine with defending the bleed.
I'm also happy with the carryover, and well, he knows that Irondite wasn't growing at all.
Yeah, and I think considering you're going to have the Siri Nova to start with in the round 2, that's like an amazing way when it comes to denying the Irondite value, because the opponent either bleeds into your Siri Nova round 2, which means they need to get ahead of the Siri Nova, which is sort of bad at also trying to get the card back, but also building the Irondite value. Or they just go into round 3 where you have first say, which is pretty good at being able to stop the Irondite growing as well. But yeah, you see the Mimuna being drawn, still no alpha werewolf. This werewolf is looking very sad. I don't think it's a full moon tonight. Maybe a bit more of a new moon.
We also got the shuffle, right? Because the Windhelm got buffed by 3.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Damned Sorceress was drawn as well.
So.
Yeah, so decides not to bleed. There's a Damned Sorceress, interesting.
Yeah, decides to throw away the combo piece. Well, the click makes sense for Hubert. I might have missed some of the problems with the card sequence, but it kind of looked alright. From a glance, now you are drawing into the 2 bottom cards in the deck. So
Yeah, not great draws.
okay, there is a special end location. You have
Actually
royal-
decent draws, I
Yeah,
guess.
I guess you're getting everything. You just need to get a status refresh either on the immortals.
Rather die
Oh,
than
Wind
bend the
Helm.
knees of the Emperor.
Yeah, I think you kind of really want to get either the Down Sorceress or the Berengar from your Golden Necker. And then you can decree the other one.
This
Windhelm is
Gwent
doing,
tune is very low. It's like his music not playing. Sorry, what were you saying?
This Windhelm is doing a very good job at protecting against the Lord Riptide.
Yep.
Kind of makes sense, really. I don't think Lord Riptide would be that effective against a knight who doesn't spend that much time at sea. Bit of a sad Mamruna, only targeting a 7 power unit. Griffins have not been played yet this game. I think Arendite is at 3 damage right now. I don't know if it's really going to grow by that much, depending on how well this lead can be maintained by Cabello. Maruna's great, but what tempo do you have to follow it up with? Jotun?
Not the greatest Arendite campaign, if we ever seen one. Or maybe Cabello's idea is to... or Xantiax's idea is to get a buff onto the Arendite so that it can be played for Golden Necker decks. You just show that the card is weak and people are like, ah, we are buffing that.
Playing the long game, I like it.
Okay, so the werewolf is finally
Yes,
feeling like a
finally
predator.
found its back. But yes, there is a single toll punish really in the form of that Wolfsbane, which is guaranteed to come from the Golden Necker. But before you play the Golden Necker, I think you'd like to either get the... Okay, there's their Daemon Secret Service up. Oh,
Okay. Well,
there is a lot. Okay, I guess Sangreal can kind of... Sangreal can deal with the lock anyways.
Yeah. Was there any reason to waste that purified? Oh, like sure it's 2 points, but
It's...
like you can
You
get
get
it from
the-
Griffin Witcher.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Because, okay, yeah, you can use the Sangreal now to purify, but then that's going way too high, and it plays into Heatwave. I'm not sure. It's not like 1 damage was going to easily kill the Secret Service. But, yeah. There's the opposing lock. Okay, no Griffins. The fruit isn't going to really get any more value here. Or maybe you wanted to use the order early to try and get the Hubert out so that they can Golden Necker.
Well, yeah, the idea was there, I think, also with the Damn Sorceress in round 2 getting clicked.
So now the question is, do you just save the Golden Necker even for last say to deal with the werewolf? I don't think... I don't know really. Looks like we might be.
Okay, Arendite, meanwhile, is slowly growing. It's already 6. By the end of the game, potentially it can be 10 for 10.
Getting provisions, that's amazing. I don't think it's ever going to find really good kill on an engine of value.
Yeah, unless damage is getting wasted to knock down the shield first.
I wonder, like, I assume Karadhar's gonna come down next turn with a shield charge, a shield all charge on him. Will that prompt the heat wave to be used in response? Because if so, that opens up a really nice Sangreal opportunity.
Come on now. One of you must know the answer, surely.
That's a lot of points on this Keldar if unanswered. Like, he has the entire row to work on. Whenever you play a special card. Wow. Looking at this hand, it looks like a special hand.
Yeah, I think it's gonna fill the row up. But
Okay.
then maybe we're running into problems when it comes
So
to the front row.
it.
Or you could just move. I
Okay.
don't mind that either.
So yeah, that's what I meant by damage being wasted. Iron Diet kinda kills it now. Do you even try to prevent that?
You could use... I don't mind using a Trial of the Grasses on it. It doesn't really look like you'll have much of a better target.
Okay.
Okay, now we see the... Oh,
Okay, there are two features, but doesn't this kinda jeopardize Berengar's life?
The bolt softens him up. The sword.
it'll be fine.
Will it? Like, it's literally Toad now, and Iron died.
Griffin Witcher over the Griffin Witcher Ranger, though? Actually, I think it's about the same number of points anyways with the formation.
Like, this Berengar is dead.
It's fine. The Witcher student...
Is getting hit waved
Actually-
or Iron died.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's not
And
enough witches.
it's
the start of
happening
the
now,
turn.
and there are no Witchers in the deck, and that's like minus 16 points.
Ooh.
Surely, and that's after that.
Yeah, that was not good.
Things to do.
Wait,
Okay, there is one extra turn still,
okay, I guess the Iron Diet can still just kill the Witcher student and...
but it's
Very
not
good,
going, so might have been used. But yeah, now the
Okay, it's
heat wave is gone, and the win con
Yeah,
is not
that was,
being played too.
Yeah. Bit of a miss sequence there. And this Sangreal is now really, really nice on the Windhelm. Look, I know like you want to kill the Immortals like a turn earlier.
Does it make much difference between Griffin Witcher and Windhelm? Like, you get an extra pink and it auto-locks your infusion.
I guess maybe the Griffin Witcher is better. Yeah,
Griffin Witcher
that's true.
should be
Actually.
better.
Unless you hit the armor. But
Okay, so we have Santiago's registering another win here. The point gap was what, 30 plus points, so I'm not sure if Berengar's demise would have been enough.
this means Rain might be with a red coin of choice. I don't think you're taking hidden cash on red coin ever in this kind of matchup. I think you need the blue coin to have a chance.
You probably can run away with this Syndicate against Orders if you got your Bincio Saul.
Yeah, I think it has a chance on blue coin. It would just be a bit too slow and the raids will get out of hand too quickly, I think, if the coins were reversed. We'll probably see Rain next game if Cabela is able to get a win with the monsters here. But this is probably the exact kind of situation in which the Enchanted Armor is perfect, because I don't think Warriors has the points really to contest this round one.
Yeah.
Particularly from red.
Devotionalists definitely love to get abused a little bit. And I mean, in between their proper games, they're like, now I feel like I'll give my opponent a slight edge.
Look closely, kiddos, on thy courageous mother.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see the Toad Prince come down here. Like, Warriors can tend to not have that many 4-power units later on. Kind of just take it while you get it, I'd say. Actually, maybe that's not great. You don't really want to eat a Warlord right here, because that would mean that they have a chance, if they had the phrase Blessing, to already use it.
Yeah, true. So,
Yeah, Lock is a very efficient answer to the tier in this kind of matchup.
yeah, it's amazing. Of course, you are playing a 6p against an expensive card, but you are just denying your opponent whatever threat he was posing with the tier.
I'll be right back. There's a huge spider I need to deal with.
Okay, no problem. Are you leaving your camera on? I don't know, guys. No, I'll hide. I'll hide this spider fighter lemon from you. No, it attacks him. No, they are struggling on the floor now. Oh, he eats him.
I could show you the dead spider if you want. I'll save you.
I've hidden your camera and has been narrating. Nothing really happened. He did it off screen. A golden dragon. Aeonan.
Okay. Where were we?
We were at you fighting a golden spider. But yeah,
I think it was probably just...
has been expanded here, but I guess it doesn't really matter since you have your Iron growing, you have your Riptide, so you should have an answer to open board tier. Nothing really, unless there will be a Solve on the board already.
Yeah, they could lead like a leader or a serve or something to try to play around it. It would be really funny if they tried to do an empty serve, like a serve onto an empty board, and then because Riptide is actually 13 power because of the. God,
I love that idea. Not sure there is any prompt to do that, but sometimes you like proactivity. Yeah.
Never mind.
Never mind. That's round 1. And Cabela Beta makes sure that Irondite is growing every turn and nothing can turn it off. But yeah, gets a win. In a round, gets last save with Werewolf, develops Mamuna target, has control. More
this looks like a pretty good hand to get a bleed going, I would say. Also, to be fair, there is also Tesh Mutin is a pretty good answer for tier. There is that as well in this matchup. It's been ages since I've played with Tesh Mutin, but yeah, it is the perfect answer to tier. It was one of the main reasons Tesh kind of crept into the meta originally. I think just lead Mamuna here, right? Or maybe you start with, say, the Ice Giant instead. Or the Jotun. There's a lot of options.
Okay,
what are we pulling from Nero?
Welcome back,
Nero.
Oh, nice! Get the Warlord back. That's actually a really good play.
Yeah.
Love it.
There are no teleportations. to abuse it,
No.
so might just try to take it out from Fuku and Freya.
Yeah. Yeah, so Muna might be more of a short round play in this case. But look at the double thrive proc on the fruits there. Okay, Toad would have been amazing on the blacksmith. But Toad is gone.
Cabello Beta is pretty confident in his hand, so heat waves.
I'm surprised, because in a deck like this, the location is really only playing for like 6 points usually.
Oh wait, yeah.
Like they don't get any removal
There are no
value.
piggies, true.
They run what?
No, there are no witch apprentices piggies.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, there is nothing to really be threatened with in terms of an answer. Yeah, fair point.
Like,
Maybe.
I thought you were meant to generally save the heat wave for whatever the tier brings back.
Yeah.
Be like a 16 point. Oh, I guess you need the last save for the werewolf. I don't know.
Well, there would have been a last say, and there's still
Would have.
I don't know.
I mean, at this
There is
point,
a
you're not
tier
getting the last
playing
save back.
on this yacht tone. I don't know.
Yeah, if need be, they can do that. Oh, this is not a good Mamuna.
Okay.
I mean, it's alright, but you'd much
It's
rather use it
alright,
on the
yeah.
Griffin.
I'm not sold on how this push is going, but I guess if you are pushing, you cannot really
guess-
leave yourself against the short round leader solve combo anymore.
Okay. Now it's just, what, 23 points so?
Hey, goodbye.
And in the shadows, blacksmith is just doing some work. So this is a tier, but you do.
Okay, it actually. Okay, that's big. At least the tier is out.
What is your werewolf target anymore?
Just something next round, like maybe an 8-point invader or something.
Okay, 8 point doesn't sound too bad.
Or maybe like a King Brown, depending on how it goes. Okay, use the Arendite.
And I traded Forgotten Slash is not much. And you cannot spend literally everything. You have to have something on.
So if the enchanted armor actually went onto the werewolf here, you could literally, I mean, you don't have last say, so it doesn't really matter. You could have targeted the leader, but it's probably just going to die to the champ's charge if there is even one bloodthirst able to be found apart from the leader.
Somewhere around that heatwave play on the location, it might have gone a bit around for Cabello.
Yeah, I did not like that.
So this is dealing 4 damage. So your fruit is kind of feeding the primal savagery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait. No, you cannot. Well, first there is the disconnect. I was thinking about, can you discard everything?
Oh.
But you deny the Irondite value, you denied... Nah, I don't think you can. But I kind of would have loved to see that tried out.
Yeah, I mean, they could have, like, if they want, like, Res the Vabion or something. Oh no, Vabion wasn't even played, never mind.
Like, just play savagery for damage on a 6 without spawning anything. Discard your War of Clans. You have Champions Charge playing for... That probably was winning.
Yeah.
Not like it.
I don't think it's better though, because you only
Yeah.
deny the Iron Diet, which is like what, 15-ish points. Whereas by playing these two cards, you certainly get more than 15 points.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
that
also
alone
deny
was...
the Werewolf plus 8.
Yeah.
So that's
You also
not
would
good.
lose the rain value. I'm not counting the werewolf, because you're gonna have the bloodthirst anyways to kill her.
Okay, fair enough. I just tried
And
to
this is
find a
just not-
fancy way of winning
Yeah,
it.
that's fair. But this is the problem of like playing against warriors. If you need the last 8, which I think here you needed it, it's just so easy for the warriors to defend the round 2 bleed. And this was even, they had like nothing left really apart from Kusha.
Got my scar?
And I guess, well, to be fair, Vabion, Bran, Blood Eagle aren't bad, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. Warriors takes the victory, and that's another 3-0 win for Team France here.
Okay, so France as Ukraine goes for the lead in the group. Oh, wait, I'm not even sure.
They're tied now for the lead
I
in the
forgot
group,
what did I draw in the show, so it's the same group most likely, right? No, it's not.
Oh,
No,
they're different groups.
no, this is a different group. But yeah, well done to team
We didn't really get a chance to look over the decks. Quickly flick over them now. Arch 1 has taken Harmony, Death Wish, Jackpot, Non-Devotion, and a Rain list, a Beast Rains list. And Trotsky has Self-Wound, Blind Pockets, Triple Idir, and a Cultist list. The bans are the Arrakis Queen for Trotsky, or the Arrakis Swarm, and the Jackpot list for Arch 1 has been banned.
Amazing.
So and game 1 here, Cultist on blue coin and Rain on red coin.
Rabbit, I don't actually know what's correct there, so I'm happy to actually pronounce it as a soft CH and say Archie. So I mean, you just let us know if you have a correction. I'm also going to move I'm gonna move Lamon just a touch off of the score. This is
so Archie
probably the safest place to put you.
I don't think there's much graveyard punishing to be done for this version of the cultist list. I'm a bit worried about how the Rain is going to be able to catch up to the cultist. As a Renfrew list, you don't have Heat Wave, you have limited control. In fact, what control is there? You can do damage with Rain, and there's a lock from Megara, but I think that's about it. Oh, there's a Sequan, which is not even in hand. But we actually see a distinct lack of Eternal Eclipse Deacons, so it's going to be a little harder for Trotsky to start spreading those infusions.
Yeah, I was really to Maytol's point. I was really sad to see to see that the cultists was alive again. I was sad. I was sad for this, but we are seeing two traditionally, like, this is not the greediest version of this is certainly not the greediest version of Rain that exists, but it is a fairly greedier list, like you said. Like because you're playing Renfrey, there's no heat wave, there's a lot less directed control in this Rain list. But I agree with you. I don't think it's not nearly as greedy as the cultist list. So I think the points are going to be a problem. And it's Archie. Okay, I can go with Archie Bunker. I can get down with that. Thanks, Rabbit. I'm down.
Okay. So Archie leading with Raging Bear, playing it first in the round means it doesn't have an allied unit to damage. Might like to see this Messenger of the Sea getting set up soon, along with some rain from the leader or the half-brew in hand. Maybe Rune Mage could find a lock or removal, possibly try and choose an Nilfgaard Runestone. And we actually already see both tutors being used here for Trusky, both the Neomancy and the Decree. Actually made a slight mistake. Squirrels can destroy the Neomancy, so that is effectively it for tutors for Trusky. So,
and what you said about Trusky's hand is true, because Trusky had to go find the Deacon and then use a tutor with a for a teleportation of all things.
yeah.
It makes that's not what you want to be doing if you can avoid it.
Yeah. We saw two tutors being used for 2/4 provision cards. That's definitely not what you usually want to be doing. There's still the Cursed Scroll, which is a sort of pseudo tutor hand. So, question is, okay, grabs the scenario, that is the choice it's going for, and puts the Nausicaa Brigade to the bottom of the deck, so that's not going to be a potential break when we're looking at draws into future rounds. Here comes the scenario.
My love bot says that there's a 52% probability of love between Maytul and I. So I'm not a math doer. Oh wait, actually I can do math because Lemon, I got this for Christmas, so I can do math now.
What did you get?
I have an abacus, so I can finally do math. I'm very excited about this. So 52% is more than 10%, so that means Maytul and I are in love, obviously, right?
I believe that's how the maths of love works, yes?
Yes! If Lemon says it, it's true, because Lemon is the smartest of us. Speaking of people being smart,
sure
we see Trusky hasn't obviously resolved scenario yet, but Archie clearly has a hand that can just kind of continue to go here from Red Coin. So do you see a problem for Trusky not getting round control and then getting bled, especially without any more tutors?
I don't think Trusky is going to lose the round. I don't think that's happening here. Like, yes, this isn't nearly an ideal scenario for Cultists. They would have liked to play more Deacons to get more infusions to actually make more use of the Chapter 1. But there's already multiple engines here. Another Cultist and Trusky can start making use of the Side Cavalry. Note that when the Deathwish triggers and it gets spawned, it isn't going to be locked. And,
that's right, and it'll spawn on the opposite row, which will be... And it spawns as its base copy, right?
Not quite. The power is set to the number of cultists on Trusky's board, which is actually going to be higher than the base power. Which
but it'll have its organic one armor, right?
Yes, that is. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so you're right. So the power won't be base, but it'll have the one armor, so it'll be an active engine in the front row here.
Yeah, exactly as we see here. 6 power light cavalry.
That's so obnoxious.
From a 4 provision unit. Yep. Silver lining for Archie here is that okay, goes for Rain on the back row. I was expecting Rain on the front row to get rid of that armor.
To turn off
because there wouldn't really be a way to reapply that armor, but that's not the case. pretty good value lock here, triggering the cultist infusions. And this light cavalry, because it still has that armor, starts to do some extra damage.
And now we see the rain on the front row, which also thins out the anglerfish, and then presumably Archie will click the little half-roux at some point to potentially to be able to continue to get the to continue to get the rain to proc to keep the anglerfish out, unless it also does, especially from red coin. There is sometimes with these kind of rain decks, you don't mind from red coin if the anglerfish go back in, as long as you can get rain out later, because they go to the bottom, so it's not like they're bricks in your draws anymore.
Yeah, like you usually like them to stay, but it's not the worst case if they go back. Also, I have to apologize slightly. I forgot Trisky's leader was still formation, so yeah, it can put armor back. So that's why you didn't want to necessarily just get rid of the armor. That doesn't achieve awfully much.
And so we do see Archie take the pass here down down double their point value after playing 7 cards. Cultist doing cultist things.
Look, it was looking like maybe Archie could have kept up for a little bit there. Look, but like the point gap was about sort of at 10, I think, and then in the turn the point gap leaps all the way to 50, which Chusky didn't really have a hand to keep playing into that round with the bricked operator and the battle stations, but that doesn't really matter when you're able to get such a big lead.
Yep, especially when the opponent doesn't have 50 points left in their hand. And we see Trusky, of course, taking the long round here as possible. As you prefer, as cultists in this matchup. Call me Sismesh asked what time it is currently in Australia, Lemon.
It is 1:22 a.m.
So when I was saying good evening, I was just thinking like, I was doing the math of like the time, and I forgot that we've passed midnight. So it is at you were right when you said it is actually quite morning where you are.
Yeah, so we see here with the mulligans. Actually, something to note here is that Trusky's list is actually running 2 Magni divisions, and only 2 tactics, namely the battle stations and the Royal Decree. Royal Decree has already been played, but no Magni division, meaning there's not great use out of these Magnis, especially with no Magni in hand here to play out the battle stations. They're kind of like bricks here, even though they do have one of them has the cultist tag.
And
actually, okay, recruit can grab it, but okay, playing around the Saequan with the leader charge, you'd like to see it.
And then we also see, I was just showing that that Archie missed Fukusha and Kelpie, which is not going to help your cause here. Potentially, Renfrey could draw one of those, because we know that technically it's really there's going to end up being 4 cards on top, really, because the anglerfish we know are at the bottom. But
it could just be damage. Finds the 6 damage here.
Yeah, so it either could
if you're
be
able to
damage
roll the split 8 damage, you could potentially get rid of one of the Nausicaa brigades as well.
And if you get the 6 after on the second on the use order, then you could potentially remove 2, which could be neat.
Yeah. But it's no damage, just going for their own points. Thinking I'm worried about killing this stuff.
Oh yes, okay. I thought I read that backwards. So now it's either you take the Fukusha.
A beautiful pair of legs.
But I mean, this is just going to be way too many points from Trusky, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay, look, yes, it's nice that Renfrey gets you access to the Fukusha, but this recruit living, these Nausicaa brigades living, I don't know how many points that is going to be playing for.
I was gonna say these these infusions these are both at ones, but yeah, the question is are these gonna play for more than 20 points over the course of a long round? And the answer is probably yes. And as a result, is the Fukusha to your point, is the Fukusha gonna play for 20 points, or would it have been better to remove them?
Yeah, and here you see the recruit swaps out for the Magni. This Magni has the cultist tag. It's a engine in and of itself, triggers the other cultist engines, Nice draw into the Illusionist. I think that was basically the perfect draw. Unfortunately misses the Initiate. That is at the bottom of the deck and will not be found.
Reality is that which is supposed to believe it no more does not go away.
Also, so the last card in the deck, like you said, is an Initiate, and there isn't a tactic left. So this is a, am I crazy? This is a dead Magni Division, right?
Yes, correct. And it's not even infused.
Yeah, it's just a 2-point card.
Yeah.
It is kind of wild to think that the best way to play Nilfgaard soldiers after all of the buffs and changes is to play cultists.
Yeah, I mean cultists. I mean they will struggle a lot against a deck with a Heatwave in it, but it seems that the Team Poland is confident they're not going to be facing many decks with Heatwave, or can just focus their bans onto such decks.
And I think was your surprise at the Serquan that it wasn't held to kill a potential initiate or two, because there's only the one lock left to answer that, I think.
Yeah, I think. Look, it's at this place. I don't really know what you're able to do to shut things down. It's like you know, there's like scenes in like cartoons or whatever, where you have like a boat with like a bunch of leaks in it, and then you have like the person inside trying to like plug the leaks, but they just can't plug all the leaks. That's basically Archie here with the Saquon and the lock, and that's all against a gajillion engines.
Yeah, the Fukusha, if there wasn't armor, gets 2 points a turn. But there's some armor in this back row as well. There isn't a tall punish. Although I will say that, you know, neither one of these last two soldiers is infused, so this is just 6 points. But I mean, this is just, there's too many cultists drawing value on the board, right? And this necromancy is also going to play for. It could play for a lock. Presumably, it plays for another cultist. I mean, that's just too much value. I mean, there's still 12 plus 6 plus whatever the corrupted Flaminica plays for Archie. So probably another like 30-ish points plus the rain value.
Actually, yeah. Note that right now there's no initiate in the graveyard. Oh, sorry, there is one now.
Yeah,
okay,
I think so.
Oh, that was from the scenario. Yes, the necromancy is online.
Okay,
actually,
and then
see the
yeah, you opt to infuse one of the. Yeah, this is over.
Yeah, note that the Vigo actually had the infusion from the Master of Ceremonies to deal 3 damage to the opposing infused unit.
True.
That enabled an early trigger on the Death Wish, earlier Deacon flip, and Initiate, and it's solo over Red Rover. Yeah,
you can see there Trusky has played plenty of cultists. There's obviously a deep expertise there in kind of knowing the lines. So Trusky takes the first game. I have updated the game score because I try not to be terrible. So that's game 1. While I'll keep an eye on when the players are ready to jump into game 2. But while we're waiting for that, here's Trusky's lists, and let me move this all the way to the top for the time.
So note that the
just kidding,
Monsters list was banned for Trusky, and the Nilfgaard list, as we just saw, got a win. So we'll only be seeing Trusky playing the Syndicate and Skellige decks remaining.
Syndicate and Skellige are Trusky's remaining options. Okay. I wanted to try and throw up quickly here the deck. So chat, you may only get to see this for a hot second, but you said, so we saw Nilfgaard went through for Trusky, and you said, say again the ban, I'm sorry?
Monsters was banned. So we're only seeing the Gallagher self-wound list and the Skoya lined pockets.
And the line
remaining.
pockets list that you're in front of. I'll fix that so that you all can actually see it next time. But the players are ready to be in here. Pius Pius said maybe next week we should bring Mill so people can spam that on ladder too. Please don't do that. It was there's enough chaos out there with Sentry and Lion and Mayamon. We don't need, and that might drag Spessy back into Gwent. Like, we don't need to have Mill on ladder. That's not. Maybe I'm being selfish, Lemon.
Would you?
No, we don't need Mill. We don't need Mill.
I will convince Reddit to buff Kingslayer to 5. Oh, good God. Wedding?
Please
Oh!
don't abuse your power metal.
Mazel, my friend just texted me and said, "Can I have your address for a wedding invitation?" Wow, would love to see that. People out here getting married in this economy? That's incredible.
That's exciting.
I know. Spessy will definitely come back. I would imagine taking Death Wish from Blue Coin that both players will simply do the thinning things, the carryover things, and then obviously Trusky will have to get out here sooner than later.
Yeah, this line pockets list really struggles to fight for the round 1 without the Madame Marquis Serenity. It was actually very, very skilled for Trusky to roll the casino bounces from the Eventide Plunder.
True.
Able to get that double thinning from a 4 provision bronze. Balanced 12 for 4.
Yeah, super balanced. 12 for 4 plus thinning, super balanced. Big smart. Must keep. We do see this version of Death Wish is running has a number of control tools in it as these decks have this deck archetypes continue to evolve, but Archie opting to play Geralt Igni and Heatwave instead of Erendite. So at least you know, doing your thinning, playing your 3 cards for Trusky didn't generate any additional carryover in the form of an Erendite for Archie, so that's good for Trusky at least. Double Cyclops might be a lot here, but maybe you do want the control for the various Syndicate engines.
Yeah, I don't think there's really an easy way for Archie to get through the opposing Azar Javed. Although the Tall Punish of choice is an Igni here, which can bypass this Syndicate Defender. This doesn't actually target directly, just targets the row.
Do you think this is going to be a full-on push from Archie, or is this going to be try to get out a lot of points and go? I would imagine this is going to be like a play as deep as you can kind of push, especially with the Igni in hand, right?
I think you just have to go hard here. It's not fun bleeding into Madame Marquis Serenity, but I think a long round is just still too threatening since you really don't have an easy way to get through the Azar. You don't have much sort of targeted control to deal with, like Ixora or Akronchu when they get played. Yeah, I think you have to go hard. When you do see the Cyclops able to sort of deny a little bit of the engine potential that the Madam provided here.
And to your point, we see the push. This potentially gets heat waved. This Dagon, yeah. So that Dagon goes. If you're Archie, you're probably skill checking there and hoping that Trusky didn't have the heat wave, so at least you can get some additional value there in the bleed. But to your point, very hard to bleed when the opponent can put multiple engines on the board at the same time. And diversify with the spenders. Having King of Beggars come out also helps, because then you can kind of sit back with the candle as opposed to having to burn candle clicks as early as you otherwise would have to without a spender.
Yeah. And that's kind of the problem as well, because these engines are sort of acting passively here. When we saw the Dagon being traded for the Heat Wave, that actually gave Trusky an opportunity to just get ahead. Because these engines were ticking as the turn progressed, even though the cards played sort of traded evenly with each other.
True.
The Sirakus Queen did eat up the Dettlaff. When consumed, now it will spawn another fresh Dettlaff with 2 more counters on it.
So we see the succubus here, and I wonder. Yeah, it's interesting because if Archie clicks the Arrakis Queen, then like it makes the Ixora bad for a couple of turns with the ones on the board, but also then if the Ixora kills your succubus, then you're getting free. Then you don't have to spend consumes on that, and that's essentially neutral points. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's why the no click on the AQ yet.
I think it was more trying to set up the 2 adjacent units for the Indraga Warrior. That was my thought process more so.
Hoping to get the succubus to come out on the front row so that you get more value out of the consume.
Although you still could have used the Arrakis.
Oh no!
Okay. The other way, so I'm not sure.
I didn't see how many tags there were, but I didn't know if we were going to see the cultist get pickpocketed, or the cultist, the succubus.
Oh, the succubus gets stolen. Those are all blind eyes. There's nothing else. It's all just blind eyes.
I feel bad for. I really wish that the dev team would have fixed Shady Vendor with a tag back before they left. I feel like that would have been a nice parting gift. But now we do see the Ixora.
And look, there's a good chance if the Ixora does get triggered here that it will just end up being a Cyclops.
Mm-hmm. But more likely to do the Cyclops in than the Succubus at this point. But instead, Trusky just spends enough to stay ahead here, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah. And there's actually a Heat Wave in deck for Archie. I missed that when I was looking before. That is the one bit of targeted removal, which could be used on the Ixora if that was sort of the choice, but it's not in hand. Instead we see the Igni dealing with some peaches. Hope you like fried fruit, because that's what's on the menu today.
I hope you like fried fruit. So now Archie not getting having had again to wait and to try and get that succubus on the front row, which now has happened because the row using the spawn from the AQ to fill the back row, so guarantees the front row for the succubus. And as Lemon pointed out, now that Sindriga Warrior is a lot better on the consume.
Yeah, I think that was a very nice heads-up play for Archie to take the RNG out of the picture and guarantee the row the succubus would summon onto. And now this Ixora is pretty useless. Going to be threatening a whole bunch of drones now. We see probably the Indraga Warrior being used, and then Vickery likely just going to be used for Consume to finish off here. There is a second Indraga Warrior, which has quite a nice option of leading both the Dettlaff and the Succubus.
Second Indraga Warrior is nice, and then if you can hold that last leader charge for then you'll guarantee, like if you find the Succubus, then you get points from that. The Doldu Lock you could either click now or you could carry over. Yeah. And we also have the Open Sesame. There's one Open Sesame in the bank for Trusky. I was kidding. So like I said, there's 2 Open Sesames in Trusky's graveyard now that are both live.
Yes, but they're really difficult to trigger. One's at 3 counter, the other's at just played end is at the 6 counter. And since there's no 1/1 spender on board, there's only this Oxenfurt Guard which has to spend 2 coins at once. It's quite hard to fully empty your coin bank here.
Agreed. This was a really nice bleed from Archie, and I think a lot of this hinging on exactly what you said about spawning the drones on the back row to fill the row. That was really slick. And now we see that's 5, 6, 7, 8. So you can click all of the Intriga Warriors, and then the Succubus will still have space to come out. Opts to spend the leader here as well. Now now should plus 5 points on a succubus. Nice. So it looks like Trusky is probably gonna have to give both cards here.
Yeah.
Those are all just 4-point cards.
This actually, I think, is over.
The simplest methods yield the best results.
Yeah, because there's no coin generation left with this other second Oxenfurt guard in hand. Amazing. So Archie opts to bleed exactly, I think, because like you said, getting through the defender is a huge pain and is not necessarily doable, and instead is able to 2-0, playing really efficiently there. Love to see it. And I will update the score. So for the first time ever, I've updated the score correctly twice in back-to-back games. My family's proud of me. I'm proud of me. I think I've done great here.
Nice. Yes, that ties up 1-1. I really liked the way that Archie played there.
Me too.
I'm not sure if it was intentional not using the Dagon round 1, but playing it round 2 to force out the heat wave meant that they could greed the Irakus Queen and the Detloff however they liked. And just optimize sort of their death wish and consume value.
Spot on, because otherwise you can't. The AQ gets heat wave there, if not the Detloff, out of hand, and then that is so many less points during the bleed, which probably means that Trusky gets out of the round and maybe even gets out of the round with a card.
Also, I think quite impressive to 2-0 against facing the Madam, the Ixora, and the Acherontia all in one round. Granted, there wasn't that much Open Sesame carryover, which kind of made it a little easier to secure, but even if we did go to that round 3, I think it would be a pretty comfortable win there for the Death Wish.
And also, what ifs are not particularly helpful, but if that second Oxenfurt guard in hand for Trusky is instead a defender, I think that changes the complexity of the game significantly, or if a defender is ever found from one of the couple of Acherontia pings. But again, Archie played that absolutely top tier, and now we see Trusky bringing what essentially is like a self-wound-ish deck, and we get to see Archie again try to get a Ren-free rain deck through from Red Coin.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is self-wound. I mean, sure, there's no Melusine here, but you're running the Ursine Ritual Leader. That's as self-wound as you're gonna get, at least in the current meta.
But if you're not playing Terror Crew Plunderer, then can you call it a self-wound deck? And the answer is objectively no, because Terror Crew Plunderer is the best card in Gwent, and so if you're not running it in a Skellige list where damaging yourself has value, Lemon, I don't accept this world. I don't accept this reality, and I won't live in it.
Guess we'll all afford ourselves a bit of denying reality every now and then.
I also want to say that the sky is not blue and that capitalism is good. So I mean, I'm trying to grasp at straws here, I guess.
Currently my sky's I can't really look out the window. It's fine, it's down. It's very much not blue. It's quite dark, I'd say. Pitch black.
Love to see it.
Mixed thoughts on capitalism, but I don't think that's for discussion here.
Yeah, probably not. I also appreciate that we're back to, because of the buffs to skirms, that we're back to where we were, a year and a half ago now, maybe, of just running the discard package in a deck because there's value. I love that.
Just a year ago, even, like, the original Golden Echo Pirate list still ran discard package. It was only, like, after the Unicorn rework that they kind of got replaced. But the problem is that this second skirmisher doesn't have a discard trigger. Note that the Coral and the Burner are being played in this list, but none of the 4 provision Heimei Scalds. So a few more limitations in the actual discarders in this list. See an early Sigvald coming out. Can be used with the Canute and the Martyr to get quite a lot of value. Yeah, there's not even like a Geralt or anything in this list. So, this Sigvald is pretty hard to answer. Yeah, you can lock it, but there is a Pellerin response for Trusky. Of course, the bleeding would go away if you do decide to do that, but the lock isn't even in hand for Archie, so that kind of doesn't come into play here.
Absolutely. That's what I went looking for in the deck, was to see if any of the Haymade Scalds are being played, and they are not. So like you said, it becomes the discard package played that way becomes that much more draw dependent. But we see Archie being able to keep up here, having the Kelpie in hand. We are about to see this, I think, this Messenger of the Sea die, and it does. So we do see the combo, the Canute and Sigvald combo played early and in round 1. But you can get away with that because you have Olgierd Immortal. So if you end up being jammed up in terms of resurrects, then if you need to bring back Canute with that interaction, then that's great. You're probably happy if you're Trusky with that. And we do see him opting to activate Canute here.
Yeah, and this Canute is pretty safe. Again, maybe you could actually get something from the Renfried to kill the Canute, but it's really not an opportune time to use the leaders. Note that Trusky is going for a complete row stack here to just not let Archie get much value when trying to spread the rain onto both rows. I think this does force the Renfri.
Yeah, I guess Archie says, if I can find the damage.
Which cannot.
Does not.
So it's play a bronze, then draw one of the top 3 cards, and then the odd even boosty passive. But Point Slam is solid, but it's only gonna really last until the Sigvald gets clicked.
Yeah. So the Kelpie, I think, dies. Yep, the Kelpie dies here, and I think you probably click the Sigvald because it gets you ahead and kind of a why not.
I don't know if you want to do it just yet, because after you click the Sigvald, you're not getting that much more out of the rounds. I could see it, but I could also see Trusky maybe wanting to wait like one more turn.
Yeah, because you want a long round anyway, so if you play down, it'd be, yeah. I think you're right. Either way is probably fine. I think also waiting a turn for a card would have been fine too.
I think playing like this, you probably would have to sort of go for the Olgierd next. Yeah, I actually see the Pella being used now. The lock doesn't really have a response. So let's say you lock a Draco Turtle or a Svarbot later on, that card's effectively useless on board.
And we see Leader here as well.
Yeah, I think Archie just has to fight super hard for the round here.
Yeah, because if you lose with these golds and the way they interact and your lack of directed control besides a Serquan, I think you're right. If you're Archie, then if you end up not getting to play the way you want, then you're screwed. And then, as you pointed out, the Olgierd comes next. So still with the Draco Turtle, which could be a good target for Canute. Although Archie does have a Squirrel in hand, so if Trusky dry passes into a longer round 3, then Archie can squirrel the Canute, which can be a pain in the ass.
Yeah. So that could kind of force the immediate Sigrid for Zerai if Trusky really values the Canute. Ends up going for a bleed in that kind of case. Heatwave being used. What was that on?
Heatwave was on a messenger.
Right. The second messenger.
And does Archie doesn't have the points here, right? You could play the Fukusha, like the Fukusha into the Kelpie, I guess, or into the messenger would end up being what, 6. So the Kelpie would be 8, so it'd be more. So yeah, I was gonna say it. Archie. The problem is Archie just doesn't have enough points.
Yeah, it was the wolf actually that got heatwaved there.
Oh, good call, PJ. It was two turns of rain were left before both players just passed. I know Lemon is situated in front of the row condition spot, so I'll verbally update that next time that there's rain on the row.
Yeah, I think we're kind of actually no, Fukusha will bring back the Kelpie most likely in like around 2 or around 3 here, depending on what happens. And yeah, it looks like Canute is gonna be the banish here, I imagine. No, banishes the Sigvald.
Interesting. Because the Canute into the Draco Turtle is where the value is, right? The Sigvald value would just be the totem into the totem play, or
Sigvald is still good.
Yeah.
But without the Canute, Sigvald is a lot less scary. Sigvald still works with like the location, with like this turning the Svarblood pings into points. But yeah.
But to your point, aren't I? I mean, isn't Canute still into like Draco Turtle and or into some of the fanatics still scarier?
I would agree. I think Canute is a little bit scarier. I mean, not as much with Draco Turtle, because like if it doesn't have armor as much, it's not really that great of a target anymore. Actually, to be fair, with the Olgierd and the Sigvald gone, the Canute also isn't as valuable. So I can see the Squirrel banish actually onto the Sigvald the more I think about it.
Yeah, and you're also, I think maybe the other thinking there is that you don't have, your Peller's gone, you don't have an answer for the lock anyway. I don't know if that feels good, right? Because I mean, you're still giving the opponent 9 points.
Oh
no! Oh no!
Okay, look. It doesn't matter that much, because if the burner is played, the skirmisher will kind of just die anyways when the Svarblood comes down. And look, this 4 points doesn't really matter, because 4-point body, it's just gonna get blown up by the blob.
True, I guess putting more point. It's just if that's true, then taking the bleed didn't matter anyway. I mean, but I don't know. They're presumably whatever you take there. Archie obviously took whatever was the most value, and yeah, God bless. I don't know how that probably didn't feel very good if you're Archie.
Yeah, so that was 6 turns of rain, so there will be rain on this front row for the rest of the game here for Trusky.
Good call.
Pretty good roll with the War Crier from the Chaos Troll. Only thing, maybe like a Great Sword would have been better, but don't think you can complain too much with that.
Gets the messenger down now as quick as you can.
This could just be the Draco Turtle clash, I think.
Try to eat some of that rain maybe, although it will get its full value, I think, probably with the Sigvald. And we see the Care trolled early to kill the messenger, which is really good for Trusky.
Yeah, this is gonna be your Aguara most likely coming down onto the Draco Turtle.
Yeah, sadly though, this isn't, just looking at what's left here, this isn't really all that close. The Spores is not really going to play for much value for Trusky, but there's still, I think, too many points on Trusky's side. Even though Trusky does have more units than, but it's a wash, right? The Fanatics kind of don't count. The Draco Turtle's got armor.
Yeah, it's almost like the 1 and the 2 power unit. They don't matter that much when it comes to the blob.
Yeah, because they were going to die anyway.
Yeah.
Am I crazy that the Sigvald animation is more subtle now than it used to be? No, never mind. I take it back. The first time when it came down, it didn't have that kind of like someone stomping on a dusty ground explosion. But
right. Oh, the Svarblood's animation.
Yeah, I don't know what I actually said, but I meant Svarblood.
You said Sigvald.
Yeah, exactly. Say the card that's not on the board. Come on, Lemon, keep up with with me saying the wrong thing. Don't be crazy.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I haven't really played Svarblood myself much after not playing in 20s for a while now. See a nice little 12-point champion of Svarblood, and the Spores finisher pairs up quite nicely onto the Corrupted Filminica. I mean, it doesn't even need to help the Spores, but
and there you have it.
It's more than enough.
Blob chant. Yeah, Mosh, it's a shame because I like the concept of SK Beasts. It's just Like the way to best build the deck just doesn't, like there's very few like decisions in the micro, like at a tactical level, that you have to make. So just kind of, you know, play as many beasts as you can, thin your deck, play Flaminica once or maybe twice. You know what I mean? Like it's a shame, because I like the concept of the deck. It's just a shame that it's not the most 5-head big brain deck in the world to play.
Yeah, I do find the round 1 against beasts is probably where it's most interesting to me, because it really often needs to win the round 1 either for last say or to get round control to bleed, since it really lacks the control tools. So that back and forth and what you end up having to commit can be sort of a little interesting, I'd say.
Agreed. And you said Trusky's Monsters was banned, so we should now see Trusky's Lined Pockets, which is kind of the more traditional evolution of the Madame Acherontia Ixora flavor of Lined Pockets. The only real like big difference that you look at in the deck is that there's a Heat Wave. That's a little bit different maybe than some of the other ways it's played, but otherwise we see that's a really that's really nice for Trusky, that Trusky plays a Heat Wave in this list, finds the Heat Wave in round 1, which will certainly make it easier to play into what is this is one of the earliest iterations of the movement plus harmony list from Archie. Playing Huarawa. Love to see it. We have a Quacks in the list.
Well, I guess Trusky found the madam in some sense.
Yeah. It's. I mean, it's better. Like you deny. I mean, I see what you. I get. I agree with where you're going. It's like you deny the thinning, but then you also. It's still also a passive engine, so it's kind of like meh. But okay, so we see the heat. So the Heat Wave onto the.
The game is over if you allow that to stick. You
Yeah.
let them boost their whole hand by 3. It's yeah.
So you have to, and now that this then moves in such a way that then Trusky is certainly going to want round control here if possible, because otherwise Archie's going to be able to. Now that the scenario will go through, there's some points here. This is going to be, this I think is probably the most, to me, is the most interesting of the matchups in the games we've seen in this head-to-head so far.
I think Archie didn't play the Saskia that turn, so it looks like they're confident enough they can win the round without needing to commit that huge gold. I wonder if Trusky thinks no Saskia means I have a chance at contesting.
That is the irony is that does it, like you said, Archie is saying, even if I give up some of the cards that have been buffed, I would rather do that than and is potentially greeting the Saskia, because you have Bird in hand and you have Scenario in hand, so it's not like if you're Archie you're missing anything that's tremendously huge, but that's potentially signals to Trusky that you're actually weak, and so now we see that Archie has to then play the Saskia late, and that doesn't feel good.
I don't think it matters too much. It's most likely only getting 1 extra proc, and then Trusky will be forced out of the round, I expect. I don't see Trusky's hand sort of matching up to these Harmony engines. But there's actually only 1 Harmony engine right now.
The waters of Broccolon, the taste still harmony.
We do see, however, they're finding open sesames on both shady vendors, and now there's 3 open sesames.
So yeah, I didn't want the Saskia to get brawled, that's why it wasn't played early. So is it 4 power? I wasn't paying much attention to the coin count. I didn't think there would be enough, but if there was... I guess maybe a full leader could have ended up killing the Saskia. Still surprised it didn't get used after the first poison. I'm not sure.
We see the Casino Bouncers now played as they're more normal now. 8 points of tempo, but like 7-ish with the coin spend, as opposed to being played off the Eventide Plunder for too many points. And we see Archie having to commit already having to commit the Weeping Willow here. And then, but if you're Archie, I think you're maybe, well, Archie doesn't, there's Scenario and Bird, right? Because obviously next you're willing to commit the Brehen, and sure, that's fine, but...
You still don't really want to, but yeah, you could maybe move the Brawler and commit the Brehen.
Yeah, leader move and then Brehen, but like, to your point, like, then what? Like, all that's really left is Shiru, and obviously Percival is just Percival.
But to be fair, it will be another Harmony proc. The Weeping Willow click will play for a few points. There's a couple of bits of vitality on board. Saskia is going to pull another bronze.
Yeah, Archie, I think, I mean, Archie can certainly, I think, get out here. Opts to hold on to the leader. But if what I'm trying to articulate and not doing a good job of is just what more point, like, Archie's gonna have Bird and Scenario. So, like, you can't bleed if you're Archie, right? Or if you do, then you're just bleeding and then hoping that but you're not gonna have anything left in a 3-card round 3.
You can say Bird for a short round, possibly even just mulligan it here. If that's the line you go for, just, go for a 2-0 potentially. Maybe you think your Scenario is enough in the long round, but with no answer for the Saskia, no answer for the Exora, sorry, I don't think that's really the play.
Yeah, and to your point, it could just be resolve Scenario and then try and also probably play play everything except the Bird, and then you're just doing a short round 3 with like Shiru leader charges Bird, something like that. Because the Shiru can still be scary with with the leader charges for setup. So maybe that's the motive?
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable to me. I wonder if the Chameleon will get played before the Harmony Engines even, so you try to get a few more clicks out of the order.
Agreed. So maybe it's this, and then it's Chameleon, and then it's...
Yeah. I think that sounds reasonable.
Fledgling. We do see the Exora.
I think with the poisons... Okay, there's still technically a poison remaining. So you would have liked to have the King of Beggars behind the Defender, just in case there were 2 poisons in hand. But yeah, there goes the Antherian.
Yeah, that sucks. But Archie, I don't think Archie ever expected to keep the card here anyway, so that kind of wasn't the point anyway, right?
Not if you're getting this out. That's the Exora out, I think the first of the Open Sesames. The other 2 it counters 1 and 2 now. So if this coin bank does get emptied, then that would be a bit of carryover denied, but you can just chill, play Candle here, I think. You're not under much threat.
Archie fine playing the Chameleon. Trusky can play the Open Sesame here as well, right?
Yeah, you can spend as much as you like on the King of Beggars. There's no way for it to get poisoned now. It's completely safe.
So you do, yeah. and Trusky does it this way to not go to 0 coins.
Yeah.
To keep the Open Sesames active, and now there are 3 Open Sesames at 1, at 2, and at 6 counters. That, and being up a card, that feels pretty good if you're Trusky.
Yeah.
Candles on board, so you've got, and Candles, and you didn't have to spend on Candle because there was no answer to King of Beggars.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have access to so many coins to start with. You can drop out Crunchier first card, and the only answer would really be like a double leader Shiru. Yeah, I don't think you'd want to boost the Akarantia. It'd be, I think, candles at 1 spend at 7. It wouldn't be as good. Let's find the nerf to grab as well.
And then presumably, like because you have a poison in hand, I guess then either you play the Royal Decree for either a Shiru or to resolve a poison, whichever it seems more valuable.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I would expect Shiru to...
has no fear of fire.
Actually, Shiru's not great. Not great here. At 6, I don't think you're fighting much.
Yeah.
And you could maybe use offensive leaders to get it on 3.
You use all 3 leaders here and Shiru at 3?
Not this turn. It might be like possibly after the boat comes out, depending on candle spends.
I mean, minus whatever gets pulled from the Royal Decree, there's only, what is that? If you use the leader charges defensively, then there's 22 points plus Royal Decree left. Meanwhile, Trusky has Akarantia and a whole bunch of coins from a whole bunch of open sesames.
There's not that many open sesames left, I think. There's one at 1 count. I don't think the other at 5 counts will get triggered. And we do see the decree onto the poison, as you mentioned. So Shiru not going to be coming into play here. Just kind of playing around that potential threat of the Shiru with not that much coin generation in hand, able to just sort of sit tight and play this Akarantia as the final card.
My eyes are up here.
Yeah, and there's 14, 15, there's at least 16 points if all Trusky did was play the Akarantia on the board and then just use the Campbell. So, and so we see it. So Archie concedes, and Trusky comes through the first matchup between citizens of Russia and Poland in a 3-1 victory. And I will update this for posterity. 3-1. Amaze.
Yes. So yeah, that's a nice little series there. 3-1 victory. I'd say fairly clean. Start writing out in fiction.
I'm so overwhelmed with headcanon from Baldur's Gate 3 that I can't, my brain won't fit anymore, but that's why I need my abacus to do math, because otherwise there's no way I could. Anyway, speaking of, we will probably get to see that card played here as Sif opens with Syndicate and Paya opens with Self-Wound Skellige. Iada in chat says probably pirate crewmates, but that's so much less interesting as headcanon, right? Like
there could be something spicier on top of that.
Yeah, maybe it was a friends to love, or enemies to lovers, or an enemy to friends to lovers. Like we love those arcs. By we I mean me. That's Payable spelled correctly, Payable. And then we have here 04. Sif, great, cool.
The other arc that is loved by a lot of players is during your Madame Marquis Serenity round 1. And Sif has managed to fulfill that story arc. So out come the Peaches, out comes the Slice Seductress. So now these Skellige Self-Wounders are going to have to make do with these denizens of the Passiflora.
The denizens of the Passiflora. I love that. Thanks for that, Maytol. That is sup ladies, the answer to your question. Maytol, you know, it's funny, Maytol is serving a function that I will probably never need to have, given how small how like intimate my stream community is, and is essentially modding right now by like answering chat questions that I don't have that like before I see them. And that's actually really great and really cool. And now I see why people like having mods, because that's actually really handy.
Yes. Especially handy casting, because we need to manage to commentate as this soul comes down.
Oh, and, yeah, I should... how have I not made Maytol VIP?
Mathol definitely deserves it. Yes, no, this isn't a hidden cash list, so Sif does need to maintain the 9 Horde at the end of each turn to get full value out of the soul. But with the Marquis and the soul, this is quite hard for Paja to make up. I don't know how they would, since there is no sideboard in hand. I wonder if Sif is gonna go for a Temper Pass. I don't think it's amazing to go. I don't think you'd take the round 3, the long round 3. Like, yeah, you're on Devotion, you have a Heat Wave. Oh, no, this is Devotion.
Let's see.
As if...
Yeah, you're right. This one is Devotion. I don't know. I mean, you're getting 5 points a turn, plus you'll keep max coins, which, like you said, if it's dry pass into round 3 is less valuable. But the question becomes, if this isn't a Heat Wave, then I don't even know. I mean, I'm sure that if you're Paya, that you could do it, playing down to 4 cards.
I think actually it would be a bit different if there was a defender in this list. Potentially, but
and we do see the snap pass from Sif. I thought this was obviously a maxi. I thought it was a tutor, but I forgot that this list from Paya, apologies chat, does not play a Neuromancy. So yeah, so now at generating 5 points a turn for Sif, Paya needs to make up almost 60 points over the next 3 cards. Right? At least 5, 10, currently down essentially to almost 30, so yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, Paj is getting 2.5 points per turn here. Sif is getting sort of
5. So
potentially 7 per turn.
So it's more like 45 in 3 cards.
Yeah.
The Cure Troll played now means that you can remove one of the engines by putting the armor onto the priest, but it's probably like just something like Old
might see the
right?
Old Geared being played.
Yeah, because the Old Geared removes one is a 19 is essentially a 20 point play with the Cure Troll click, and then you still owe a card.
Yeah, I don't know what you play after that.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining Paya's doing the math to see, like, what does it take after, like, minus that interaction, what does it take to get out? Finds a skirm, that's certainly helpful.
That could have been known due to the maxi if the shuffle was not taken.
That's true. So we're not sure, or I'm not sure because I didn't do a screen grab, so I'm not sure if Paya knew that was on top. Still, I mean, at a 2 and 15 to be on top is one way or another is good, but
okay, it's Draco total taken. I think this can play for a bit more than the Old Geared, and is enough to get ahead here. Okay.
That math, I would have never been able to do the Draco Turtle math there.
So I think, yeah, the armor disappearing, turning into points, combines a little more efficiently than just the Old Geared not taking damage. So that bit of synergy able to get the lead there by the thinnest of margins. However, it's quite a good hand, I'd say, if the candle can be found for a dry pass eventuality. Setting up the Novigrad here, it's so good, right? It's absolutely amazing because it's going to be given 1 coin per turn for the entirety of this 10 card round 3.
Yeah, for the rest of the
game.
game.
You can just click it to create a bronze game whenever you like.
And you get, of course, the added value of you get the carryover now, and then, like you said, you get essentially 10 coins 9. After 10 points?
Yeah.
10 points? The rest of the game?
Yeah. Well, I guess the last coin you can't really use because it's after you passed. But
right. That's what my brain was trying to get to.
Candle is found now, but wasn't there on the dry pass.
Candle and Yago is good. If you're Sif, it's probably not great to miss these other 2 removal cards and then have a third poison in hand that then might compel you more so to take the bank for a poison, which is not as good when you miss both the golds. Meanwhile, it looks like Paya found most of what... Yeah, Paya found essentially everything I think you could probably ask for here. Although that third poison might get some legs since Paya ended up with a Peller in hand, so...
Yeah, it's also... I don't know what you poison here. It could be the Olgid. You can poison Sigvald, you kind of have to because that's your only answer. However, when the Sigvald gets clicked, it actually purifies itself.
Right, and then if you went to poison it a second time, then it can get Pellered, and then you have a third useless poison.
Yes. So the Sigvald... Look, the poisons can maybe force a preemptive Sigvald click.
That's true.
But if you're able to get the Sigvald really, really tall, which can happen if you just get a Martyr onto it, then the Canoe can be used with the Sigvald for a lot of value just straight away. Because the bleeding only triggers very, very slowly.
So we see here the Salamandra Mage gets played without the tribute, gets protected, but otherwise just goes on the board to get extra value for the other tributes when they get played, which is good. And there is a Shady Vendor and a Salamander Mage at a minimum that will do just that. That's a good question, Rev. I'm not smart enough to know why. I imagine it's just because it's the most proactive thing when the board state was only 2 artifacts and a Flying Redanian. I would imagine that then getting the totem down just makes sense. It also, the sooner that you have access to the totem click can be good for value generation, although in this case, Paya didn't spend any leader charges in the previous rounds, so... just like you called out though, Lemon, we do see the Olgierd get poisoned first. So we'll see if this elicits the Peller here.
Yeah, it's probably partly for the reasons I mentioned, also partly just because you need something to play here. Particularly if you want to maybe spend on the Salamander Mage. But going into self-wound, things often don't take damage. Not very often you'll have 3 units lined up in a row to get a good Salamander Mage tribute.
And you probably need to hold the the Horse and Junior for probably to remove Svalblood or Canute or any other number of any other combination of that, although there is the Sigdrifa's right in hand for Paya, so that
I'd expect
not gonna be great.
Yeah, I'd expect Horson to clean up one of them, and then we'll likely see a bank into Freak Show to clean up the other.
That tracks.
We finish them, then I finish you.
But you have to be quite careful, because if you kill the Canoe, it can just come back with the Sigdrifa's right, and you have a limited number of poisons. It could even be a potential back row Shady Vendor trying to get a payday to finish off the Canoe.
True.
I'm not sure how many gangs are in the starting deck here, but with the Bloody Good Friends found, pulling the strings could be a quite scary play coming onto the Canoe.
Interesting here. So Sif opts to poison both, which also continues to delay Paya getting the rest of the setup done. So now we see, do we see a Fist Tech then? Do you go after the Sigvald again before there's any real value generated with the Canute? Because, I mean, this is just delay, right? Sif is just continuing to force Paya to delay doing anything that he wants to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's... Paja's really the one with engines here. Sif, I guess they're Salamages, but Sif is basically just point slamming a couple of answers at this point. Yeah. Also keep in mind, Pasha doesn't know how many points are in hand for Sif, so that could also be influencing, as you say, like how the sequencing is done.
Yeah, so there's still this one. Also, King of Beggars is at 4. So King of Beggars is a blind eye, right? And there's... Okay, and those are blind eyes, so those are already out. And there we see the huge Sigvald getting Hooge. Big boy, much drunk. And no answer for that left for Sif. So when Canute comes down, that's gonna be a bad day.
What are the gangs again? It's Blind Eyes, Tide Cloaks, Crown Splitters, Cut Up, Salamandra, and I'm missing one.
Best not play with fire, liable to get burned.
Salamandra, Blind Eye, Tide Cloak, Cut Ups.
What am I missing?
Crown Splitters.
No, there's 6 in total, right?
Yeah. Didn't we?
I can't remember what the 6th one is.
Firesworn.
That's it. Yeah,
Look,
so there's
crowdsourcing
no
the answer.
Splitter.
Thank you, chat.
Yes, I don't think there's a Crown Splitter or a Firesworn in the starting deck, so pulling the strings would only be a C's 4, so Canute would be safe from that.
You are correct.
At least unless it did go down to 4 power, maybe through some Spellblood board damage shenanigans.
So the Spellblood comes down before the Canute. Okay. Makes sense because yeah, it's going to be a lot of board damage by the Spellblood. If you remove the Spellblood now with the Junior, you could also, like you said, you can play for what is it? Be bloody good. For what one of the damages would be able to do 6. Is it the?
You need a bloody good fun from the
Bloody good
front
fun.
row, but that's really not consistent. The pool of 4Ps is huge.
Bigger. Yeah.
You could actually get an assault as well. There is 2 Salamandra units that would work, but
So
then you're
instead
kind of
goes-
just going way too
goes
much on
with-
RNG.
Decides the app. This is what you had said before was to just go ahead and do Freak Show, and then that puts another damage engine which you can pair with Horson if it lives.
Yeah. So it probably dies here. You see the damage on Canute. This likely gets the Horson, and then Canute gets resurrected.
And then you get a 1,000,000-point Sigvald. You get a absolutely huge Sigvald. Iago's going to play for a lot of points, and I'm not sure what the Shady Vendor is doing, except maybe to try and then hold this for, like you said, some flavor of damage for the Canute.
What do you need?
And it is Canute.
Yeah, probably some kind of damage. I think Bacco is probably just the most consistent here. You either get a payday or like a stolen mutagens.
Man's got the wares. If you
Or just miss all of them.
Or you could just miss all of them.
Maybe you seize the Fanatic here, but I don't think that's amazing. I mean, I think it's better than the other stuff, to be fair. Although maybe you just go for the coinage here, so you're able to get a bigger Yago, but Yago just gets heat waved here, so I don't think you're worried about that. Yeah, I think the best play is just pulling the strings on the Fanatic.
That interests me.
So all that time I put into worrying about the gangs does actually matter here.
Yeah.
Not expecting that.
Cs4.
And so Sif, I think, saying like, gee whiz golly, wouldn't it have been nice for me to find damage so that you don't get another, you know.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it matters here, particularly with Pasha having the last say onto the Yago.
With the heat wave on the Yago, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Pasha even needs to click Sigvald basically to win at this point. we'll see how big this Yago is. It'll be nice to see.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to math and see. It'd be nice to. And then did I do the math right there? It plays then for 21. Is that right?
Because it's 21 point. Yeah, okay.
12, and then you get 9 coins back.
Actually, it doesn't play too much into the heat wave. To be fair, actually, this was more points than I was expecting, with the actual spending, kind of efficient spending from the Candid.
Yowzers, that's a big sig roll. 7 hells.
But yeah. Okay.
That was what, a 70-point swing?
Yeah, the sig world was 49 points. Tiff's entire board was 44 points.
Yeah. So, so game 1 goes to. Let me move this to where it needs to be. Game 1 goes to Payo from Red Coin.
Yeah, and I wonder how that goes differently if the tempo pass wasn't taken. Because you see there that, I mean, the last say didn't matter as much as I expected, because the Yago didn't actually end up going that tall. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely agreed. If the Canute, that game is a lot closer if the Canute dies on after it's replayed from Sigdriff is right, so then it doesn't get 2 more clicks, which is worth what? Another dozen points or so?
Yeah.
Well, no, more. Well, obviously more than that, right? It's the removal plus the value on the clicks, so it's actually more like 20 something.
I think what I would have got clicked 2 more times.
Yeah.
I think each click was worth about 12 points, 6 damage, and then 6 bleeding, which then turns into points.
Yeah. So the removal plus the click, yeah.
It's like about 22, 24 points difference.
Yeah, which would have made it. I mean, that would have been a single-digit game then. But yeah, but still, I mean, I think both players played that well, like you said. So looking back, would you say that it's you don't take the tempo pass and then you bleed, or you don't take the tempo pass and you just keep last say?
I think the tempo pass was still correct, actually. Yeah, I think it was probably still correct.
Yeah, because if Paya doesn't have if Paya doesn't have the right hand there, then he has to commit a lot more than what he did in order to get out.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, you still forced out the Draco Turtle and the location, which is quite big.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's just tough playing in this flavor of the Syndicate deck into that flavor of control.
Yeah, and look, Sif maybe even would have done a bit better if the counter was in hand round 2, getting that on the pass and then playing another card in the round 3.
True.
As well. But we'll see Syndicate again here, but from Paja with the lined pockets, playing up against this Precision Strike control list. So this is running the Simless Armorer's Workshop combo along with the Dennis Kramer, Lady the Lake being used with the Emir Rancy and the Iron Knight. So it's a bit of a hybrid between kind of like the Renfrew Precision Strikes and then the Guerrilla Tactic Shuru control lists, taking bits and bobs from both those lists. So we have Madam, probably just leads Madam.
Consider this my
That is, yep, so 3 engines on board now. Quite difficult to deal with unless we see a full leader commitment. You could very well just go for a backup plan, a leader, and something along those lines. Or, okay, Zoltan makes sense actually. Yeah, actually Zoltan combines even better with the leader.
And we see full leader here, which tracks. With P strike lists, of course, you don't mind, particularly from Red Coin, you don't mind controlling the opponent's board while also doing the thinning.
Yes, this helps you try to win on even, helps you get extra Erendite value, thins the deck a bit as well with this leader. also sets up your Barnabas and Beckenbauer quite nicely. You can use backup plan to get you your elf, and then you have all 3 tags you like for the Beckenbauer.
I just realized that my emote wall has not been emote walling. And I'm gonna refresh that. Refresh cache, close. That's super frustrating to me because one of my favorite things that ever happened was yeah, there we go. Okay, that's better. Because if I don't have a flaming Elmo screaming as an emote, like bouncing up in the middle of the screen and distracting everyone, have I done a good job as a streamer? And the answer is no. No, I haven't. Lemon, these are the things that keep me up at night. I hope that your life is equally as troubled and difficult as mine.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't even managed to
It
get
was at this moment that he knew.
So,
he fucked up.
my worries are not even getting as much work done as yours.
Well, you know, I mean, you know, you're focused on things like sleep and creating a sustainable life for yourself. And, you know, sure, I guess.
Yeah, I think... yeah, that's a lot better than the truth. Let's go with that.
We do see Paya here looking to try and snipe Zoltan. At a minimum, took the armor off so the barricade gets shut off. Yeah. Was also maybe looking to try and now down at the if there was the possibility would be able to then try and continue to pare down the front row here, but
Zoltan didn't have armor, right? It just got damaged.
Oh, he didn't. That's right. He didn't have armor. Yeah. So this is maybe now a backup plan?
Yeah, I think this is
try to remove the other engine?
It depends, Sif really wants to get ahead here. I think Sif really wants to win on even.
So we see the Great Oak.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
we see
smart.
the Oak. I'm not sure if backup plan would have been enough. It might have been a bit down to RNG what backup plan pulls.
I think you're right, because the most that you'd be looking for, you'd need not. I think it was the delta was 8, so you'd need 9, so you'd need. There's what, like 2 cards that
like
play for 7.
7-point pull, which ends up dealing ideally 2 damage to deal with the brawler.
Yeah, so that feels like the way you trade Oak to win on even feels good. You thin your leader. So Sif in a good position here. Paya finds double, no candle, but a couple of spenders and double open sesame. So that with Acherontia and Heatwave in hand plus Defender feels like a good way to avoid getting 2-0'd for sure. But the Erendite now, especially going first, winning on even, the Erendite will continue to grow, and if you're Sif, you've got a couple of different ways to play this where a short round 3 feels pretty good for you.
Yeah.
And of course, Sif has a competitive advantage having Barnabas in hand. So, you know, anyone who plays Barnabas immediately gets +5 roll to their initiative.
Yes, but that initiative might be running into Morphic Ambush, perhaps, because there's no Dryad unless you want to use the Neuromancy for a Dryad Enchantress. Which you really don't want to do that when Neuromancy could be getting the Erendite or the Dennis Crammer instead. Or I guess Erendite is found with Lady Lake, you want to use the Nero for the Dennis Crammer. So the Barner's probably only getting 6 boost on the Elf and the Dwarf.
You know, the things you're saying make a ton of sense, and at the same time, it would require somebody who's good at Gwent to process these things. So thankfully you're here to guide chat into the right direction of decision making. We do see Sif looking for potentially that back row damage that would have been able to answer this Passiflora Peaches. Actually, this is the only unit on the row, so there was what, 3 cards plus the Archer would be able to deal 3 damage here. Didn't find any of those.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a mistake by Paj actually playing that backer because you played into the potential Bowman, but not punished, so that doesn't really matter.
Yep. Hashtag never punished. Oh my god, I just realized my MooBot has a grammar mistake in it. I used the wrong your for you're a talented trash panda. Note to self, must fix. Sif does find removal for the spender here in the bare knuckle brawler, which is really nice.
Yeah, getting rid of that 1-for-1 spender can make it a lot harder to trigger these open sesame, especially with there being 2 open sesames in hand.
Especially with there being 2 in hand, you're exactly right.
It's probably going to come down to the King of Beggars to be that ideal 1-for-1 spender. There's one more counter on the King of Beggars remaining, so when this Shady Venger pulls a crime from his tribute, the King of Beggars will hopefully go behind the Azar. And see how the Oxenfurt Guard isn't played next to the Scarabs. There isn't really much to damage pools that Podge is afraid of here, which I'm not sure I necessarily agree with, because the Dwarven Skirmisher could be used to just get through both of them with the Dwarven Chariot providing armor. But the pass is found after the Azar comes out. Maybe we just expected that to come anyways. Open Sesame is used along with the Oxenfurt Guard to... We need a leader charge here to...
I was to say, a leader charge to get you on even coins, which also then helps next round, gets your Open Sesame down a counter as well.
Just 6. Checking that nothing was lost. Yeah. I don't think you click the Novigrad here. The leader charge is just the play.
Yeah. You definitely want to try and keep... You definitely want to try your best to keep, I think, that Novigrad for sure. Because that could represent all kinds of good stuff. And it's just, obviously, it just adds more tempo. We do see Denny Kramer in hand for Sif, which is good. I don't know if you can afford to keep... I don't know if you can... I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you keep the Squirrel. You've got 2 bricks in hand. I think Squirrel's probably pretty good, right?
Squirrel is very good here, yeah. Actually, I was gonna note that I said Paja made a slight mistake, arguably, with the positioning on the Peaches. But on the flip side, that was also the correct positioning because the Novigrad triggered before the Peaches.
Yep, because of the left to right.
So Podge was kind of forced into playing at back row because the Novigrad was played back row as well.
So it made it so it needed the coin to trigger Horde first, so you needed to play the Peaches to to the far right of it. Yep.
Which meant that it was able to keep the 4 coins previous round finish, which turned into 2 coins at this round start, so a bit of extra carryover by playing like that. So yeah, it really just comes down to the situation on what row would have been correct to play that card. So a lot of micro play if you want to pay attention to that. Looks like the Novigrad click coming through here. Kind of like he is chosen with the 2 Shady Vendors. That seems alright.
Yeah, we'll play for at least 7. Which is not bad. The caveat here is that, so the King of Beggars comes out now because it was at 1 counter. Good grief. We see another Open Sesame. But the thing is with the Acherontia is that this Royal Decree is dead. The other cards are obviously fine, but so that's not that's a 1 in 4, so, but that could be less than ideal for Paya, but still looking pretty good there.
Yeah, so just needs to be skilled essentially.
Still a lot of points for Sif, and does have 2 different at least 2 different flavors in removal. It has the Heat Wave, and then the Lady of the Lake will be played for the Erendite, which is right now at 11, probably not getting any bigger. You'd have to imagine that Paya will do as much as can. We might see an early Simless here to try and get ahead to get more value on it, but the earlier the Simless, then the less value you get from the Chariot clicks giving armor to the Dwarves.
Yeah.
For the Denny Kramer, so.
Yeah.
Officer's way.
Okay. Yeah, I'm curious when this Ixora and the Burr is gonna come down. I think you'd like to play them before the Shady Vendor, just in case they actually do stick. But I expect the Arendite and the Heatwave to be cleaning up the both of them. And then perhaps the Neuromancy can be used to find the spores to reset the King of Beggars.
Sif opting not to free click on the armor from the chariot. I'm not. I guess just expects the Ixora to kill one or both of the two power dwarves, maybe, but still, I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah,
by that.
there's no reason not to take that, I think.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. Especially if maybe Paya missed, like, we know that Paya has Ixora, but... Huh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Might have just gone too fast.
Yeah, also because there's the random ping from the cut of Blackie, like, you can protect
True.
against that.
That's true, that's a good call. See the Akarantia come down now, and assumedly we'll get... And Ops not... Okay, interesting. Ops not to proc it here, so potentially...
I think that might have been a rope, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't think...
Just maybe Paya just didn't have time. Because I was surprised by the no click there, and Sif immediately jumps on it.
And now this is looking terrible for Pasha.
Yeah, now this suddenly, the dynamic of this changes significantly now with the Akarantia not getting procced even once on deploy. Oy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's still no chariot click.
And I don't like this positioning either, unless because I would expect Ixora to be Heatwave, which means that this Oxenfurt guard is just not a good spender.
Yeah, the Oxenfurt guard would be spending into the Heatwave. That's a good call.
Well, just doesn't care about it? Okay. Okay, I was wondering, maybe the expectation was that that's fine if the Ixora was taken. This is actually a surprising number of points still for Pasha, but the leaders only like this because we haven't seen the Simless into the Dennis Kramer, which is where the large bulk of Sif's points are going to be coming from.
And no more open sesames unless there's one that comes off the Shady Vendor here. No Ops to go front row. Takes the damage to remove the swordsman, so that's an extra pointer. I think 2 points in the end. Would have been clicked 2 more times, so that feels nice. But that's and Paya's still up about 40 points here with the Heatwave in hand. But the ups. Okay, so we see the Simless now, and then holding on to. I thought we might see the Aneromancy first to deny the Heatwave value.
Like you were barely one.
Yeah, I think it depends a bit on what you're expecting last card to be. If you're expecting last card to be the Heatwave, then Anero into Spores was probably a little more correct there.
Yeah, I would have thought a Nero into Spores just to deny. To maximize the value that you could, then you can play Simless for free.
I would hope Sif did the maths and was like, if this is a Heatwave, I still win.
6 + 8 + 5.
Though.
Oh no! So the other thing here is that like any of those, if any of that the chariot clicks went on to the far left unit that didn't end up getting, because obviously one of the dwarves got clapped.
Yeah.
Then I mean there's extra points there too. Yeah, not clicking chariot might have been the do-in there. But I still think that, like, I know we have perfect information, but the order of operations there seemed interesting because the lose con, or at least in this case the draw, is playing into the Heatwave. Why not just Spores first? And then you get to play Simless and Denny Kramer maximally and uninterrupted.
Yeah, look, in theory, maybe lose a point or two on the Spores, Because like there was a coin in the bank that went on to the King of Beggars, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, both players, I mean, and to be fair, Paya should have also had a lot more points, or would have had, if not roping on the turn when the Acarantio was played, so there's that too.
Yeah. What time is it for players? It should be a reasonable hour for players, because...
Yeah, we started at 3 p.m. local for them, so this should be, I mean, we've only been doing this for 2 hours, so it should be okay.
What time is it for you, Salty?
The highest armor does Mosh, but the thing is that then you can play if the I'd have to go back and look at it, but I think what my brain told me was that then you can play the Simless in the best place possible, and with the chariot clicks then you get to maximize where the armor went, because like you said, the biggest unit will get, or the thing that had them, like either the unit or armor gets heat waved. But if you play the spores there, then you can choose to click the chariot somewhere else. For I don't know. Maybe I'm mathing that wrong. Lemon, give me 1 second. I'm gonna reload my water as we jump into both players replaying this game. So I'll let you take the helm and chat. Stand by. I'll be right back.
Okay, so this is a replay. So it'll be a bit interesting to see how this develops differently to before. Notably a lot less gold heavy hand in terms of gold units here for Sif, which is what you want to play to try to win on even. Stuff like the Erendite and the Heatwave don't tend to be as great here. It's trying to have that point slam potential. You actually see Paja holding on to the Madam here, maybe changing his tune, saying, if you're gonna win on even, fine. I'm gonna just use my Madam to defend the bleed. But I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Because it still feels like you're gonna run into problems with Zoltan being combined with the leader.
Hey, what's that up your sleeve?
Oh, Madam is bricked because there's a Slice Seductress in hand. So that is not an intentional decision then by Paja, kind of forced there. And this does mean that Sif can win on even by spending relatively little. Yeah, had to use a couple of leader charges to kill the early peaches, but you're just playing a collection of bronzes effectively, and yeah. So now, Paja has 8 coins in the bank. Can go for a bit of a big spend here, perhaps, with this Oxenfurt guard. Get ahead by, what, like 11 points right now? I think we'll need a 10-point play from Sif to catch up and get ahead.
Okay, sorry about that, Lemon. I have returned to make everyone suffer.
Don't say that, Salty. It's great to have you back.
That makes my heart feel good. I'm grinning like an idiot now. Thank you.
I was struggling. I didn't even notice the Madam was bricked with the Slice Seductress. I needed you here to point out the flaws in my noticings.
Yeah, Brick Sly Madam Seductress, not good, bad.
Yes, exactly.
I did good, right, chat? I did good. This is absolutely unrelated, and I'm sure that there's a lot of really great Gwent stuff going on, but I have to share. Chat, am I crazy in thinking that wedding invitations have gotten to the point that people invite you to their wedding, potentially knowing that you are unlikely to attend, such that you will buy something on their wedding registry. I don't know if that's an exclusively Americanism or a Westernism, but that I have been invited to like 5 weddings in the last 8 months, and 4 of those are from people that like I only know as acquaintances, and I am sure that they know I am not flying 1,000 miles to their wedding, and they just do it because they want me to buy something on their wedding registry.
I think I did read online somewhere it was like maybe a unethical life hack or something where you should, if you have a wedding, send like a wedding invitation to a bunch of like rich.
Yes. Yeah, like send them to like Jeff Bezos and the CEO of like the the top 100 Fortune companies, and then they'll have the involuntarily.
Their assistants won't really check if they should or shouldn't worry about coming to the wedding. They'll be like, "Oh, sorry we couldn't come, but we'll get you this thing on your registry or whatever."
Yeah, feels hashtag feels bad, but maybe that's anyway. Lemon, thank you for confirming my worst suspicions about people. What all did I miss?
Well, with the Briggs Madam, it was quite easy for Sif to end up winning on even. Did end up having to commit the Zoltan towards the tail end of the round 1, as well as a couple of leader charges to deal with some engines, which does make it a lot easier now, I think, for Parcher to defend the bleed. Looks like Sif is focusing on shutting down the spenders, Erendite being used to kill a bunch of little kids in the form of the street urchins. But this is quite a gold-heavy hand. I mean, the Madam can just come down, and that ought to be enough.
I'm sorry. I admit that I just didn't expect. I didn't expect today to hear the phrase being used to kill a bunch of little kids.
Or not only little kids, but little kids that are down on luck, living out on the street.
Oh, good.
I can't believe Sif can do this.
Lemon, the headcanon for this card. Poor street urchins.
Bricks Lady the Lake. Okay. Bricks Lady Lake, not really helping with the push here. This is now.
And also the Bricked Armor's workshop doesn't feel good either.
Yeah. Okay, you're gonna be able to stay ahead here pretty easily. Fine. Good work. But if you have a gold heavy hand, pay up, pay the toll. And what's the least valuable thing here? Might be the decree. We might just see some consistency forced out.
Yeah, it could be.
And the problem is, if you don't play the Madam here, then you have Brick City in the form of the King of Beggars, the Seductress, and the Peaches still in deck going into this round 3.
That's true. You'll have 3 bricks in hand, which is not great. So we do see the Royal Decree here over the Madam for the Shady Vendor, which to your point is assumedly looking for
commodity in town.
Looking for carryover value. Maybe you just play it for an eavesdrop here to try and get put the Acherontia back and get a worse card.
It puts it to the bottom. No.
Is it bottom? I think it is. I think it is bottom. I think you're right. So we don't do that.
So yes, I don't. From memory, I don't think that would be wise.
Barnabas here. Great Oak.
Okay, maybe Sif is smelling blood in the water here. So it looks like it's just the 2 damage being used here to set up a potential kill for the leader.
Mosh, I had asked if it was an Americanism or a Westernism that increasingly it feels like people invite you to their weddings, knowing that you probably can't attend because it's 2,000 miles away from where you live, with the intent of essentially trying to goad you into buying something on their registry. And noting that I flew from Florida to Soldotna, Alaska, which was a 19-hour trip for my friend's wedding. So I'll go anywhere, but just not for someone that I've met like 3 times in my life. We did see the Acherontia played here, and so now Sif gets to decide if the Acherontia just gets played, then there's probably some value hiding in Paya's hand, and then we see Denny Kramer come down. So Sif holding on to leader. And now Paya has to either spend Defender or Madam. Presumably Defender, and it is in fact Defender. Opts to take the coin carryover. And now Really what you've got left in hand, or what you've got left for round 3 if you're Sif is like Simless leader, but opts to trade the Armorer's Workshop for the last card. A really nice read from Sif. Don't know if Sif's gonna have, what points Sif is gonna have left, but
there's the Erendite still.
Yeah, we'll get the Erendite back.
Look, even if the leader doesn't get a kill, it could be used potentially to set up the Barnabas. Yeah, there's some options.
Wait, Mosh, are you actually getting married next week? Like, no shit? And in Alaska too? Is that true? Lemon, why didn't you tell me this?
I was not aware.
So what you're saying is that you and I didn't get a first round of invites. We're only now getting this second round.
No,
can you not attend? I'll send you a link to my registry. Hi, Gewalt. Sif has a backup plan and a sword master, and opts to keep. So opts not to go looking for assimilates, which would have just been for the Armorer's Workshop. Presumably, maybe doesn't want to find draw into something terrible like just the Armorer's Workshop. Makes perfect sense. This bare knuckle, oddly enough, this bare knuckle brawler is actually going to do a ton of work for Piebol here at the end.
Yeah.
You could backup plan and leader, and if you roll into damage, you probably can kill the Ixora.
Yeah, you'd love to get. Problem is, you don't want to leader. You need to save the leader for the last card, the Erendite, because otherwise the brawler could just board wipe. So I think it's wise to go for the Erendite early here. Although on the flip side, this does actually enable this spender to actually get kind of maximum value here. Should be down to a leader and a backup plan to, can that match up to... Okay, these are not good pulls. These are terrible
These
pulls.
are all just
a spender here would have won part of the game, but
these are all 4-point cards that don't generate coins either.
Yeah.
Well, no, you never. I mean, I guess.
Okay, you go for the Lonely Champion. Lonely Champion is, we know, the best play because of the armor.
The armor
would actually absorb some damage. That could come into play.
So that'll be worth 2 points on the backup plan. And so now, is there 13 points?
And surely backup plan can find damage to then get a leader. I think this Fryhead officer gets the leader, gets the thinning. That should be enough. By 2, I think.
It's by 2? Sif wins by 2? Oh, man, so the first game was a draw and the second game was came down to a short round 3 and was a 2-point win by Sif. What a game. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, that was such a strange round 2. Players just slinging golds back and forth, bricks back and forth, saying, okay, I'll go this hard, you need to go this hard, or I'm gonna commit like this, oh no, now you need to do this. I really think the reason that the Madam was kept for so long was because it would have enabled the King of Beggars to come out in that round 3. And the reason that was important is because then you actually have a spender, which boosts a 1-for-1 spender, can trigger your Open Sesame in Graveyard, and that could have made all the difference. But King of Beggars not coming out at the perfect time means that the spending is just way too awkward. There were so many coins, the Open Sesame in Graveyard, which just did not get value there for Pasha. Nothing to put the coins towards, and that does mean that Sif was able to take that.
Lemon, I'm not crazy. I can do math. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning for you now, right?
Yeah, it's 3:14 now. Yeah. What time is it for you?
It's 11:14 a.m.
Okay, so reasonable.
Yeah, that's why I was chuckling, because I was like, yeah, like it, and that's actually why it looks like I'm being irradiated, but it's because my curtains over here are an orange color, and even with the blinds down, there's enough light coming through that it's for the next like hour and a half, the sun will be right over my left shoulder. Yorl's right is facing, so it will make it look like I'm being naturally irradiated. But I am moving here in the next few months, and when I move, I'm going to go through the effort of building a gaming room, and it is going to be luxuriated to include with full blackout curtains, so that way I can go in my room in the morning and not know that it's nighttime.
That's going to be so cool.
Oh, Mosh.
Well, maybe not the not knowing it's nighttime bit, but not having sun glaring is great.
No, Lemon, fuck touching grass. That's what plebes do. I'm not a plebe. I'm a weeb. Mosh, I don't know who did. I have never actually seen a woman, so I mean I'm not entirely sure what dating is. So yes, that is fantastic. New kink unlocked.
Can we maybe make a Gwent gaming house? I think maybe the ship has sailed on that one, but.
I mean, we could figure out how to land it, and then we can all just sit and like rage we can be in real life raging about missing cards.
Yeah.
The House of Citrus, the house that Citrus built. Salt plus lemon plus tequila sounds delicious. Meanwhile, back in the game, speaking of game, we sadly get to see Cultists getting played. There is control in Sif's deck, but presumably not nearly enough to deal with Cultists, so it's going to have to be tempo and bleeding.
I think in this kind of matchup, you need to use the jackpot leader on the turn you play the Freaksure to get like 18 potential damage coming down in one turn.
Agreed. So you can just remove threats on threats. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can try and combine that with the Horsen quite nicely.
Yeah, it's really the ability, the Horsen ability to for Insanity also will probably come into play here, because there's going to be some units with armor, and you can ignore that armor, which is really nice.
Yeah, although this is why Parja has this leader, and also now Fawn isn't a thing in this list. The leader can be saved to just play around the Horsen and those kind of control pieces. The question is, there's kind of two ways you can approach this as the opposing player to Cultists here. Do you use your control tools early to try to shut down the beacons, to try and cut off the head of the Hydra? Or do you wait until later in like the round 3 or whatever, when all the fused units are coming out all at once, and try to stem the tide of engines at that point?
I assume this is insta-lock? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this gets insta-locked and there's no answer for it. So like you said, I think maybe the line is to hold on to the Horsen as late as possible, because it's so valuable, but obviously Sif wanted to...
But at the same time, you did see the decree being used, which kind of tells you there's no deacon in hand, so you can sort of read a little bit into the hand there that, okay, even if they use the necromancy, the teleportation isn't any use now.
6 feels like a good number. I mean, if you're willing to commit Freak Show, you're probably willing to commit Horsen here, right?
I think so. I mean, the thing is, the Freak Show shuts down the potential teleportation. The Horsen isn't doing that now. You're only shutting down one infusion with the Horsen, which I don't know if that's valuable enough.
And instead we see H&A, which will start getting value next turn. Although the placement doesn't... Shouldn't this go to the right, so then that way the tax collector gains the coin?
152, 154.
First?
Yeah, probably.
Right? Because now this won't... Now the Vitor won't trigger on a pass here. I don't assume that Sif is passing, but just as a point of fact.
Yeah, or if there wasn't any coin generation, it wouldn't trigger. I think that is correct.
By the way, Lemon, Mosh rightly said that if we combine the entire streaming income of the Gwent Twitch category, that we could maybe rent a small shack in Poland for all of us to play Gwent in real life. So,
right.
Yeah, the fact that we haven't done that yet feels like a miss, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I'll just pick up my whole life. Who needs to finish a university degree? I can just go play Gwent in this small shack in Poland instead. But, speaking of Poland, Paja of Team Poland gave up on that round. Yeah, see what I did there? And,
you see what I did there?
This does give Sif the opportunity to go for the bleed, and we do see that coming out now. I remember sort of scrimming. Actually, no, I didn't scrim. I just theorized about this match because I didn't want to play against cultists much. I did actually scrim it because you have to. Back when it was more lined pockets and you had stuff like Ixora, this will play out a lot differently because sometimes Ixora could be enough to just shut down all the cultists because you could potentially board wipe and it would be very good. But no Ixora in this list means that it's a lot less control.
True.
So you have poisons, but yeah, it's gonna be a struggle. Your only direct damage is this horse in junior.
And I guess conceivably, like, you could also do a little bit of horse and setup with the salamandras, but the leader, as you pointed out before, Piable's leader is going to help to make, like, Paya knows what the list is and knows that as long as he's above, as long as his units are above 5, that's not going to be a line. So an illusionist here gets the infusion.
The stars
yeah.
align.
So the illusionist gets the deacon infusion. You could conceivably kill this deacon to prevent the, as you pointed out before, to prevent the teleportation by playing the salamandra on it.
Yeah, I think that is the play here. Very good prediction.
But like you said, you can only do that one. You can only play that game one more time, and there's plenty of other ways that this is going to get out of hand.
You, my friend, always.
Yeah. I was gonna just say, that was 8 coins spent to deal 4 damage.
Just show, yeah. Which I see what you're getting at, which is just to say how fucked cultists can get.
Yeah.
Seen the foul beast and its retinue.
Premium grade found any better.
Premium grade.
Yeah, I don't think Pasha's like even under any threat here.
No.
The problem is, Pasha doesn't have access to scenario. So I'll let you know in a bit of a secret that if this keeps going, Pasha's really in a bad place. Because these cultist infusions aren't doing much. The only way
no
Pasha
leaders
can really cash in on that is with an initiate.
No leader spent on the. Oh, that's it. I thought that we were going to see the salamander. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, so I think no scenario, it's over. Pasha gives up.
Yeah. Wild. Wow. Wow. I would have at least thought maybe you play it out through the bleed, but I suppose, I mean, but Paya knows the lines, like you said, not having scenario, and that bleed was never not going to continue.
Yeah, like I think maybe Pasha could have played it out and tried to get the initiates through, but we might have seen the same kind of play with like the Salamandra Mage into the horse and to finish it off anyways, and then you're just kind of screwed.
So now we
and then
see
with
this...
the Madam coming down, that's actually more engine value than the cultists had at that point. So that does mean Sif goes up to match point, I believe.
Yep. Sif now on the hill 2-1.
So, just needs to get a win with the Renfrey Priestess list. We'll probably see Paja with the lined pockets on blue coin here again. And I think should be in a decent spot. Like, especially if you can rest round control with the madam. I think it could be fine.
And then Paya's gonna have access to cultists again, and then also monsters? Was that the other one that was unbanned?
No, monsters was banned. It's
Monsters
going
was
to
banned.
be the lined pockets and the cultists, the
Line-
same decks that Plaja
that's-
lost the previous 2 games with.
That's right. It was
Actually
line
takes the
pockets.
cultists on blue coin here. So maybe saying, okay, I'm really sad I didn't get Scenario that game. I'm gonna guarantee it now with my curse scroll stratagem, but does actually find it organically here, just on the draws. So we'll probably see one brigade mulliganed, the other likely kept in hand to be put to bottom of the deck with curse scroll. Deciding to keep the initiates for later. Yeah, I thought Paja was gonna be like red coin here, and that was why I'm gonna see it the other way around, the Qs, because that was also what was taken in the previous 2 games. But I guess the Sut thinks that the other coins are favored in the different matchups.
And then also, I mean, I don't know for what it's worth, but yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, is what Maytol just said, which is if the scroll makes the cultists from blue a little
Marked
bit better.
by the Fiendu.
And of course, just the raw value of with cultist of going first, and that you begin establishing your engines and getting the carryover value from round 1.
Yeah, it's also just it's just easier for the cultists to win the round 1 here going first. Also, because then the Northern Realms, the Sith list doesn't end up getting their stratagem as well, so bit of a point difference.
Oh, true. it was planned from the start to win 3-2. So we see the teleportation going through, so Paya definitely getting some of that initial value that you look for.
The Vogelforts in this list. That's kind of good against priestesses, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Huh. Yeah. What's the...
Prophet can be deceptively good as well in the sort of late round 3 situation.
So that's... Is that... Is that the combination of Royal Decree and Necromancy? That makes it so that then you don't have room for Vilgeforts? I don't know what's actually played.
There is a Vilgeforts.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's right there in the hand. I was like, I didn't know what you cut for Vilgeforts. You're saying that
the cut compared to the previous list you're thinking of is a Fawn. Because after the rework, he's no longer really
useful do the same thing,
for cultists.
But yeah, so you're right. The Vilgeforts.
You cut the Fawn, you free up 10 provisions, and yeah. They always run the Necro, so I guess you kind of change your Fawn for Decree and you have like a second Magni.
Yeah, which puts another, if the infusions go right, puts another cultist on the board while also thinning. And then, yeah, like you said, the Vilgeforts is also nice into Priestess, because as Sif wants to thin fairly low, then you can kind of fiddle with that. You can do some shenanigans maybe that make the Vernon Roach but worse.
Ooh. Unfortunate miss there.
Yeah, it doesn't kill off the initiate.
I thought that was a Renfree leader, but no, that's just Onaga. One Onaga down. And So none of the golds in operator does have the master of ceremonies infusion here of the golds in hand, so could pair that with the initiate infusion, but like don't really want to play the operator here. That's really not ideal.
I mean, if you infuse the onager, it would kill the onager this turn if it gets played that way.
Yeah, if you okay, so yeah, it does play the operator to get that kill. Recruit isn't really useful for Sith because the only bronze soldiers in deck are Siege Master and the Trident, which obviously you don't really want to play either of those here.
Good call. And that's so yeah, that explains taking that over the Magni just for the you know, to click something for operator because it has a lot more value to Paya. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Obviously you generally want to play it, which is what you're getting at. You generally want to play it for initiate, but how Paja played it here is probably fine. You can play a recruit for a recruit, right?
Yes, it can sort of reset itself that way.
So you'd get 2 points back, plus you'd get an extra click on the onager, so it would be 3 points.
Yes, it's a nice little synergy there. Bit of cross-faction interaction.
I'm assuming that there's more, like, there's more things that you would want to play from it that you would rather play, like but the Magni division would have to be played for a battle stations. The illusionist would play for another onager, which is not bad.
Yeah, I don't think the illusionist.
Hey,
really
a recruit for a recruit. Look at that. That's funny.
Not great pulls from the Vigo. Probably just gonna lock the Omega.
Let the hunt begin.
And here comes some extra infusions. So note that these infusions don't actually have like that engine chapter 1 edition from the scenario, but they will still trigger all these engines with the scenario infusion. But there's the Purify here because Redane Secret Service exists. So maybe it was still slightly better to get the actually no, I think you just kind of need to bite the bullet. And the lock gets purified for free now, so that your later lock actually does find the value.
So Dej, the idea is that if you play another, if you were gonna play the recruit for something else anyway, like like an illusionist, then pulling out the recruit delaying yourself by a turn and pulling out the recruit gives you another point on the onager when you click its order the second time, and you get 2 points back because there was damage to the recruit that was on board. So essentially it delays whatever you might have done with the onager or with the recruit click by a turn, but you get 3 points back. So, and it also allows you to delay a turn potentially if you needed to do an infusion. And then we see here, so now this recruit gets played again. The other recruit gets played again, and in this instance now it has a cultist tag on it, so you get value from the cultist infusions on board. Not a great Vilgefortz there.
Yeah, what you want to see.
Yeah. Now the Istrid comes down, and you don't have a lock.
Yeah, no lock.
And Sif keeping pace here.
Yeah. And this hand is not great for Pasha. Like, I'm not sold by these double Magnis. They've looked very, very awkward when we've seen them in these games. Like,
yeah, especially here because there are literally only 2 other tactics left in the deck, so you're gonna have to, like, if you play the, I mean, if you play the Magni here for the battle stations, which I think you'd hate to do that if you're pieable, but if you do that,
you can't.
Yeah, it would. You wouldn't get. Yeah, you wouldn't get your draw values.
Yeah. However, this Istrid can kind of fix this profit look, but look at what's locked here. You just play out the break to entry game.
So do you click the recruit and just play another recruit again here?
Feels terrible.
Yeah.
I don't think so, because you're really not gaining much from doing so.
Yeah, it's not infused, so yeah, exactly. You'd just be you'd be playing essentially.
Yeah.
You wouldn't. I mean, you play the illusionist. For
what, you'd gain 5 points by doing that? That's like really
and setting
not
yourself up
making
to maybe lose on even.
Yeah, I think you just pass. This is still a decent lead. Like, Sif would probably have to commit the Wanderers and the Renfrey. But, okay, we just go for the battle stations.
So just plays it for tempo here.
I don't know if I'd call that tempo.
Well, plays it just for the points and not because because there's almost no value interaction on the board. So it was what, 7? That was a 7-point battle stations. Am I crazy? Put 7 points on the board. Random ping kills the Kedweni Rev, which feels awful.
Yeah. Illusionist. Well, I guess it's just an illusion.
Oh, you're right, Meto, because of the onager. It was 8.
Few vultures dare venture into the Von Borlohum's wood.
At least you've got a whole bunch of recruits for round 3.
152, 154.
What? It's still just, yeah. Okay, you put the recruit back in deck, so 2 recruits, which I don't think work very well here.
You can bring back an initiate, which feels terrible in this round and where the board is at, but also now the click on the Istrid. Does the click on the Istrid get you there? Istrid is at 4.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be enough in and of itself.
Yeah, so now paired with leader Renfrey, that more than gets you there, right? But
yeah.
Gather secret.
So Paya's probably gonna lose on even here then.
It looks like it. And if you lose on even, you probably lose the game.
I mean, you either play the recruit. There's no way that you play the Magni here just because you don't want to brick it. But I mean, you are potentially gonna brick it by either having to play the Royal Decree without it or play it first, right? So ends up playing
with the cultist trigger. Okay, yeah, that makes sense actually.
And now
that's the only way you have a chance of winning.
That's enough because this is 10 with the snowdrop. This is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Okay. That Istrid was too patient. Got up to draw up to 6 cards, but there's such things as being too patient. Waited for the moment, and that moment passed, literally.
Yeah. So opted to greed the Istrid for one more turn, and then ended up not being able to click it. Neither of the priestesses have been buffed. And the Vilgeforts pulled out one of the 2 mentors.
Yeah.
So the drawing the mentor is the only other way now to buff the priestesses so that they...
Yeah. To be fair, I don't think the Zeal doesn't matter that much. It just means you can't play as the last card. Like, there's not really direct damage coming through for the cultist from the cultists. So
and they have Veil, don't they?
Safe to just
yeah, and they have Veil, so it's not like you can infuse it to kill it with an initiative.
Exactly. You can't or lock it either. But look, right now they don't have that many charges, and as you said, one of the mentors got pulled out with the Booger Forts. So, yeah, that's 7-3 charges on the 2 priestesses, only 1 mentor remaining. I think 1 leader charge remaining too. Oh no, no leader charges, their own few was played. So, yeah.
This is set up, I think this is set up perfectly. For Sif, though.
I don't... Yeah. Yeah, Sif... Depending on when they probably use the leader early to then guarantee mentor to find the Vernon Roche. It's not look good for Pasha.
You could play the recruit. You could play the recruit to go ahead and pull out the Magni division to play the Royal Decree.
Hit the mark, we aim above the mark.
Yeah, that's definitely the play.
Those are the two. Wow, those are the 2 worst pulls you could have possibly had for this mentor, right? It didn't draw or buff a priestess.
Yeah,
so
but it does mean that you. Oh yeah, actually yeah. No zeal means you can't sort of get some shenanigans together.
Oh no, but Paya drew the Magni division with the Dandelion Poet.
But he just decreed into the... Oh.
Instead of playing the recruit for the Magni to then play the Magni on the decree for the poet, decided to raw dog the poet, and then the poet drew the one brick. To answer your question, Mosh, it's Wrath and then lowest provision card at the end.
Yeah.
And then the only other soldiers would just be cycling these recruits, so the click there doesn't really do anything.
But yeah, with no onagers or anything, there's not much value gained from doing so.
Kind of surprised by the placement here, though. Yeah. So, like you said, so it pulls out the traveling priestess, but
the deacon can infuse one of the recruits in deck, which can then be pulled by this.
Oh, true.
By this board. Yeah. Here's the priestesses. We could see the trident get, but there's no lock remaining. I think. No.
So yeah, so there is the Margarita lock left for Sif. There is a teleportation, so if this initiate gets locked, it could get teleported.
Yeah.
Don't really know how good that is, but this.
These priestesses aren't amazing for priestess standards, but with how both these decks have kind of just broken down over the course of this game so far, not gotten the setups they wanted. That was, I think, 12 pings in total, or 12 boosts in total, transformed into 12 damage pings. So, yeah, it's
I hope we can trust you.
able to kill off one of the cultist engines. The other gets locked.
And this Magni not playing the Royal Decree, or not playing the recruit for the Magni and instead playing the Royal Decree and breaking into the Magni hurts too, because that, you know, it's only worth a couple of points, and the gap here is going to be a lot more than that.
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure really what kind of one-turn combos you could have done, but by clicking the recruit, you get Magni into Decree, then you could have played like another thing from hand. So you Decree into something from deck, and play another unit from hand all in one turn.
And also the more units on board would have made it harder to kill with the random Trident pings, that's true too.
Yeah. Maybe it plays a bit better around like the 6 damage on 3 leader as well, maybe getting things out of range. I'm not sure. Look. This cultist list with like the double Magni and the recruits, and no Fawn now with the change to a Fawn, it's a lot harder, it seems, for the cultists to win round 1 compared to previously. Like, they can, but especially if depending on what their on one hand looks like, they can cripple themselves for the rest of the game. But very well played there from Sif, I think, and does take the victory in the series 3-1.
What is dead may never die. That is also true, Mosh. That is well stated. Yeah, so we see Sif taking that match.
Mic check, mic check. Hello, Ules, welcome everyone. So that was one run of the Gwent World Cup 2024, week 1. The entire group stage shown, and those are the dates. There were questions, there will be questions. People tend to not remember things. It's understandable. I had to check it myself, but yeah, the next stage is February 24, 25. We'll have another set of games for you on that weekend. Same system most likely, unless there is a scheduling issue. And then we'll finish in the World Cup group stage on March 9th and 10th. So that's the plan for World Cup, but as you can see on the right, qualifiers for Gwent Community Open, February 10-11 is top 8, February 17-18 is top 32, and we have main event, so pretty stacked schedule. У тебя расписание стримов есть, недавно видел тебя вечером, сейчас уже конец, но сейчас был стрим Повтор, по большей части, который показывал матчи турнира, а лайвстримы происходят... Да, это был Rerun, повтор всех матчей турнира, а так я работаю днем, так что стримы, если будут вечером, и я сейчас, наверное, поиграю немного, просто Rerun как раз закончился только что, всех турниров. Расписание турнира, повторюсь, на экране, первая неделя группового этапа прошла, в феврале 24-25 вторая неделя, и заканчиваем с группой 9-10 марта, и потом уже объявим, когда будет финальная часть, полуфиналы и финал чемпионата мира. Но также ладдер важен до сих пор. 10-11 будут квалы на Open для топ-8 ладдера, и потом топ-32 17-18 февраля, и ивент играется 16 марта, так что не пропустите. That would be it for YouTube. I'm gonna stop streaming there, but we're gonna continue on Twitch. So everyone on YouTube, hope you enjoyed it. I will break the footage for games separately, so it will be available. Всем, кто на YouTube смотрел, спасибо. Переходим только на Twitch.